Essex under pressure after Proctor century. Northamptonshire have produced a number of gritty and determined innings so far this season, and the same could be said for Will Young and Luke Proctor in their first innings at the Cloud County Ground in Chelmsford. Essex on top, but defied by the two half-centurions. The hosts were hunting 3 more wickets though, just the tail stood between them and their batting innings. Proctor though was still there. He and Kelly returned to the middle and took Northamptonshire past 250 early in the day. Kelly though would only add 7. He was out for Shane Snater's third, tamely pulling straight to Critchley. Berg wasn't so easy to get rid of though, and played his part in an impressive partnership with the informed Proctor. They put on 50 together, the early Essex success dissipating as Northamptonshire moved past 300 runs and refused to stop. And they were still there when lunch was called, the score now 328 for 8. The hosts once again frustrating the former champions, and Proctor was one away from his ton. The wait for Proctor wasn't long. 2 turned into the leg side off Stacchetti got him to the mark. 100 scored off a patient 256 balls. A fine knock in aid of his side. Berg too would have reason to raise the bat. 50 scored off 107 balls. That was reached with a single off Critchley. Soon the 9th wicket pair had put on 100 runs together. Their stand pretty evenly shared. Essex finally had their man. Proctor was looking to heave Critchley over the leg side, but only found Walter at mid-wicket and departed for 113. With the innings heading towards its conclusion, Sanderson and Berg threw the kitchen sink at the Yorkshire bowling. 6s soaring, ropes smacked, and they took their side to the cusp of 400. That's when the hosts finally had their last wicket. Berg picked out Wesley off the bowling of Critchley. Northamptonshire all out for 390. Proctor's 113 had given them confidence, but a word for Berg too. The side's second top scorer at number 10 with 75 to his name. The wickets had been shared. Snater led the attack with 3 for 56. But once again, Essex lost an opener cheaply. Brown out for 12, caught by Young off the bowling of Sanderson. Wesley joined Sir Alistair Cook and got them back on track, building towards 50. But the captain couldn't take them beyond the half-century of runs, out with the score on 45, caught by Will Young off the bowling of Taylor, tee taken with the fall of the wicket. More pain for Essex after the break, Cook nibbling at one from Sanderson to depart for 6. Critchley had them hobbling past 50, but Northamptonshire had found a groove and had another. It was Critchley that had to go, caught in the slips after a couple of goes at it, off the bowling of Sanderson. And Paul Walter soon followed, Gay with a good low catch, Sanderson with his 4th. Essex were up to 73 when they lost another wicket. Wheater looking to leave. Kelly said thank you very much as middle stump was lifted out of the ground. The follow-on now a real possibility. That was a virtual certainty when Harmer shouldered arms. Kelly found his pads and up went the finger, out LBW for naught. They were 8 down when Cushy slashed at one from Proctor and had to go. The score 83 for 8. No further wickets fell before the end of the day. Essex finishing in a whole heap of trouble at 95 for 8, still some 145 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. It was a great day for Northamptonshire, whose captain Ricardo Vasconcelos will sleep easy, knowing he'll almost certainly have a decision to make as to whether or not to enforce the follow-on when he returns to the county ground on Saturday morning. The only question looks to be, when will that opportunity arise?
little sort of, I did like the description in one of the papers this morning about a hare and tortoise partnership between Luke Proctor, who batted 6 hours for his 113, and Gareth Berg with a rather more forceful 75, and then they just got amongst the Essex batsmen, the four seamers that Northamptonshire have gone into this match with, four frontline seamers. They were able to rotate them. Ben Sanderson was outstanding, as he often is, picked up Sir Alistair Cook as his 300th victim, 300th wicket in first-class cricket, which I know, talking to him last night, pleased him enormously. And Tom Taylor, Gareth Berg, Matt Kelly all did their bit as well. Then, of course, inevitably Luke Proctor, who had a really good day with the bat, nipped in with the final wicket of the day right at the end. So, yeah, it was a good day, long time to go, and there's obviously, I think, conditions very different to what they were on the first 2 mornings of this match. First 2 mornings were cloudy, overcast, quite cool. This morning, bright sunshine here at Chelmsford, temperature a few degrees warmer, a few more shirt sleeves in evidence, and a few fewer fleeces and duffel coats around the Tom Pearce stand. So Northamptonshire, it's fairly obvious really, they just want to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible, and then they'll make a decision on whether to send Essex in again or have a bat.
Well, certainly it's been Northamptonshire from start to finish in this game. The only moment when Essex were on top after they won the toss was when Vasconcelos was out without a run on the board at 0 for 1, but then a century partnership followed, and although Essex did well to keep the runs down on day 1, only another 133 scored in the day after that partnership was broken, but that's as good as it's got for Essex since then. The players are just taking the field, and we will shortly have the action for you. And Dick Davis, Andrew Rad and myself, Paul Newton, are your commentary team here on day 3. I just want to ask my colleague Dick Davis, I've somehow misplaced my glasses, if he'd mind just nipping around, seeing if I left them while I was making a cup of tea a moment or two ago. Thanks very much, Dick. I do actually have a spare pair, so I'll just about be able to tell you what's happening. But certainly it's a long haul back for Essex, and for Northamptonshire it looks very much as though we're going to see play getting underway here, as the first ball of the day is being bowled. 3 slips, crouch there, and actually a good shot from the first ball of the day, handsomely driven but straight to mid-off. Mark Steckety is the man on strike.
It's interesting they're getting Luke Proctor into the attack early on, and I wonder if we may see Proctor, possibly Kelly or Taylor start, and they just try and keep Berg and Sanderson fresh in case they are in a position to enforce the follow-on, and need to keep them fresh for the new ball.
Proctor bowls from the river end, and that's a leave from Steckety. Goes through to the keeper, no run there, and Essex remain at their overnight 95 for 8.
That's it. I see Ben Sanderson limbering up at mid-on, so maybe that's going to be completely wrong, and he's going to start possibly from the Hayes Close end, at the far end of the ground. But Northamptonshire in the happy position of having 5 seamers that they're able to rotate.
And this ball is played down to mid-off by Steckety. The bowler's Proctor. No run there, and score remaining at 95 for 8. And what I think I'll have to do when I've done my piece in a minute or two, Andrew, is just nip away. I have a feeling I must have left them in the toilet area about an hour ago when I arrived in the ground. Here's the next ball from Proctor. In and bowls, and this ball is played to extra cover. There's no run there. The problem I have is that my eyesight's actually improved, so I don't need glasses as much as I used to, and so I don't notice so much if I'm found without them. Anyway, it all adds to the fun with a bit of unexpected drama at the start of the day. And shortly, both Andrew and myself will be doing our bulletins into our various radio stations, as the next ball's a long way outside off stump from Proctor. And no run there. Score remaining at 95 for 8. And Steckety has faced all the bowling so far. With him is Shane Snater, who isn't a man to die wondering. He will put bat to ball. He probably won't last particularly long. But Proctor's on his way again. In from the river end here, bowls, and that's nicely played. He does bat quite stylishly, Steckety. It's a maiden over to begin proceedings, and 95 for 8 on the board. Essex remain at 295 runs behind.
Yep, tidy first over from Luke Proctor. And the first what do I know moment of the morning, it is going to be Ben Sanderson to bowl from the Hayes Close end.
Ben Sanderson with 4 wickets to his name already. Here we go. Yeah, we've got a lovely morning here in Chelmsford, and Essex with a great deal of work to do. They trail by a massive 295 runs with Northamptonshire 233 for 7 overnight when play started yesterday, getting 157 further runs from their remaining 3 wickets, and that's the second game in a row where the opposition have scored more than 150 from their last 3 wickets. There's been no runs added. We've had just 1 maiden over from Luke Proctor so far this morning. Mark Steckety played it out. He's made 4. Shane Snater at the other end has 8. But this looks as though it's a matter of when Northamptonshire take the last 2 wickets, and with a slightly dodgy forecast for tomorrow, I rather anticipate they will enforce the follow-on. At the moment, Essex remain 95 for 8. And Sanderson, a dot ball while I was doing that update. Sanderson is in and bowls to Shane Snater. 3 slips crouch. The ball goes instead to Gully. There is no run. Score remaining at 95 for 8. And a massive turnaround from what happened here when Northamptonshire were the last visitors to the county ground in late September 2021, where Essex won the game inside 4 sessions in what was the shortest 4-day game recorded in the county championships since it came in. 4-day games came in 1988. Sanderson on his way again, bowls to Snater. Snater drives and straight down to mid-off, but a pleasant enough shot. Again, there is no run.
Yes, Northamptonshire looking to win at the county championship match at Chelmsford for the first time since 1998. Last game of the season there, Kevin Curran's last match as Northamptonshire captain, when Essex were undone by a combination of Devon Malcolm, Paul Taylor and a young Graham Swan.
As Sanderson's on his way again from the Hayes Close end, bowls and played down to mid-on. No run there. I'm doing both ends at the moment, Andrew. In anticipation, you've still got your piece to do.
No, in fact, I'm clear until midday, so I can sit back in my chair and I'll take up the next over.
Right, well, I wonder if I could ask you to take up straight away.
Right, you are.
Just nip out, see if I can retrieve my glasses.
It's Glasses Watch UK.
Yeah.
Paul Newton's off on the search for his specs. 3 slips in place, and it is Sanderson. Bright sunshine, lovely morning here in Chelmsford. Sanderson from the Hayes Close end in, bowls short, and that's pulled away by Snater, and it just runs away to the man lurking on the deep mid-wicket, deep square leg boundary rather. That's Matt Kelly, and they come through for a single. First run of the morning, 96 for 8 Essex. Snater up to 9. Sanderson in his 17th over. 7 maidens so far, 4 for 25. The second of his wickets yesterday. Sir Alistair Cook was his 300th in first-class cricket, and now his next little milestone is 300 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire, because he had a few for Yorkshire in his brief spell there over a decade ago. And this ball from Sanderson is outside the off-stump, and Steckety shoulders arms, lets it go through to Lewis McManus, end of the over. Snater is 9, Steckety 4, and Essex are 96 for 8, still trailing by 294.
And I, as Dick Davis, have stepped into the seat. I'm about 24 minutes ahead of schedule, so as Paul can get on to more important things like tracking his glasses down, which is important. Good grief! I mean, without mine, I struggle a lot. So I can understand his concern. So good morning to listeners and viewers. And it's going to be Proctor to continue from the river end. Runs away from us, and more importantly, into Steckety, who lets that go through to the keeper, who has 3 slips keeping him company, and then a point looks from here more or less square with the wicket. Cover mid-off, conventional 6-3 field, a mid-on, well I say conventional, a deep square leg almost on the rope, and a long leg in front of the executive boxes. Proctor in again, bowls, and Steckety, Snater I mean, thought about hooking or pulling, and then decided against it, discretion being the better part of valour.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion, just chatting last night to the Northamptonshire coaching team about the selection, and the fact that I think the move to go in with basically 5 seamers has worked so far.
That's thumped away. I can't really describe it any other way. Actually, didn't move his feet a lot and just sort of laid bat on ball and clubbed it out to mid-on, no addition to the score.
Although the point was made by Chris Liddell, Northamptonshire bowling coach, that of course with the next match already thoughts turning to the Oval, which is Northamptonshires next match next week, starting on Thursday against Surrey. One imagines the attack may be slightly different. I'm sure Simon Kerrigan will come back into the reckoning for that one.
And that's outside the off stump, allowed to go by through to the keeper. A very pleasant day here, vastly improved from yesterday. I came along on the first day purely, you know, as a busman's holiday, and I was going to come yesterday, but no. I had a quick walk round the garden and had a look at the fish pond, and I thought, no, I don't expect it's any warmer in Chelmsford.
No, it was a chilly day yesterday. I did feel for people sitting outside.
Yes, quite. And that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
Yes, and that said, the attendances in the first couple of days have been very, very good indeed.
Yes.
Plenty of support here. Yesterday we had quite a big, sizable school party.
Oh, right.
Who were sitting in one of the covered stand over the far side of the ground.
Yes.
So they were making plenty of noise, and then were able to come out onto the outfield at lunchtime and have a little game, and it's good stuff. Good to see.
Yes, indeed. Proctor again outside the off stump, and the batsman has the luxury of just letting it go through to the keeper. We do have the benefit this season of the online commentary screen in front of us. Well, I say us. In front of me at the moment, it's pointing in my direction, not Andrew's.
No, you're fine. I've got it on my laptop.
Oh, he's got
so
it on his laptop anyway, so that's all right.
See what's
So we appreciate that greatly, because we're not right behind the line. We're rarely right behind the line. At the moment, bearing in mind the bowling is going to be from the other end, we're at third man. I'm looking at over the head of second slip, who is Will Young.
Yeah, it's going to be Ben Sanderson to continue from the Hayes close end, bowl his 18th over, 4 for 25 so far. He's coming in to bowl to Mark Steckety, 3 slips in place, and Sanderson just back of a length. And Steckety dropping it down on the offside. Emilio Gay running up from third slip to field. Vasconcelos is at first, Will Young, as Dick mentioned, at second, Emilio Gay at third. Then a backward point, extra cover, big gap. Then until we get round to fairly straight mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And Northamptonshire, one of the things yesterday that counted in their favour was they held their catches, most of them at any rate. Next ball from Sanderson, played up to mid-wicket. It's fielded there by Safe Zabe, and there's no run. Yes, Will Young held 3, including a rebound off Emilio Gay at third, and Gay held a good one low down to catch Paul Walter off the bowling of Sanderson. So it's been something that's not exactly been, shall we say, a hallmark of Northamptonshire's cricket at all times in the past couple of seasons, but yesterday the slips did their job. Will Young has certainly made a big difference. He's held 2 absolute pearlers in the couple of games that he's been in the Northamptonshire side. His Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Steckety doesn't need to play it. Decent carry still from this ball, which is in its 53rd over. Northamptonshire would dearly love to polish the innings off quickly this morning, as Paul Newton mentioned earlier. The forecast for tomorrow, I don't know if you've seen it, Dick, and you know the weather around here much better than I do, but there is some talk of a little bit of light rain tomorrow afternoon. So,
is that? No, I didn't
I think
see that.
I don't think it's going to be a monsoon, but they're saying it's possible that there may be a bit of drizzle about. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that kept a bit low. And Steketee looking to try and force it away through the covers, goes underneath his bat, and it was a nasty one for Lewis McManus to take. They had to sort of stop it on the half volley, didn't take it cleanly, but Vasconcelos tied it up from first slip. Odd ball, Dick, has kept a little bit low.
Excellent. The man has returned with his glasses, wearing his glasses. Yes, it is keeping low. That one especially.
Yeah.
Yes, it crept through.
Good. A nation rejoices. The glasses have been found. 2 balls to go in the over. Here's Sanderson running in from the Hayes close end, bowls again outside the off stump, and once again Steketee doesn't need to play it, and doesn't. He does have
Thanks very much.
He has made half centuries in first class cricket, like Steketee, so no mug with the bat. But they'll need Essex some decent contributions from Snater, Steketee and the last man Sam Cook if they're to deny Northamptonshire at least the option of enforcing the follow-on. They need another 145 runs to avoid that. And the man now being dropped back on the hook at deep square, just in front of square. That's safe save as Sanderson comes in, doesn't bowl short, bowls a good length ball that's forced away into the big gap at mid-wicket, and it's that man out on the deep square leg boundary, safe save was to come into field, as a result of which there is an easy single and Steketee pinches the bowling. He stays on 5, Snater is 9 and Essex 97 for 8, still trailing by 293.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Nice to have resolved the impasse. I'm very happy to say we can't say great things about Essex on the field in this match so far, but I was saying to Andrew and Dick what very polite people were manning the offices here at the club, and sure enough they actually had found my glasses and were able to restore them to me, so very many thanks to whoever originally handed it in, and to the people, excellent people in the reception office. Dot ball here, played to backward point, there's no run, and score remaining at 97 for 8, with a run each to Steketee, who's now moved on to 5, and Snater, who has 9. We're in the 54th over of Essex's so far rather dismal reply to Northamptonshire's handsome 390 as Proctor is in, bowls, and ball just stroked out again. Backward point comes racing in to prevent the ball reaching cover, and 97 for 8, still a massive 293 runs behind.
It's a sign of the times and the sort of preparation and warm down, or rather cool down, that bowlers have these days. And I was going to have a chat with Ben Sanderson after his exploits yesterday, and say picking up Sir Alistair as his 300th first class wicket, and we had to wait a little while because he was having the ice treatment after bowling that number of overs yesterday.
And good point that, we'll elaborate on that. The next ball is played by Snater straight to mid-arm, and once again there will be no run, 97 for 8. And one of the problems Essex have, Andrew, is that for the 3rd time in 4 matches this season, all their pace attack have bowled 30 or more overs in a single innings, and that, when you've got these games that come every week, that really does take it out of players, and that's as much a concern as I think as the overall poor performance of the side so far this season. As Proctor's in bowls and it's played back to the bowler. Essex, for instance, Andrew, play Yorkshire here starting next Thursday, so they don't really get much of a break, and I think they may well need to the quicker bowlers this is to sort of enjoy a week's rest after that, because they do not play in the next round 6, so they will have had a chance to recuperate a little bit before they travel up to Old Trafford in mid-May, as Proctor's in bowls, and this ball a little bit edgily is going to produce 4 runs in all probability. Fieldsman is herring after it, but the ball's going to win the race, and that brings up the Essex 101 for 8, and 4 runs go to Steketee there, who moves along to 9.
Yes, good point. Northamptonshire missed round 2. They played Gloucestershire and then had a week off. So they've set out their round. So it's now sort of back-to-back games for the remaining 3 rounds after this. I think Northamptonshire have obviously benefited. We did mention this earlier, the fact that they've gone in with 5 seamers, so they can share the workload a bit.
And Proctor's in and bowls, and that ball goes through to the keeper. It was dug in short. It didn't really cause the batsman any trouble at all because it was a looping delivery outside off stump, left alone by Steckety, who's joined Snater on 9. And Essex are 101 for 8, desperately trying to use up as much time as they can before the inevitable happens, and one would suspect that the follow-on would be enforced.
Yes, Northamptonshire deciding to leave out Simon Kerrigan for this one, the left-arm spinner, so it gives them, as I say, the 5 seam bowlers, the 5 sort of front-line seamers of Sanderson, Berg, Taylor and Kelly, with Luke Proctor, if you like, as the 5th seamer, although he did a pretty good job yesterday, nipped out a wicket just before the close. But as Chris Little, bowling coach, was saying last night, it may be a different story when they come to go to the Oval next week. Here's Sanderson in again, and that's chipped in the air, back past Sanderson's right hand by Snater. Good bit of fielding coming round at mid-on by Proctor. It was in the air, but it was pretty well wide of Ben Sanderson. Sanderson has already picked up the wickets of Brown, Cook, Walter and Critchley.
And I must actually thank Paul Smith, who says, "Morning, Paul. I handed a pair of glasses into the stewards earlier. Thank you very much."
Sanderson in again, bowls to Snater, who whips that away down to deep backward square, where Zabe fields, and there's another single. Snater into double figures, 10 to him, and Essex to 102 for 8. Yes, while we're talking about messages, and before I forget, I must thank David Stretfield very much indeed for his email. He was talking about, we were mentioning on commentary yesterday about playing tourist matches at outgrounds, and the fact that Northamptonshire played a few games at tourist matches at Manor Fields in Bletchley a few years ago. Pulled away by Steckety. Once again, it's Zabe who's in business down at deep square. That ball just short of a length, pulled away by Steckety for a single. He goes to double figures, he's 10 now. And Essex to 103 for 8. These two have put on 20 runs for the 9th wicket. And he was remembering, I think it was the 84 match, when I'm just getting the email in front of me now, 1984, Milton Small, as Sanderson comes in, and that's played defensively up past Kelly at mid-wicket up to mid-on Proctor Fields, and there's no run. Milton Small playing a Sunday game for us, Great Linford Cricket Club, against a West Indian team from Birmingham. Milton wasn't in the West Indies Test side, came along to watch but ended up playing, and he did play then in the tour match for West Indies against Northamptonshire. They played West Indies there a couple of times in 1980 and 1984, and played Pakistan there in 1987, but they haven't gone back there since, when Northamptonshire have played games at Milton Keynes since then. It's been at Campbell Park. Here's Sanderson bowling outside the off stump. Snater not needing to play it, goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus, and there's no run. So yes, 1987, they were unlucky, I think, the officials at Bletchley that year, because it was very, very wet. Going into the match, they had a lot of rain, and conditions were frankly a bit unpleasant, and I don't think Imran Khan was very keen to play, and it wasn't a great contest really, and they haven't been back there since. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls that driven beautifully back past the bowler by Shane Snater. That's as good a shot as you'll see, and it races away to the boundary at the Hayes Close end for 4. So 14 to Snater, Steckety 10, Essex at the end of the over 107 for 8. Sanderson's bowled 19 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 32, and well, Essex supporters will be mindful of the fact that Northamptonshire's 9th wicket pair put on over 100. Luke Proctor and Gareth Berg yesterday, although, as we were saying, Paul, if there's a better number 10 in the county championship at the moment than Gareth Berg, I'd like to know who it is. 107 for 8 at the end of the over.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember as soon as I saw him down at 10, I mean, I've seen him, I think it was Middlesex, wasn't he, played for at one point?
Middlesex and Hampshire, yeah.
Batting at 6 and making quite good runs, and got a half century against Essex. Here is the start of a new over from Luke Proctor, played out into the covers. There's no run, 107 for 8. And picking up that point, potentially we have an email from Elisatano Shrimper, one of our regular emailers. who says, "Good morning, gentlemen, from a hot and sunny southeastern Spain." Actually, it's rather nice here today, Elisitano. And you say, "Looking for Stecketty's maiden Essex 50 and Snater's bludgeoning technique lasting for an hour or so!" Exclamation mark, dream on, as the next ball's played to mid-on. And you conclude, well, Dick and Paul are Essex's best pairing, so it'll be entertaining whatever happens on the pitch. Well, thank you very much indeed. You sign off as you always do with hasta luego. And here, 107 for 8. Once again, let me thank Paul Smith for handing in my glasses, which I'd left in the toilet area on my way into the ground an hour before play, and only missed them when Luke Proctor was running up to bowl the first ball. This one is outside off stump, and the ball beats the bat there. It goes through to the wicket-keeper. One thing I'd say, Andrew, here, we've seen these two batsmen each play when the ball's been in the slot. Aggressive shots, not harum-scarum shots at all, proper shots. But I was amazed and dismayed yesterday. I went out for a walk, as I was saying to you, Andrew, at 3:20, and Essex were 24 for 1. When I got back 2.5 hours later, there were a mere 75 on the board for 7. Here's a leave outside off stump, and no run there. And I remember Michael Vaughan once on commentary, Andrew, in a test match in Dubai a decade or so ago against Pakistan. And England needed 140 odd to win, and they were about 40 for no wicket. Taken an age to get there, and Phil Tufnell said to Michael Vaughan, "What do you make of it then, Michael?" And he said, "Well, England are just waiting to get out." He said, "They're absolutely strokeless." Just interrupt here as Proctor's in bowls, keeps a bit low, well dug out, well watched by Snater. Ball goes to mid-on, score remains 107 for 8. And from 40 for no wicket, Michael Vaughan's words were prophetic, because England were all out for 72 an hour and a half later. And the point I'm making is, if you become strokeless, you are effectively waiting to get out.
Yes.
Because in the end, you haven't moved the scoreboard at all. And in the end, they will get you out. And probably those coming in, with the innings having lost all momentum, will also go out. Here's a pleasant off drive indeed from Snater, which goes up, from Stecketty, which goes to mid-off. And there is no run. So Stecketty has 14, and there are 10 to Snater, and it's 107 for 8.
Yes, it was unusual to see Sir Alistair Cook becalmed to the extent that he was yesterday. He was out to the 48th ball he faced for 6, and just couldn't get going at all. And yeah, Northamptonshire didn't give the Essex batsmen very much to hit, to be fair, but and there was certainly, it wasn't a question of a series of rash strokes that cost the Essex batsmen their wickets. I think most of them were got out, and Northamptonshire say bowled well, caught well, but yeah, it was just the momentum was so much with Northamptonshire yesterday. But now Essex with a chance to regroup, and Matt Kelly is coming into the attack, the Western Australian from the Hayes close end, replacing Ben Sanderson, and that's outside the off stump first ball. Snater able to leave it.
Yes, I gave the wrong scores there. It's Snater who's got 14 and Stecketty 10. But yeah, that point about the momentum is such a good one, because Essex in conceding, as you may have heard me say earlier, more than 150, first to Warwickshire and now to Northamptonshire, that changes the whole aspect of the game basically, and the side who then have to go in and bat are sort of already under the cosh from the word go.
Here's Kelly in again, this nice angled run that's slashed away for 4 off the outside edge, well wide of third slip, perfectly safely, and it runs down to the boundary at third man to be retrieved down there by Tom Taylor from backward point. Snater up to 18, and it's dreaded Nelson time. Essex 111 for 8, feet off the floor for all the Essex supporters.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness to the top order batsmen, they're under more pressure. Whatever they do, they don't want to get out to a silly shot, whereas a tailender can come in and say, well, they weren't expecting much from me, and so they've got more licence just to throw the bat a bit. But certainly I think Essex's top order need to become more positive.
Here's Kelly in again, bowling to Snater, beats him outside the off stump, half an appeal for a catch behind. Only a little bit of interest from the slip cord, and Kelly wasn't interested, and Lewis McManus fairly tellingly wasn't particularly interested. Stays on 111 for 8. We will of course bring you up to date with what's happening in the other matches around the country. Some interesting ones boiling up, has been the case pretty much all season. Batsmen certainly on top down at Bristol at the moment. Surrey 603 all out yesterday. Gloucestershire 105 for no wicket in reply. Here's Kelly in again, bowls, and that's driven fiercely by Snater and fielded on the bounce. Good stop off his own bowling by Kelly. Didn't stop it cleanly, but just dropped down onto the pitch.
Well, Snater doesn't get big scores or anything like that, or hasn't done, but what I do like about him, he does believe in putting bat to ball as if he means it, and if the bowler hadn't intercepted there, that was going to rocket to the straight boundary. A good shot, and when he came in at Taunton, when Essex scrambled home by 1 wicket, he joined Adam Rossington, and for the first time Essex actually went for their shots.
Here's Kelly in again, bowling to Snater. That's outside the off stump. Snater doesn't need to play it, and doesn't, and it goes through to McManus. Yes, it was interesting. He came in last night at 75 for 7, and I think the first ball or second ball he faced was a very, very wide half volley that we were saying on commentary. He might have needed a line prop to reach, but he went after it, and it did cause probably a sort of sharp intake of breath in the Tom Pearce stand when he was, as I say, just come in at 75 for 7 with a real clatter of wickets. Wheater and Harmer going in successive overs to Kelly, who is in again, bowling to Snater, and that's again off the edge, and again it runs down to third man for 4. There's no third man. Northamptonshire have 3 slips in and a backward point, and it eludes Emilio Gay well wide of him. Runs away for 4. 22 to Snater at the end of the over, and Essex 115 for 8. Steckety is 10. Kelly's bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 39. We were talking yesterday, Paul, about Matt Kelly and the fact that he just seems to have worked out the lengths that he needs to bowl in England. Obviously from Western Australia, having just come over and made his debut in the previous match against Yorkshire. Talking to Chris Liddell last night, Northamptonshire's bowling coach, he said he actually hadn't bowled in England until the Yorkshire match last week. So he's learning quickly, I think, but he certainly picked up a couple of wickets last night by pitching the ball up, bowling it straight.
Here comes Luke Proctor, continuing from the river end. Ball played to mid-off by Steckety, and there is no run. We'll bring Dick Davis to take my place in the end of this over, with Essex 115 for 8, having added 20 this morning, with Snater under 22 and Steckety 10, and certainly Snater's aggression has worked a lot better than the top order batting's timidity, as Proctor's in. Bowls, and that's played. It isn't a particularly good shot from Steckety, but it looked a better shot than it actually was, because there was a nice flourish of the bat into the covers, but actually he didn't time it. It goes straight to backward point. There's no run. 115 for 8, but certainly there is no reason from what we've seen so far why bat shouldn't be put to ball here, as Proctor's in and bowls to Steckety, who keeps out one that kept low, stabs it out in the direction of mid-wicket. There's no run. 115 for 8, but that is one of the features of what we've seen this morning, that probably half a dozen deliveries have distinctly kept low.
Yes, and I think that's probably going to be what Don Topley was saying yesterday, could be the case increasingly. It's funny, isn't it? I'm sure it's partly psychological, but it actually feels like a batting day today. The first time in the match, it actually feels like a batting day.
Proctor's in and bowls, and played off the back foot by Steckety to mid-off, and again there will be no run. 115 for 8. Essex adding 20 so far on a lovely sunny morning here in Chelmsford without losing a wicket, with Snater on to 22, Steckety 10. Emails to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Do you have an address, Andrew?
Yes, if you want it, via Twitter is usually the best way, which is @oldmanrad, RADD.
Proctor's in, bowls, and this ball goes through outside off stump, and no run there. And I was with someone I know you used to know very well indeed, and going back a good few years, Neville Scott at Edgbaston last week, great friend of mine, and I know you and he got on well at Northampton.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, it's I tend to run into Neville every now and again, and I think think last year I caught up with them in Edgbaston, and Northamptonshire actually got a couple of trips to Edgbaston coming up, one in the Championship, one in the T20 Blast, so hopefully get to see Neville there.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. There's a bit of a leading edge here. Steckety was looking to turn the ball into the onside, maybe down to mid-on or mid-wicket, and instead it goes to backward point, but it was all along the ground. The over finishes 115 for 8 on the board, with Essex still trailing by 275 runs. Commentary will pass to Andrew Radd, and he'll be joined by Dick Davis.
Well, Dick comes into his seat. We just bring you up to date with what's happening in the other matches around the country. Mentioned Gloucestershire replying strongly to Surrey's 603 all out, 111 for no wicket, the home side. Down at Bristol, at Southampton, Hampshire 115 for 4 in their second innings. Tight match that against Lancashire. Hampshire 121 runs in front. At Taunton, Warwickshire, the champions, following on against Somerset, bowled out for 209. They just started their second innings. They are 6 for no wicket. Here's Matt Kelly coming in bowling short, very short, and Shane Snater not having to think about playing a shot. And he doesn't, just ducks underneath it, goes through to Lewis McManus. At Headingley, Kent 291 all out. Yorkshire building their lead, 351 for 5. At Trent Bridge in Division 2, Worcestershire 247 for 7 in their second innings. So Worcestershire 140 runs ahead of Nottinghamshire there. Still say it's probably odds on a Notts win today, but a bit of cricket still to be played there. Very good fight back by Worcestershire yesterday. 2 slips and a gully now as Kelly comes in bowls, and that's driven again straight back past the bowler by Shane Snater. Nothing wrong with that shot at all. Chase back towards the boundary at the Hayes close end, and they come through for 2 runs. Snater up to 26 and Essex up to 119 for 8. At Derby, the match between Derbyshire and Glamorgan. Derbyshire all out for 368, Glamorgan 275 for 4. Leicestershire still struggling against Middlesex at Lords. Leicestershire 58 for 4 in their second innings, still trailing Middlesex by 163. And at Hove, Sussex are 387 for 5, replying to Durham's 223 all out. Kelly in again, bowls again, very full, and has driven straight back past the bowler, but fortunately for the bowler, the stumps got in the way, so telling Shane Snater to play straight. You can't play much straighter than that. Went straight back to the stumps, rattled them at the non-striker's end, giving Tom Lungley, the umpire, a bit of work to do to replace the bails. 117 for 8, Essex. So they've added another 22 runs this morning without too many alarms and excursions. Been batting for 35 minutes this morning. Northamptonshire keen to wrap this innings up if they possibly can, as quickly as they can. 2 slips and a gully waiting as Kelly comes in, bowls short again to Snater, who ducks underneath it, watches it sail harmlessly into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Crowd still building, still plenty of spectators coming into the ground, and filling in particular the Tom Pearce stand just to our right, and quite a few as well in the members' seats at the front of the pavilion. And others scattered around the ground in the open seating. Now, changing the field, and Saif Zabe, who has been loitering down there at Deep Square, is now coming in at silly mid-on rather, almost with his foot touching the cuts edge of the pitch itself, very, very straight, right in the batsman's eye line. Kelly in bowls uppishly over extra cover, and there's a big gap there, and it's going to run away for 4. At least I think it is. No, it's not. In fact, it's just pulled up, and all of a sudden, I think it was Tom Taylor down there, realised that he'd got to try and chase it because it wasn't going to go for 4. So the result of which was he had a very, very long chase round from a sort of deep backward point, and they come through for 3. Snater to 27, 120 for 8. It was in the air, but it wasn't anywhere near a fielder, so safe enough.
But that looked as if it had 4 written all over it, didn't it?
It just pulled up about a yard inside the boundary rope, and say Tom Taylor, who I think was just jogging round to sort of retrieve the ball from the front of the sponsors area down there, suddenly realised he had to run. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Steckety this time. who's pushing it up towards mid-off. And that's the end of another over. 27 to Snater, 10 to Steckerty. Essex 120 for 8. Kelly has bowled now 11 overs. 3 maidens, 2 for 44.
Well, these two have looked very secure this morning, but they've obviously got an awful lot of work to do if Essex are not to be in, well, not if Northamptonshire not to have the opportunity to invite Essex again to bat again. 270 is still the deficit, so 121 more Essex need to avoid that. Well, I was going to say possibility. I think probability with the sun, with the forecast for tomorrow not being all that good.
I think the only issue would be if, and we were talking about this off air before we started, if these two and Sam Cook could somehow get it up to lunch, then it's a question of, are there enough? We'll come back to that.
Well, yes, as Proctor moves in, bowls allowed to go by outside the off stump.
Do the seamers have enough in the tank and enough overs in their legs? As I say, Northamptonshire have 5. They have the ability to rotate the seamers, but still it's a lot of overs for them to bowl. And as you say, obviously we are in the situation now where most of the counties have got back-to-back matches. Northamptonshire starting at the Oval on Thursday, so.
Yeah, Proctor moves in again and bowls. Clubbed away again. And the misfield at mid-on, but doesn't accommodate the taking of a single. Sanderson didn't quite field it cleanly, but took enough of the weight off the ball not to allow another run to go through. Another thing that aspect over the last 3 or 4 years that sometimes needs to be borne into mind is that if Essex were to make a very good reply, second innings, having been made to follow on, then Northamptonshire would have to face Harmer on the last innings,
absolutely
which
right.
they might not fancy.
Yeah, no, true enough.
Certainly Harmer's frequently got a hatful of wickets in the 4th innings. Well, it meant in both innings, but the 4th more than any. That's just played back to the bowler and bounces at a height convenient to him so that he can just stop it waist height. And it's almost literally a cloudless blue sky, a stark contrast to what we had to put up with yesterday. Not that I had to put up with it, I was safely ensconced indoors.
Well, we were right in here, but as I did feel for the poor spectators out in the open. There's quite a few layers in evidence yesterday.
There's Proctor outside the off stump. Yes, it's a day that sorts out the genuine supporter, doesn't it, really? Or those who've got nothing else to do.
It was great to see so many kids in the ground there yesterday, so the school party and giving voice and a bit of vocal backing for Essex. Unfortunately, from their point of view, it was they were here when Northamptonshire were pretty much on top. With bat and then with ball, but I think they still enjoyed themselves. I hope they did.
Well, yes, I hope so. They will have done. Well, I mean, that's short of a length, pulled away. Well, there again, clubbed away again, and again it's Sanderson who fields it. But then again, from the children's point of view, they might not all be cricket fans, but anything's better than a day in the classroom, isn't it?
Yes, we wondered actually how we were debating how long they would stay here. As it did get very cold in the afternoon. I think about 3 o'clock. I think.
Well, I think yes,
they gave it best.
I think normally they don't stay longer than they would have done.
No, at school. No,
at school.
That's
no.
right.
As Proctor, Fairhead moves in past umpire Nigel Long, and that's pulled away to the mid-wicket boundary. That is going for 4, and there was no doubt about that. So Snater by far. It has to be said, there hasn't been an awful lot of competition for the honour, but Snater by far the most improved player this season so far. Okay, so the season's only a month old, but both with bat and, well, maybe especially with ball, he really has been quite a revelation. I don't know what he's been up to in the winter or where he's been playing cricket, but he's certainly learned a lot, and looking at the finished item this season.
Yeah, bowled nicely, 24 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 56. Shane Snater, and now he's certainly come to the party with the ball. High score in the innings so far for Essex, 31 not out. These two sharing a very handy little partnership here. They've put on 41 for the 9th wicket. 2 slips and a gully. Here's Matt Kelly from the Hayes close end running towards us in bowls to Steckerty. Looks to try and force that, muscle it back past the bowler, bounces into the ground, and Kelly sticks up a hand and arrests its progress, and there's no run. But no, it is an absolutely gorgeous morning now, and I think the forecast's pretty good for the whole day, and good news as well for all the club cricketers playing today. I think some of in the Northamptonshire League, the top division started last week, but most of the divisions start this week. So I hope everybody has a good game this afternoon. Here's Kelly in again, bowls, and that's driven. Pleasant looking stroke, but not with a great deal of timing, up to deepish mid-off, fielded by Proctor. And there's no run. Steckety looking at his bat in a rather old-fashioned way, as though it just feels it didn't quite ping off the middle as it should have done. And it's obviously the bat's fault.
Yeah, similar situation with club cricket in Essex. The top league, the East Anglian Premier, which is Norfolk, Suffolk, and Essex and Cambridgeshire, I think, started a couple of weeks ago, but the Essex leagues don't actually start generally till next week.
Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Steckety, once again drives up to Proctor at mid-off, and again there's no run.
And if I might be a little bit self-indulgent for a moment, out of character, I must admit, we do a midweek programme on a Wednesday evening now around the wicket, and I'm making a big play of the forthcoming club cricket scene in Essex. Still probably the form of cricket which is closest to my heart, having played it for more decades than I'd care care to admit, and having got a tremendous amount of pleasure and fun out of it. Fun, it's a little word that's gone out of a lot of aspects of life, but it was tremendous fun. You're not missing any cricket because there's a slight delay while almost inevitably somebody doesn't look at the cricket ball. I don't know if cricket balls are not made as well as they used to be, or if cricketers are getting more choosy or looking for opportunities to change it if it's not doing anything.
Yeah, I think I strongly suspect, at the risk of being accused of being cynical, I strongly suspect it's the latter.
Yes, so do I. I'm glad you said it.
It does often seem to be the case that as soon as the ball doesn't do anything for a bit, then they'll go and have a little look at it. But in fact, in this occasion, they don't seem very happy with it, and they are actually going to. Yes. They're trotting the umpires, trotting back to their little area, which I think is at the.
Now, usually somebody comes on with
a box of balls, but there is nobody with a box of balls.
It's his day off, or her day off.
It is, and they're going to take the advantage, I think, of this opportunity just to bring some drinks out. But yeah, the umpires had to go all the way to the boundary in the front of the sponsors area, and I think they seem to have various paraphernalia down there, including the balls. And he's now having a rummage through, like somebody going through the sixpenny box at a second-hand bookshop.
It's always fascinating, yes, or in a charity shop, yes, looking for something.
See what they can find. But no, you're absolutely right about the club cricket, though. As I say, I think my son's got his first game today, I believe, and but to say that the Northamptonshire League, where we just have the one. Most of the county is covered by just the one league, the Northamptonshire League, which has 14 divisions, I think, about 150 teams. But there is also the South Northamptonshire League, which I mustn't forget, and there'll be some clubs involved in matches, I'm sure, in that competition today. And the umpires now, Tom Lungley is trotting all the way back, having presumably come up with a different ball, which he's passed on to the Northamptonshire fielders. Rob Keogh's there, Luke Proctor's there, and of course the bowler's there. Yes. I'm just wondering what would happen if they then said, actually, we don't like this one either.
No, it has happened, hasn't it?
Go and get another one, and then it would be another sprint.
A popular ploy here, I don't see it so often nowadays, but it used to be if they didn't like the ball, which you probably couldn't do at Northampton because of the geography of the place, but put a bowler on this end, deliberately bowl a half volley or something, a juicy shot that could be hit for six into the river just behind us, and there's no choice. You've got to change the ball.
It would not quite work at Northampton. No. Here's Kelly in bowls, and that's flayed away up to mid-off. Who Luke Proctor stops it, not cleanly, and they did wonder whether there might be a single, but the adage about running to a misfield comes to the fore, and they decide not to attempt the misfield. Another expansive shot, this time by Mark Steckety.
Well, there are some residential properties on one side of the ground at at Wantage Road.
Oh, yes,
What I can remember, you could arrange to have the ball hit into their back garden.
Hit into the garden in Clark Road, yes,
Yes.
or in the alleyway that separates the back of the ground from Wantage Road. Yes, you could do that. That's true enough. Here's Kelly in again, bowling outside the off stump. Steckerty lets it go through to McManus, and there's no run. Yes, you can't even, of course, knock it onto the bowling green anymore because the bowling green's not there. It is, well, the grassy area is there, but it's now an outdoor net practice area. They no longer play bowls there, so it's a bit difficult to get rid of a ball that you don't want at Northampton. But they do at least have a man with the boxer balls that comes out. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Steckerty, goes into the back foot, ball just short of a length, punches it up to Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. End of the over, which seemed to have lasted a very long time. It was a maiden.
Yes.
Kelly 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 44, and at the end of the over, Essex 124 for 8. The partnership still worth 41, with Snater on 31 and Steckerty on 10.
I know, or hope, that there are plenty of Northamptonshire listeners and viewers, and I've mentioned it off air, but must admit I was delighted to see Northampton win a very, very exciting game against Harlequins last night on the television,
yes,
and that warmed the cockles of my heart as well, since I'm a supporter of another London club. So anybody who beats Harlequins is good in my book. But it was a tremendous game of rugby, irrespective.
Yes, I was listening to some of it on our commentary on BBC Radio Northampton through BBC Sounds on my phone, and it sounded a terrific finish. James Grayson kicking the penalty to give Saints the win, 32-31.
And now they stand a chance of getting into the top 4.
Yeah, but they're in the top 4 now. Just got to try and stay there.
Yes,
Taylor into
quite.
the attack.
That's whipped away backward of square down to. I rather undervalued that. I thought it was going straight to the fielder down at long leg, but it was finer than that, and went into the boundary boards just right in front of the sycamore tree, which is looking splendid. Well, actually, it's looking splendid-ish. There's a bit of it at the top, which seems to have sprouted a bit more than the rest of it. But
it needs the bit of topiary on there, doesn't it? Just to get rid of the.
Well, I wouldn't want to get up there and do it.
No, somebody else can do that. Yeah, Tom Taylor into the attack and just first ball straying on leg stump, just able to whip it away. Snater.
Yeah, Taylor again wearing number 12. Past umpire Nigel Long. Oh, and
same again.
Clipped away for 4 more. Much finer than that is. In fact, only just beyond the edge of the sheeting which forms the sight screen at that end. So 2 rather wayward deliveries to open Taylor's stint, and of both of which Snater took full advantage. I think that's grammatically correct. I got in a bit of a mess there, but I think that came out okay in the end.
I think Mark the homework. We'll give you an A- for that. Very good.
Thank you. So Taylor again looking to improve his line a little bit. Moves in again, right arm over the wicket. Bowls, and that's outside Snater's off stump. Goes through to the wicketkeeper. Still the same field, I think. Yes, 3 slips, a point rather than a gully, a cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a long leg. Yeah, same as Proctor had. And Essex, have had a good morning. You can't argue with the fact they've had a good morning, a good first 50 minutes, but they're still in a bit of a mess, has to be said. Still 258 behind, with only 2 wickets in hand. That's outside the off stump, but not a long way outside the off stump. I don't know if we can see that on the replay. It did sort of come back a little bit, maybe. Just looking at it now.
No, I just wonder. It will be interesting. We haven't seen Gareth Berg this morning. We've seen the other 4 members of Northamptonshire's 5-pronged seam attack. Berg in earnest conversation at the moment with Ben Sanderson. I just wonder whether the other option, they may just possibly, if this partnership stretches on for another few overs, possibly think about getting Rob Keogh's off spin on. Often handy to break a partnership. He has a bit of previous in that respect.
Yes. Taylor in again. Oh, and a loud appeal for LBW, but sounded a little bit of bad, don't know which order, but The important thing is it doesn't meet with the approval of umpire Nigel Long. We are having a replay on the picture. Just have a look at. Well, we still can't really see because the picture wasn't actually from right behind the line. But
I just got it. It looked as though it probably did a bit too much. There may have been a bit of bat, which you couldn't really see from there, but it looked as though it was probably missing leg stump anyway.
As Taylor moves in again and bowls to Snater. Snater, not the most elegant of shots, but effective, and just thumps it back to the bowler. And Essex are 132 for 8 after 62 overs of their innings, with Snater not out 39, Steckety not out 10. So Steckety's only added 6 to his overnight score, whereas Snater's improved his to the tune of 31.
Yeah, it's been impressive. It's been sensible batting, hasn't it?
It has.
It's been good cricket awareness. We've said about a few going down aerially through the slip cordon, but there's only 3 slips in. There's a huge gap, massive gap. There's no gully, so it's fair enough if they sort of fancy that the option is there. And I think these two have chosen the right options. Northamptonshire, with a bit of thinking to do. Here's Kelly about to start another over from the Hayes close end. 2 slips in the gully, and he's bowling outside the off stump to Steckety, who leaves. And we have the usual bout of histrionics whenever a batsman leaves the ball outside the off stump, just to suggest that it was missing by the proverbial coat of varnish.
That's right. Oh, you were lucky there, mate. Oh dear.
But and now there's a real brains trust going on in the slip cordon at the moment with Will Young delivering his paper on something or other, to the rapt attention of Ricardo Vasconcelos and Lewis McManus. Emilio Gay in the gully doesn't seem too interested. Here's Kelly in again, bowls, and Steckety plays that out into the covers, fielded by Rob Keogh. An extra, and there's no run. Keogh gesturing to the dressing room for something, maybe for something for Gareth Berg, who's down at long leg in front of the scoreboard, and so he's the only member of the Northamptonshire seam attack not to have bowled this morning. I think he's just going through a few gentle warming up exercises, so maybe he will be given a little role in the not too distant future. Played so well yesterday, 75. His high score for Northamptonshire. Luke Proctor's 113 was his high score for Northamptonshire. Together they put on over 100 for the 9th wicket. Here's Kelly in again, bowls, and that's run down into the gully on the bounce by Steckety. Stopped there by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. There's no third man, so if it does manage to elude the cordon, then it's runs.
We've had an email from Paul, and it's mainly addressed to his namesake, Paul Newton, and he says, I handed a pair of glasses into the stewards earlier this morning, so he may well be the fellow. In fact, he probably is, because not many people are careless enough to leave their glasses lying around.
Here's Kelly in again, bowls, and Steckety just across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on, fielded there by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. 132 for 8. It stays. I'll just be updating BBC Radio Northampton in about 5 minutes' time, something like that, into their news at midday. Northamptonshire striving for this first breakthrough of the morning, but they've been denied it by some good sensible batting, positive batting as well, by these two, who have put on 49 for the 9th wicket. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Steckety, who's watchfully in defence, playing it up to mid-on for Proctor to field, and there's no run. A few of their members or sponsors maybe sitting out on the balcony at the far end of the ground in shirt sleeves, which gives you an idea. They're in the full sun there. It gives you an idea of how conditions have changed. They wouldn't have done that yesterday.
No.
At least not for very long, put it that way. 30 seconds maximum, I would suggest. Here's Kelly turning at the end of his mark and running in to bowl to Mark Steckety, who's played that into the big gap at mid-wicket. They get a single, and that's 50 partnership between these two for the 9th wicket takes Steketee up to 11. Snater's made 38 of the 50 runs, 11 to Steketee and an extra, and that 50 partnership coming in around about 70 minutes off 105 balls, so well played those two. And that's the end of another over. 133 for 8, 39 to Snater, 11 to Steketee, partnership worth 50.
Yes, indeed, off 105 deliveries, and yep, it's been very, very good this morning. As I say, from in isolation, it's been a very good morning from Essex's point of view, but you can't really judge it in isolation. It's still, the situation is that Essex trail by 257, so they still need 108 more to avoid the likelihood, I think, of the follow-on if it's possible. That's just played out to mid-off, no addition to the score. Still Taylor from this, the river end, the end from which we commentate. And another little conversation going on at mid-off regarding tactics. We need to break this week. In cricket, there are a few things more annoying for the fielding side than when you get the first 8 out cheaply, and then the rest hang around a bit, and Essex have been guilty of this repeatedly over the years. That's outside the off stump. They flattered a deceive. The spectators get all excited. The media, even as much as we dare, get excited, and we don't. Neither Paul nor I dare get too excited at our age, but. And then yes, there's frequently the last 2 or 3 add on a lot. And today it's Essex who are mounting this excellent rearguard recovery, or partial recovery, as Taylor moves in and bowls. And that's flailed out into the offside. It wasn't actually where intended. He was looking through extra cover and played the shot as if it was extra cover, and therefore I looked at it for it at extra cover and then saw it had actually gone down to wide third man in front of the retirement apartments in that south-east corner of the ground. But they all count, they all look the same in the book, whether they're off the edge or the middle. 4 more runs to Snater, and Essex move on to 137 for 8, with Snater on 39.
Yes, the old double bluff did us
it wasn't Snater, I beg your pardon, it was Steketee. I beg his pardon. Yes, the old double bluff. As Steketee it is, of course, faces up. And pulls this away, and this is going to be 1, and it's very, very well and cleanly fielded. It's the sort of instance where, because it was right on the boundary, if the fielder had made the slightest little mistake, it would have allowed the luxury of taking of a second, but he didn't. He fielded it well, didn't juggle it at all, so they had to settle for 1. Good fielding.
Yeah, Luke Proctor out there. I shall just go and update BBC Radio Northampton, and I'm sure Paul will come in and join you, Dick, for a bit.
Right, thanks Andrew, very much indeed. Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northamptonshire, and haven't seen him for a few years, but it makes it all the more valuable when we do. And the next delivery outside the off stump goes through to the wicket-keeper. No addition to the score, and for the first time this season I can have the pleasure, it won't always be a pleasure, but for the first time it is a pleasure, of saying hello to and good morning and welcome to a new season to Paul Newton, who's now playing around with the microphones and isn't in a position to respond accordingly.
Au contraire.
You sound just like Del Boy.
Well, there are worse people to sound just
there
like.
There are indeed. There are. And that's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper. So yes, good to see you, good morning.
And you. Yeah, it is a very good morning, and remarkably, I don't think we'd have quite believed the score would be 138 for 8, but I know I keep labouring the point, but these two batsmen have played positive cricket. They've not flung the bat indiscriminately, but when they have gone after the ball, they've really given it the full flourish of the bat, so that the ball, if it's gone in the air at all, is likely to clear any fielders. And Shane Snater, for me, could teach some of the supposedly much better Essex batsmen a thing or two about mindset. I know it's one of your keen theories, and you're quite right, Dick, that the cricket takes place in the small area between the ears. It's so much of it is in the mind, and for me, a lot of the batsmen in the top order are almost scared to play any shots.
Yes, it does seem like it.
So we see the start of the next over from Kelly, bowling from the Hayes close end, and this is allowed to go through outside off stump. 138 for 8. For instance, Dick, when I was at Edgbaston last week, I noted that in a period of batting up to lunch, I said to the Warwickshire commentators, I don't recall any shot being played to a ball that was outside off stump. All the top order batsmen were just leaving them. But there comes a point, you're meant to be able to play some shots, and not asking him to do anything reckless. Here's the next delivery from Kelly, and that ball has wrapped Steckety on the pad, but it looked very much as though it was going down leg side. Score remaining 138 for 8. And what has really impressed me this morning, if you'd come and watched and you didn't know what had happened in this game before, and you saw this 9th wicket pair putting on a 50 partnership, and someone said, have a guess at what the score was when they came together, you'd sort of say, well, it's 350, something like that.
Yes, you would.
Because really, it does, I'm afraid, underline the sort of mental frailty of those near the top of the order. 2 slips in the gully, and Kelly bowls, and Steckety puts a dead bat on the ball. What's also been impressive about Steckety and Snater this morning is that although they've thrown the bat from time to time, that ball's been keeping a bit low, and they've watched it really well and kept 2 or 3 that would have, if they hadn't been watching really well, would have either bowled them or trapped them LBW.
Yes, indeed, yes. I mean, we obviously don't know much about Steckety's credentials, either with bat or ball, but he came here as an unknown quantity to most of us. But yes, he's looking useful.
As Kelly's on his way in again, bowls to Steckety, turns it into the onside. There'll be no run. 138 for 8 goes to mid-on, and yes, I was just thinking when you said we obviously don't know much about. I was longing to interrupt and say cricket, but anyway, we'll leave the listener to be the judge of that. But it is marvellous to get a lovely, quite warm, sunny day here today.
It is indeed. It's unlike you not to interrupt when you feel like it.
Yes, it is actually. I remember thinking this is very unlike me to
it is.
Restrain myself.
And I'm used to being interrupted. I've been married for many years.
Indeed. As Kelly's in. Bowls to Steckety, who swats this one away and rolls the wrist admirably. And gets a single to long leg. But he did really well there, because it had been very easy for a tail-ender just to lob that one up in the air, but played it admirably. 139 for 8, and Steckety has 17.
And Snater 39, and is still trailed by 251, so the Northamptonshire skipper may have an interesting decision to make.
Kelly in bowls, and that's very nicely played. Beautiful timing from Snater. 4 runs with a lovely straight drive, just splitting bowler and mid-on. But it was the timing there, because he didn't really... He is a very strong man, Shane Snater, but he didn't have to be there. It was all timing. 43 to him, and 143 for 8. So the deficit down to 247. 47, thank you.
That's right, I've got it on the screen in front of me. It's not that my mental arithmetic is brilliant, but I do know that means that Essex need fewer than 100 to avoid the follow-on.
Piece of cake.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Once again, anybody watching this Essex innings would say, I couldn't understand their batting order. you know, the best two batsmen seem to come down almost too late.
Well, yes. I mean, you did make the observation earlier that in a way it's easier low down because the pressure's off, but nonetheless you've still got to have the technique to do it as Taylor moves in and bowls. And well, where on earth has that gone? Oh, it's gone out to square leg.
Yeah, he was aiming it into the offside.
Well, yes, that will be an interesting replay if we get one. That's right, I'm not actually necessarily asking for one. I know that I was talking to the camera lady, Hayley, earlier on, who said that you know, if we particularly home in on a subject, then there is the ability to follow our comments, but no, not really necessary yet. As Taylor moves in, bowls, and that's hit hard. I mean, both these batsmen are playing with authority as well. There's nothing diffident about them. They're putting bat to ball with purpose, even the defensive shots.
Yeah, that's perfectly described, because this is just what I'm not seeing from so many people who are actually good players but don't look it at the moment. And that's exactly the word. They're playing diffidently, is that they don't trust their own abilities and technique.
I suppose as that's flailed out into the offside, that will almost definitely make the boundary, and it does, yes. I just about got away with that one, and that was played through extra cover for another delightful boundary. Takes Snater on to 43.
47 then.
47, that was before the 7, so one more of those and he'll have half a century.
And when I say I hope he gets it, he's played so well out there, you'd have to say it would be well deserved if he does.
Oh, good Lord, yes. 148 for 8, still trailed by 242. Courtesy of the instant arithmetic on the screen and on the scoreboard. As that's just nudged down to third man for 4. It was well played. That brings up Snater's 50. That was one of those shots that was very effective, because the bat was quite a long way from the pad and the body, and it was purely hand-eye coordination. It's one of those shots that had he got out to it, and had he been a higher order batsman, not from a number whatever he came in at, 8, but if a higher order batsman had played that shot and not done it effectively, got the edge, then people would have said, why did he just hang his bat out like that? But under these circumstances, it was well done. There is now a gully. It was 3 slips, but it's now 2 slips and a gully. And inevitably the gap between the two, you can't cover it.
Well, no, that would still have been 4.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, certainly. I'm just identifying the field changes. That's played out to mid-on. And to Sanderson.
Yeah, and his 50, interestingly, has come from just 66 deliveries. Now, when you think, as I've been saying earlier, that I went on a walk for 2.5 hours yesterday afternoon, and while I was gone, Essex scored 50 in the equivalent of more than a session, and lost 6 wickets. It does show you the benefits. I know it doesn't always work, but it shows you the benefits of a couple of guys saying, right, let's not die wondering here.
No, that's right. Taylor in again. Played again. I keep wanting to use that phrase with authority, because that was a positive shot. It was non-productive but it was a good-looking shot, and driven out to mid-on. And the on-drive is a difficult shot to play, even when you're not looking to hit a boundary, but just to get in the right position, and that was very well played. End of the over, 152 for 8, 238 in arrears. The batsmen have a little chat in the middle of the wicket. I think that was just the applause was greeting, I think, the announcement over the loudspeaker as the details of that 50 by Snater.
Yeah, 9 fours, I think I heard him say, and I think it would be 60 4 or 5 balls for the 50, the actual 50 itself, coming off 65 balls and 9 fours, and a terrifically good innings as well. It's not been fluky. I don't think he's given a chance, and he's proved that really those who batted before him didn't make a particularly good job of it. I know the conditions are much nicer for batting today,
yes.
But having said that, you often get a bit of movement early on at Chelmsford. That first hour can take a bit of playing, but for me it's the positivity with which these two have set about things. I remember Steckety playing a lovely off drive to about the second ball of the day, and he went straight to the fieldsman, but again the intent was there to put bat to ball. As we see a bowling change here as Gareth Berg comes into the attack from the Hayes close end for the first time today, and his first ball is played carefully back to the bowler by Steckety. So no runs, score remaining 152 for 8, and this partnership is now worth 69, and as almost was getting toward doubling the score in point of fact. It was 83 when they came together. Berg is in, just 2 slips, no gully, bowls, that's a leave outside off stump. And another factor here, Dick, is that yesterday the beauty of it for Northamptonshire was that whereas the Essex quicker bowlers were having to bowl 30 overs in an innings each, they had bowled very few overs to get those 8 wickets down, but this pair now are obliging the 5-man seam attack to bowl quite a lot more overs.
Yes, they are. Good point.
Gareth Berg in again, bowls. That ball is played back to the bowler. Berg, who made a terrific ebullient 75 yesterday, and of course not the least of Essex's woes has been the way that the last 3 wickets, both at Edgbaston and here at Chelmsford in consecutive games, have converted what had looked at the time the 8th wicket partnership began for Essex's opponents to be quite an evenly matched game. Was taken completely out of their reach, certainly in terms of any hope of Essex winning a game, as Berg is in again and bowls. Always takes out the leg stump, and that rather was a letdown to the previous excellent work from Steckety, because there he seemed to me to rather take his eye off the ball as he went to pull a ball that by definition was straight, because it's taken out his stump. And so 152 for 9. We're just watching the replay of that, and yes, that was, I'm afraid, a rather reckless wild swing. It kept a bit low, and whereas both these batsmen had carefully watched everything that had kept low previously, here Steckety played a rather impulsive shot and missed it by a mile. So well done to Gareth Berg. The bowling change has worked a treat for Northamptonshire, and Essex lose their 9th wicket, 152 for 9, still trailing by 238.
A good opportunity to read another email this morning. Good morning, gentlemen, from a hot and sunny southeastern Spain. This is from Ilicitano Shrimper. Looking for Steckety's maiden Essex 50, which with Snater's bludgeoning technique lasting for an hour or so. Dream on, he says. And thank you very much for the final sentence, which modesty forbids my reading. And then, now he told me how to pronounce this when I was down in Taunton. Hasta Luego?
Hasta Luego.
Yes, thank you. So thanks, Ilicitano, very much for the email, and especially its contents. And I think we've had 1 or 2 more emails in as well. If I can... the Grumbler says, lovely to hear you and Paul this morning, and... oh dear. You are the Statler and Waldorf of county cricket. See picture. Yes, thank you. Not dissimilar, I must admit. Come back to the rest of the email, re-Steckety in a moment.
As this ball is bowled by Berg to Sam Cook, Essex's final batsman, and he plays it quite confidently actually down to mid-on. There's no run, and Essex remain 152 for 9, and Snater with a quite excellent 51 not out.
The Grumbler says, Steckity has been very unlucky in his bowling figures this season, in my opinion, especially on Thursday in this game, aside from the hour or so against Burgess at Edgbaston.
Berg bowls again, and exactly the same thing happens. Cook comes forward, plays it out of the middle of the bat to mid-on. Again, there will be no run. Well done to Gareth Berg, continuing to have a good match here after 75 with the bat. And Northamptonshire finally have their breakthrough, which took them an hour and a quarter to get it, with Steckity finally going bowled for 18 by Berg, 152 for 9, Essex trail by 238.
He also says, on what he points out as a non-serious point, well, I don't know, it's factual though, 50% of his name, that is Steckity's name, consists of one letter, like Millwall in football. Has there ever been a cricketer like this before? I'm sure there must have been, but... who was that fellow we used to drool over who played for Derbyshire? Cricken or something, wasn't it? Didn't he?
Oh, Carl Cricken. Special K, as I called him. Yes, he had 4 Ks in his name.
But the surname was K...
K-R-I-K-K-E-N.
Oh, so he did have...
and Carl was with a K.
So it wasn't quite 50%, it was 3/7.
But it was, it was a terrific effort to have 4 Ks in your name.
That includes the first. Right, change of bowling at this end, and it sees Rob Keogh coming into the attack. Well, Andrew thought he might, and he moves in now to bowl to Snater, and play back to the bowler. No addition to the score. I think we've had another email in. I'll try and do that at the moment, or Paul could. Let Paul earn his keep. And
now
Snater moves in again and bowls. Has to get played down to third man. It won't go. Well, it might beat no, it doesn't quite beat the fielder to the boundary. They go through for 2 though, comfortably. Now Sam Cook coming in at 11. I know most people say about tail enders now, and to a large extent it's true, which is one of the side benefits of one day cricket. There's no such thing as a genuine tail ender like there used to be in the old days. That's whipped away down to long on for a single, but Cook is very useful, number 11, and I remember Paul and I think it was, we were at Headingley a few seasons ago, and not only did he avert the follow on then, but went on to make a sizable score.
Yes, I think he got 37. The partnership for the last wicket with Peter Siddle was worth 87.
Yes.
And it saved the follow-on, as you were saying.
And that's nudged away backward of square, and they go for a single. Score moves on to 156 for 9, a deficit of 234. I think Paul's found another email. Such is the brightness of the day, it's not that easy to read our screens, actually, which is a disadvantage in a way, but we'd put up with that just for the weather. That's pushed back to the bowler, who is Rob Keogh.
Michael Alexander says, horrible when you fish for glasses at night, Paul, eager for the convenience. Come back to that in a moment.
As Keogh moves in, bowls, it's worked away, well, nudged away to short square leg, well, bat pad almost. End of the over, and Essex have moved on to 156 for 9, with Snater not out 54 and Sam Cook not out 1.
Yes, Mike sent this actually quite a while ago. Said Mike, North London out doing chores, so started the feed. I appreciate conversationally you will have moved on. 11:16 at the moment, 43 minutes behind. Thank you very much, Michael. And we've also heard from Nick Hines in Crete, I suspect.
Hanya.
That's right. He says this partnership, this was before the wicket fell, is in danger of earning Essex a batting bonus point. Something that looked impossible at the start of play this morning. Exclamation mark, would be our first batting point since the opening day of the season. That is one heck of a good point as Berg is in and bowls, and this ball is hit back past the bowler and to mid-on. There is no run, 156 for 9, but to say, the opening day of the season, first batting bonus point. Taunton, of course, 180 and 84. Edgbaston, I think they got something like 170 odd in the first innings there, and of course 95 for 8 overnight here. Berg is in, bowls to Cook, plays it defensively up to mid-off. There's no run, 156 for 9. But Essex just back too slowly, Dick. They struggle to reach 300, even if they're not bowled out, before a full day's play. And I think it would be in their interests to try and take a bit more of the initiative.
Yes. Yes, one of the numerous adages in cricket, come back to that after this delivery,
which Berg bowls to Sam Cook, still to get off the mark, but perfectly safely, dabs it down to gully, there's no run.
One of them is, the longer you stay out there, the easier batting becomes. Well, I'd add the rider to that. As long as that time that you've been staying out there, you have batted with a certain confidence and authority. If you've just sort of poked and prodded and been scared of your own shadow, then it actually becomes more difficult the longer you stay out there.
Indeed, as Berg just making 1 or 2 adjustments to the field. We've got a short mid-wicket put in now as he comes in and bowls to Cook, plays it back down the pitch, and it could be one of these occasions where 2 different Cooks bat within 10 minutes of each other, because Sam Cook will definitely be at the crease when the last wicket falls, whether he's the man out or not. And Alistair Cook, about 10 minutes later, assuming that Northamptonshire, if they get this last wicket, which they almost certainly will, to be in a position to enforce the follow-on, assuming they duly do so, as Berg is in, bowls, and it's played down to mid-on. And for all the fact that the Northampton bowlers have bowled quite a few overs this morning, but nobody's had to bowl a great number, and they'll have had a decent rest overnight. So I would think we're not talking about an attack that would be exhausted after bowling Essex out once, and they'll just be mindful of a less good forecast tomorrow. As Berg is in, bowls to Sam Cook, and that goes right through him. He groped at that and is fortunate that it neither hit his stumps nor took the edge of the bat. Good delivery from Berg, who's such a useful cricketer. I was very surprised when Middlesex let him go back in the day, and his career has sort of had its ups and downs since, but when he's on form, he's well worth having. Yes. 156 for 9.
Did he go straight to Northamptonshire, or did he go via Hampshire?
Yeah, I think he definitely went somewhere else in between.
I'm pretty sure it was Hampshire.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'll have a look.
Well, oh yes, you've got the poor man's Wisden. Yes, I get a nod of agreement from Andrew, and he would know. Yes, he did go via Hampshire.
Yep, you're quite right.
As Keogh moves in and bowls, and that's played out to Taylor in front of us, just fielding below us, the Riverside stand, at the back of which we commentate on these matches, and are very pleased to do so. Keogh, tall man, wearing number 21, moves in, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's just helped on its way round the corner, and they amble through for a very comfortable single, or yes, leg by, signalled. Not as athletically as some do, but signalled by umpire Nigel Long, former Kent player. Which brings Snater, the man of the morning, onto the strike, and he plays that down to long leg for another single, moving him on to 55. Sam Cook on a single. Essex won 59 for 9. Keogh in again, and that's just played an immaculate full defensive shot by Cook, head over the ball. Everything as one is taught the basics of the game, or used to be taught the basics of the game. Whether they still are, I don't know. In again, down the leg side, and Cook declines to play. Goes to keeper Lewis McManus, also formerly of Hampshire, I'd have thought. No, I'm not sure. And that's just played back to the bowler. end of the over. Players change clubs so frequently now, it's quite difficult to keep up with. There was a time, when it was, if not headline news, quite extraordinary for a player to go from one club to another. But now it would be an exaggeration to say it's become like footballers, but there certainly is a lot more mobility than there used to be. So 159 for 9, it's 25 past 12. I've got another 5 minutes of my stint, and then Andrew will join Paul for the last half hour before lunch. Well, of course, it might be longer than a half hour if these two stay together, according to the regulations.
Berg continues from the Hayes close end, bowls, and another run to Snater, who's playing a rather different style than he was earlier. Earlier he was really going for the ball.
Yes.
Now he's quite happy just to flick the ball away for a single, which he's doing with aplomb. In fact, his whole innings has been outstanding. He's made 57 from 75 balls and given the complete lie to all that had gone before. Previously, Essex had been so strokeless yesterday, quite apart from the wickets they lost, and he and Steckety came out and put that to ball, and shows what can be done if you have a positive mindset. 160 for 9 as Berg's in and bowls to Cook. Cook's off the mark here with a nice shot, stylishly through mid-wicket, chased back by Tom Taylor, will produce 2 runs, and Cook underway with a brace, the score to 162 for 9. In fact, he already had 1, so he's now got 3.
Indeed, he had.
But decent shot.
It was.
Has to be said. You can't see anything in the way this pitch has behaved today to explain how you could be 95 for 8 as
No.
Berg is in and bowls a long way outside off stump and left to the offices of Lewis McManus.
No, I wasn't here yesterday, and I didn't watch it on the live stream. I was found other things to do. So, no, I have no idea.
And those other things made a good decision for you from if you're an Essex supporter, which you are.
Yes.
As Berg is on his way again. 2 slips. And they are Vasconcelos and Young, and this ball is just played back to the bowler. And 162 for 9 remains the score.
You're listening to commentary via BBC Essex and BBC Radio Northamptonshire or Northamptonshire. Anyway, regular listeners to that station will know.
Berg bowls. Another leave outside off stump. It was coming back, so it didn't miss the stumps by that much. We've heard from Chris Jones at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and he says, on the subject of 50% of a player's surname being one letter, Steckety is batting with Cook. What a good observation, because
Indeed.
Of course, the ones with only 4 letters. There will have been several of those, actually. Reed comes to mind when it's spelt R-E-E-D, as here this ball is played down to mid-off, and there is no run. Score 162 for 9. Another over ends. 71 have now been bowled. New ball due, should this innings still be in progress, in 9 overs' time.
Well, going down that little cul-de-sac of conversation, I think I vaguely remember in the dim and distant past a player called Dodd with one D-O-D, so he had 66% of his name, nearer 67% of his name, the same letter. But as you say, the shorter, then...
Did you say D-O-double-D then?
No, well, yes, there's probably been more than one with D-O-double-D, and of course...
75%.
And Essex had Dickie Dodds, which was 60%.
Yeah.
We're only talking of his surname.
We'll distract you with a bit of cricket every now and then.
Well, this was between the overs, I hasten to add. We have been reminded to describe the ball and balls, and that's worked way backward of square. But, they come through for 2 runs.
Yeah, it was a decent call by Snater there, because he was having to make it to the wicket-keeper's end, the danger end, throw coming in from the square leg boundary. Cook was slow to respond, but the throw went to the wicket-keeper's end anyway.
Snater again. That seemed to be given just a little bit more air, possibly, but he plays it out into the mid-wicket area for another single. There's a rare cloud passes over the sun, but very briefly. Looking up to see it, I also see an aeroplane leaving a vapour trail above the ground. As Keogh moves in again, slightly short of a length, just helped on its way more or less square on the leg side, possibly slightly backward of square, but not much in it. And the score moves on to 166 for 9. Snater not out 60. Cook SJ not out 4. And it's the former of those two, Snater, who goes forward and then takes the bat out of the way, goes through to keeper.
Well, on this evidence, Snater would justify being pushed up a slot or two in the order.
Well, he would, but as long as they don't go mad, as you've said, it's easier batting low down than high up. So if they do push him up, I hope they don't go mad. Maybe 8 to 7, but then again, there are other slots to fill. In this side that's playing today, if you put him at 7, then who on earth do you swap with him?
Well, virtually anyone, actually, because the others are not in form.
As it happens, yes, but yeah. The over is concluded by a defensive shot from Cook, and which not only concludes the over, but concludes my stint. And I'll plug Andrew's microphone back in, and he'll be joining Paul for the last half hour or so.
Thank you very much to Dick Davis, and we've heard from Chris Grant. Thanks, Chris. You say, hello, Dick, Paul and Andrew. I totally agree with Paul's assertion that the Essex top-order batting has been too negative this season. Opposition bowlers are not put under any pressure, and their overall run rate must be among the lowest in the country, when in the past it has always been amongst the best. A more positive outlook would pay dividends as well as points. As Berg is on his way in, 167 for 9. Bowled, Peel for LBW, I think might have been just going down leg side and might also have been turned down for height there. What did you think, Andrew?
Yeah, I think it just didn't look quite right, did it? And I also wonder if he may even have just got himself outside the line. Either way, I think there was enough doubt for Tom Lungley to rule in the batsman's favour. It's an interesting point that the correspondent makes there, because Northamptonshire have almost been trying to do the opposite, which we'll come on to after this ball.
Berg bowls to Snater this time and single into the onside, who move him along to 62, score to 168 for 9.
Talking to Rob Keogh the other evening after the first day's play here, and he was saying that Northamptonshire in the past have always liked to go out and be very aggressive and attacking and positive with the bat, and they have worked out. It hasn't taken long, thankfully, in Division 1, where you've got better attacks, that you actually sometimes, as on the first day here, need to score at 2.5 and over and just pull your horns in a little bit.
Berg bowls, and that's short, outside off stump, and Cook just leans out of the way of it and remains on 4, 168 for 9.
So ultimately it boils down to playing situations, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And I think on the first day here, put into bat on a pitch that was doing a bit, and according to Rob Keogh was basically doing a bit all day through the air off the pitch, then to finish 233 for 7 wasn't a bad return.
Berg bowls, and the ball is just punched off the back foot square on the offside. Sanderson fields, there's no run, 168 for 9. Yes, I think the difference is if you've got wickets to play with, and you consider that it's tricky batting, then if you get a little bit bogged down, that's one thing. The problem comes when all momentum is lost from an innings and the wickets are going down. Then I think it's as you say, you play the situation. You say, well, I wouldn't have done this an hour ago, but now I am going to throw the bat a bit. As Berg is in, And bowls, Cook plays and misses at this. Good delivery from Berg, who's bowled very well here. Got the one breakthrough Northamptonshire have had so far in over an hour and a half's play. Clean bowling Steckety, and it was by far the most reckless shot of the morning. Whereas all the previous hits, the batsman had kept his eye on the ball, but to the ball that got Steckety, he just lifted his head and tried to pull it into the onside, and it was too straight. He picked the wrong ball to do that too, as Berg is in. And bowls and Cookers just turn this round the corner, and we'll pick up a single, his 5th run, 169 for 9 at the end of that Berg over. Just to finish off Chris Grant's email, and he praises you, Andrew. He says, on another issue, a big thank you to Andrew for his totally unbiased commentary. It was the same with the Warwickshire commentators last week, and in total contrast with some who seem to forget they're employed by the BBC, not their own counties. A little bias towards your own team is understandable, but some, no names needed, are too much like cheerleaders. Apologies for the rant, and come on, you Essex.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Grant. I think I'll take that as a compliment. Here's Rob Keogh starting a fresh over from this river end and bowling to Sam Cook, who just opens the face, runs it wide of the man at slip and picks up a comfortable single. Cook to 6 and Essex to 170 for 9, trailing by 220. Yes, I've had a tweet for which many thanks to Michael Wells, Northamptonshire supporter, in the form of a little poem, which I'll come to in a second after this ball from Rob Keogh. It doesn't take too long between deliveries, just a slip in there as the close field, and that's worked away into the onside by Shane Snater. They've come through for 1, that's all they'll be, because Ben Sanderson's quickly off the deep mid-wicket boundary, fielding in front of the Northamptonshire dressing room down there, and keeps it to a single. Snater up to 63, Essex to 171 for 9. Michael says, Sun in Rushden, Chelmsford 2, Saints victorious, Northampton Cobblers 2, question mark. Well, we shall see. Here's Keogh in flighting that ball up and beautifully driven by Cook and well fielded, or well half stopped by Save. He certainly saved a couple of runs there because it was heading towards the boundary. Managed to get a little dive in and get the right hand to it and keeps it down to 2. Nevertheless, all handy runs, 173 for 9, Cook to 8.
Good shot for a number 11.
Was, lovely shot. Nothing wrong with that at all. Here's Keogh in again, bowls, and Cook on the back foot plays it up to short mid-wicket. Fielded there by Will Young, and there's no run. Slipping a forward short leg in for Sam Cook. Vasconcelos, Northampton's captain at slip, with decisions to make potentially. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Cook, who covers up, plays it back down the pitch for Keogh to field. And there's no run. We'll start to run through the scores of the other games in a second, but Michael alluding to the fact that Northampton Saints, we mentioned earlier, won in the Rugby Union Premiership last night. Keogh in again, bowls to Cook, who gets that down off a thickish inside edge down to deep backward square, and they pick up a single fielded down there by Matt Kelly. One more onto the total, and Sam Cook nicks the bowling. He's 9, and Essex up to 174 for 9 at the end of the over. Keogh's bowled 4 overs for 16. Alluding to the fact, as I say, that the Saints won last night. Northampton Town footballers playing this afternoon against Exeter in League 2, so that's an important game for them as they look to try and get promotion, and of course this game ongoing, so Northamptonshire could be the sporting Camelot by the end of the day, you never know. Change of bowling at the far end, and it's going to be Luke Proctor. But just before Proctor starts, I can tell you that Bristol, Surrey 603 all out, Gloucestershire 194 for no wicket, Chris Dent and Marcus Harris going strong, and well, you would think at the moment a draw might be favoured result there. At Southampton, Hampshire 166 for 4 in their second innings against Lancashire, leading by 173.
Luke Proctor replaces Gareth Berg at the Hayes close end. Begins with a delivery that Cook just strokes out into the covers, and there is no run.
Now here's one for you after having Essex obviously having come off second best to Warwickshire in the last round of matches. Warwickshire following on against Somerset at Taunton. Somerset made 458. Warwickshire all out for 209, and following on, the Bears are 28 for 3.
Goodness me.
Still 221 runs behind.
Come back to that in just a moment after Proctor's bowled to Cook, and Cook has played this ball too short mid-wicket and there's no run. And yeah, I mean, the form book doesn't read too flatteringly from an Essex point of view, because they were well rolled over by Warwickshire, who looked genuine champions on that occasion. Meanwhile, Somerset rooted to the bottom of the table in single-figure number of points I think they've taken previously this season, but they're having a tremendous game there, and it'd be surprising if they don't wrap up probably about a 24-point victory, as this next ball is... Cook was sort of... He might just have been playing intentionally inside the line there. It was a good delivery, and in the end, it doesn't miss either the edge of the bat or the off-stump by very much, but goes through to Lewis McManus, and the score's 174 for 9.
Point is, Paul, it's a fascinating division, isn't it?
It is.
And it's boiling up already, and we're only, into the 4th round of matches, into a terrific county championship tussle.
Next delivery is left outside off stump by Cook, remains on 9. He's looked pretty good out there actually so far, and Snater has been a positive revelation on 63 not out. And if ever you wanted a man to come in with his side in a state of ruin and say, no, it's nothing like as bad as you lot think it is, and he's just say that positive mindset has enabled him not to turn the match around by any manner of means, but at least to restore some measure of sanity from an Essex point of view. As Proctor, what a good delivery that is. That unlike most of the deliveries we've seen today, that really takes off, and in fact would have gone well above stump height, but Cook was definitely playing at that one, and it goes through to McManus, and the score remains 174 for 9, still 216 behind.
Meanwhile, one of the players that I'm sure is going to be looked at for England in the near future, Harry Brook of Yorkshire, is 186 not out. Yorkshire 430 for 5.
And this ball is played into the covers, and there is no run, and that's not Brook's first 100 of the season. It might even be his 3rd, and he got an 80-odd as well the other day, and he played a fabulous innings here 3 years ago when Essex bowled Yorkshire out for 50 and went on to lose the game, and it was because Brook came out, and Johnny Bairstow sort of said in the dressing room, don't just stand there, don't die wondering, let's go out and absolutely attack Simon Harmer. And Harmer got a wicket with the first ball of 1 over, and by the end of that over, 11 further runs have been added, and he and Brook, Bairstow got a half century, Brook got 100, and turned the match on its head, and he's done hardly anything since then, but he's a fine player.
Here's Keogh in again, and that's gone aerial, and that's coming up towards us, and it's 6 smashed into the seats, into the Riverside stand. Unfortunately, the Essex supporters sitting down in front of us managed to get out of the way, but that was a superb hit by Shane Snater, who came down the pitch, good intent, good execution, and it's half a dozen, 69 to Snater, 180 for 9. Keogh in again, bowls slightly flatter, quicker ball to Snater, who was looking to play it away on the onside, just went off a leading edge, down first bounce back to Keogh. There's now a slip and 2 men in, catching close on the front of square on the leg side, and that's swept away by Snater. More runs from here, just a couple, fielded there by Kelly down in front of the sponsors lounge. Sends in his return, and Snater goes to 71 and Essex to 182 for 9. Yes, that's comfortably Harry Brook's career best against Kent down at, or up at Headingley, I should say, and that is a cut, an attempted cut by Shane Snater. Doesn't make contact, goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. And there's no run. Keogh already back at the end of his mark. Bowls again, quicker ball, flatter to Snater. I think he saw him coming. Snater getting there and playing just defensively back down the pitch for Keogh to field. And there's no run. Keogh in again, bowls and is swept again by Snater. More runs from here, more work for Kelly down on the boundary, and the same result. They're going to pick up another 2 runs, so 10 off the over. Snater goes to 73, and Essex up to 184 for 9, which means they still trail by 206. And we are potentially, of course, into overtime as far as lunch is concerned, because with 9 wickets down, we could still be playing until 1:30, until if a wicket doesn't fall. And now drinks are coming out. towels to towel down the batsman. And Sam Cook, who's faced 35 balls, tell him what sort of day it is, he already finds himself in need of refreshment. I'll just run through what's happening elsewhere. In Division 2, at Trent Bridge, fascinating game developing there. Worcestershire, who had looked dead and buried yesterday, 309 for 7 in their second innings, so they're 202 runs ahead of Nottinghamshire there. So that game very much alive, which one that we thought probably even could be over yesterday. Glamorgan 331 for 6 against Derbyshire at Derby, still 37 behind. And the toils and travails of Leicestershire continue, which I'll come back to after this ball.
Proctor begins a new over. Hayes close end. Cook manages to keep this one down. It was in danger of lobbing that up in the air to backward point. He kept it down. He remains on 9, 184 for 9.
Leicestershire 105 for 5 in their second innings against Middlesex at Lords, so they're still 116 behind. Sussex, meanwhile, building a big lead over Durham down at Hove. Durham 223 all out. Sussex now 458 for 5, so they're 235 ahead.
Proctor again. Oof, that's left, but it didn't go that far wide off stump. It was an off-cutter. Score remaining 184 for 9. We hear from Michael Biswell. Thank you, Michael. He says lots of work to do here. If I was Northants, I would score a quick 150 or 200 and declare just after tea, because tomorrow might not be a good day to bat. Something to watch. Will Cook finally ran out Wesley, as he's tried to do twice this year. Yes, I don't think I can have seen those occasions. Of course, Wesley is long gone, and perhaps he meant Snater there. It's 184 for 9, with Snater on 73 and 9 to Cook.
I think he might have been referring. There was with Alistair Cook and Tom Wesley batting yesterday. There was a set off for a single that didn't look really to be there, and if there'd been a throw, there was a throw at the stumps. If it had hit the stumps, I think Tom Wesley might have been history. So possibly referring to
I've got
to that incident yesterday.
Because Sam Cook's out there now. I was thinking he was referring to a different Cook. Yes, thank you for that. As this ball is played into the offside, there's no run. Thank you to Michael for your email, and we've also heard from Nigel Robbins, who says, "Do you think there is more carry in the wicket today?" Well, I wasn't here yesterday. What do you think, Andy?
I wouldn't have said there was a great deal more, to be honest. I think obviously the ball is getting pretty old now. This is 77th over with it, so there'll be a new ball due in just 3 overs' time if they can't pick up the last wicket.
Proctor bowls another lead from Cook, 184 for 9 on the board. As Andrew says, we're in the 77th over, and for Essex, the one and real innings of genuine quality is this 73 not out from their number 9, Shane Snater.
Yeah, how well he's played. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned? I think we were saying right at the start of our commentary this morning that Northamptonshire would be thinking if we can knock over the last 2 quickly, then yes, without a doubt, I think they would have enforced the follow-on. But
as Proctor bowls, and this goes through Cook's defences, and to McManus, it was well above stump height, and in any case, the batsman, I think he was playing at it, but it goes through to McManus. The over ends, 77 gone, new ball potentially available in 3 overs' time, 184 for 9 on the board, 206 behind.
But because they haven't picked up the last 2 wickets, and they still, the Essex last pair still out there, then I think there may be some truth in what our correspondent there was suggesting, that maybe Northamptonshire would think, yeah, okay, it's a lovely day, it's a batting day, which we were talking about earlier. Maybe they would fancy their chances of just going out, as you say, piling up some runs, leave Essex with a very, very big total, with the possibility that tomorrow is going to be overcast and possibly a little bit of drizzle about. And there's lots and lots for Ricardo Vasconcelos and head coach John Sadler to think about, but they can't get ahead of themselves, and the first thing to do is to pick up the last wicket. And at the moment, Shane Snater doing his very best to frustrate Northamptonshire. We have a slip in place, and we still have these 2 men close in, just putting a bit of pressure in there at mid-wicket, not quite catching, although Emilio Gay is pretty much catching at a sort of straight mid-wicket. First ball is turned out towards the squarer of the 2, Will Young, and he fields to cut off any chance of a single. Snater facing again as Keogh is in, and once again, carbon copy of the previous ball, turns it out to Will Young at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Keogh does get through his overs pretty quickly. He's in his 6th of the innings. Bowls again a slightly quicker ball. That's dabbed down. Clever stroke by Shane Snater. Running down towards third man. Vasconcelos having to chase down from slip. And I wondered if really there shouldn't have been. Really, there needed to be 2 there. I think Vasconcelos would have been looking to keep it to 1. As it was good running. And Snater coming back for the second. And they got it. Snater to 75. Essex to 186 for 9. Here's Keogh again, bowls quick and fast a ball, almost like a bouncer, and Snater cuts, it goes off a top edge, it goes wide of Vasconcelos, and it runs down for 4. And the move of giving Rob Keogh a little bowl has proved costly, and it hasn't so far produced the hoped-for wicket as far as Northamptonshire were concerned. Snater now 79, and Essex 190 for 9. They need another 51 runs to avoid the follow-on, so that decision would then be taken out of Northamptonshire's hands. Keogh's gone for 32 in 5 and a bit overs, and a little false start there as Keogh ran in and Snater wasn't ready. He's ready now, and Keogh bowls to him, and a respectful defensive stroke back down the pitch for Keogh to field, and there's no run, so 1 ball left in the over. Snater doesn't seem remotely bothered about trying to shield Sam Cook, who's looked more than capable so far. Last wicket partnership now worth 38. Here's Keogh again, bowls to Snater, who sweeps at that. There's an appeal for a catch behind, because I think they must have thought it had just brushed the glove on the way through. It was a good take by Lewis McManus, but Nigel Long not interested. End of the over. Snater is 79, Cook is 9. Essex 190 for 9. Keogh's bowled 6 overs for 32.
And Essex's 9th wicket, put on 69 before Steketee. Took a wild swipe, the first time we'd seen a really reckless shot all morning, and it proved his undoing. It was bowled by Gareth Berg, who'd just been brought into the attack. Steketee made 18, but now this partnership for the last wicket has put on 38. So both the last 2 partnerships have left any others in the Essex dismal progress to 83 for 8 well in their wake, and Snater has been able to move on to a superb 79. Cook's on 9, receives from Proctor, and that is a no ball, so we'll see another couple of runs onto the board. 192 for 9, and the deficit now is under 200, 198 behind.
Yes, these 2 have done an excellent job. I'm assuming Northamptonshire will take the new ball when it's due, which will be after the following over.
Proctor bowls, and they're playing a miss here as Cook went on a cover drive, but doesn't locate the ball. And at the moment, Proctor is looking as if he is capable of dismissing Cook. 192 for 9, the partnership for the last wicket. So far unbroken, has realised 40 runs with the aid of that no ball. A couple of deliveries ago, and Proctor's in again, bowls. This is played down to mid-on by Cook, out of the middle of the bat, and no run. So, good progress here from Essex, and we're seeing several games actually in this round of championship matches sort of turn round from the way they appeared to be going. We're hearing of Worcestershire, for example, were rallying strongly in their game in Division 2, as here is the next delivery, and that goes through outside off stump without Cook needing to pay it undue attention. As Andrew was saying, Keogh has proved a little bit expensive here.
Yeah, it was. Well, we talked at the start, didn't we, Paul, about the possibility of them giving Rob Keogh a bowl. First time he's been brought into the attack. He didn't bowl at all yesterday, and I thought it was worth a go, but it hasn't really worked. And Snater's targeted him very effectively.
Meanwhile, Proctor to Cook, and again a play and a miss, and Proctor's had the better of Cook in this over, and a couple of times in the previous over as well. Proctor began with the opening over from the river end today, and bowled a little spell. He's been switched to the Hayes close end, and he's beginning to make the ball talk.
Yes, Proctor had he just had one of those days yesterday, didn't he? 113 in 6 hours, his highest score for Northamptonshire, and then picked up the wicket of Firoz Kushi just right at the end of the day.
Here he is bowling again, and this time I think Cook, if he was playing at that, was deliberately playing inside the line. But goes through to McManus, the score remaining at 192 for 9.
So there will be one more over after this before the second new ball is due. Ben Sanderson's bowled very little this morning, so presumably he will take it. Interesting to see who he takes it with. For now, he's being sent back onto the deep backward point boundary by Proctor.
Who comes in, bowls, and a little bit at the outside edge of the bat here, but perfectly safely for a single to backward point. Keeps the bowling, Sam Cook, whilst moving into double figures there onto 10. 193 for 9 with Snater on 79. So 1 over left until the new ball becomes available. It's also worth noting that while lunch should normally be in 3 or 4 minutes' time, with 9 wickets being down, it can continue. I'm not sure if they go a quarter of an hour or half an hour.
Half an hour,
Half
I think,
an hour.
Paul, yeah.
Potentially another 8 overs.
It's interesting. Rob Keogh's going to bowl the last over, presumably the last over, with this ball. You can almost see Emilio Gay itching to get on because he has a decent little track record. A couple of times he's been given a few overs of his medium pace in this situation when they're looking to use up a few overs before the new ball is due. And last year he got Jack Leaning out. This year he got Tom Lace out for the Gloucestershire match. So, but he's not going to get a chance this time as Keogh continues from this river end, and the first ball finds Cook stretching studiously forward, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run. Slip and a forward short leg in place, and Will Young tight in there at close mid-wicket as Young watches that ball from Keogh played off the back foot by Cook, just punched into the offside, fielded by Proctor in there at extra cover. Keogh in again, bowls, and this worked into the onside by Cook, but only as far as Will Young in there at close in at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's also worth pointing out Essex need another 7 runs to actually get a rare batting bonus point.
A point, yes, that's right. And that's driven and dropped by Saif Zaib. He drove it low to mid-on. Zaib came across. I'm pretty sure it got there. He carried to him. He's got his back to us, but probably have a look on the replay. But my feeling was that was dropped.
Yes, I think it was certainly a chance.
Frustrating for Northamptonshire. Keogh flights that ball up, edged and caught this time. And the innings is over, and Rob Keogh does the trick, and he saves Essex County Cricket Club the expense of a new ball and saves us from a late lunch. Edged to slip where Ricardo Vasconcelos took the catch. So Sam Cook is last out. Caught Vasconcelos, bowled Keogh for 10, leaving Shane Snater unbeaten on 79. And I'll shut up for a minute so you can hear what the Essex crowd and the Essex members think of this terrific batting effort by Shane Snater. 79 not out off 94 balls. Well, that's a well-deserved ovation for Shane Snater. 193 all out then Essex, so conceding a first innings lead to Northamptonshire of 197. So, what do we reckon, chaps? Do we reckon Northamptonshire will enforce? Do we reckon Northamptonshire will bat again? We shall find out in the fullness of time. For now, though, Rob Keogh, albeit rather expensively, does the job and closes the innings. I'll give you the bowling figures for those who I know like to keep their scorecards up to date. Ben Sanderson, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 32. Gareth Berg, 16 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 17. Tom Taylor, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 39. Matt Kelly, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 50. Luke Proctor, 12 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 15. And Rob Keogh, 6.4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. 193 all out. I'll hand you back to Paul, who needs to update BBC Radio Essex.
Thank you very much indeed to Andrew. So they'll combine the lunch hour now with there. Technically, the last wicket went down with 2 minutes to 1, and lunch will now be taken, and you can be fairly sure that they will come back out round about 1:38. So I've just have to do a piece into the BBC Essex 1 o'clock news. Apart from that, we look forward to your rejoining us in due course. And nice at least to have a rather more cheerful bulletin to deliver to the good burghers of Essex than it looked like, being at 95 for 8 overnight. They added 98 runs for those last 2 wickets, and partnerships of 69 and 41 have put a much better complexion on things for Essex. 79 not out. Shane Snater faced 94 deliveries and hit, I don't know the exact number of fours he got. He got a 6 as well from Keogh, and I would
1 6 10 fours, Paul.
Thank you very much indeed. 1 6 and 10 fours for Shane Snater, and the innings was every bit as good as it sounds. And just going in any moment now. And it's been a much better morning than could possibly have been imagined after Essex resumed at 95 for 8, 295 behind. They've just been bowled out on the stroke of lunch, having added 98 runs in the session, thanks mainly to a quite superb 79 not out from the number 9 batsman Shane Snater. He hit 10 fours and a very handsome 6, and played every bit as well as that innings sounds. It wasn't just a slog. Superb batting from Snater, rather giving the lie to what had happened yesterday, and the top order batsmen must be realising that they haven't exactly distinguished themselves. There was a partnership of 69 with Mark Steckety, who made 18 before he was bowled by Gareth Berg, and then Sam Cook has just been caught at slip by Vasconcelos off the bowling of Keogh for 10. He was the last man out, but the last wicket put on 41. So Essex trail by 197 on first innings. They've been bowled out for 193.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to the County Ground here at Chelmsford, where we're about to start the second session on this third day's play in the County Championship Division 1 match between Essex and Northamptonshire. And the news is that Northamptonshire have enforced the follow-on. Essex out on the stroke of lunch in their first innings for 193. So the deficit is 197. Some discussion as to whether Northamptonshire might look to bat again. Half a thought perhaps on the possibility of some weather around tomorrow. So Northamptonshire have enforced the follow-on, and the Essex openers Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook back out there in the middle, with Ben Sanderson about to bowl the first ball of the Essex second innings at the Hayes Close end. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton. Delighted to say that Dick Davis and Paul Newton are with me as well, and Dick joins me for this first session as Sanderson bowls the first ball to Brown outside the off stump, and it's a wide. It was well, I was going to say it was well wide outside the off stump. Lewis McManus had to skip across between Vasconcelos at first slip and Young at second to take it. It's signalled wide by umpire Nigel Long, who is standing out there looking like a sort of weather vane at the moment, because the scorers hadn't acknowledged the signal, but they have now. So Essex are away, 1 for no wicket. Afternoon, Dick.
Good afternoon, Andrew. I hope you enjoyed your lunch.
I enjoyed mine very much indeed. It was very toothsome. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Brown, who's on the back foot, pushes it up into the covers, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Is this true, what I hear, that you've had your first burger?
Yes, I did. The luncheon facility I go to usually, I don't often work on a Saturday because I usually like to go and watch your club cricket, but as I said earlier this morning, most of the Essex leagues don't start for another week. So I didn't realise that the other food facility, which usually serves curries, wasn't open on a Saturday.
Sanderson in again, bowls to Brown, plays inside the line of that, but a bit of nip and a bit of bounce with the new ball, and that was very much the case yesterday, taken by Lewis McManus.
Yeah, so at the one food facility that was open, it was a bit of Hobson's choice, burger or starve. So yeah, I swallowed my pride, and I also swallowed part of my first ever burger.
Well, I have to say that's my third in 3 days here, and very nice too. Highly recommended. Here's Sanderson over the wicket, bowls to Brown outside the off stump again. Good carry, and Brown shouldering arms lets that go through to Lewis McManus. Yes, Northamptonshire managing to save Essex. I say a few bob for a new ball on the basis of the wicket falling, the last wicket of the Essex first innings falling off the penultimate ball of the 80th over. So one more ball and the new ball would have been due, and I'm pretty sure it would have been taken, but Sam Cook last out, caught by Vasconcelos at slip off Rob Keogh for 10. Here's Sanderson in again, and that's a good ball again. It's the probing Sanderson line that we're familiar with now, around about fourth stump. And again, Brown playing it well, just bringing the bat inside the line. 4 slips in there, waiting for a nick. Vasconcelos at first, Young at second, Gay at third, Taylor at fourth. And we have a point, big gap through the covers. Mid-off fairly square, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Sanderson in again, bowls to Brown, and I think he did play at that one, and he's beaten outside the off stump, and that's a good first over. Well, no, he's still got a ball to fit the bowl. Of course, there was the wide. So Sanderson plugging away. 4 wickets in the first innings, of course, and the second of those wickets, that of Sir Alistair Cook, was his 300th in first-class cricket. He still has 4 more to get to take 300 for Northamptonshire. The other few were for Yorkshire in his first career there. Here's Sanderson, and again bowls to Brown. This time he's able to let it go through outside the off stump, taken low down by McManus. End of the first over, just the 1 run on the board, courtesy of the wide. The other wicket to fall this morning, if you're just joining us, was that of Mark Steckerty. He was bowled by Gareth Berg for 18, but the last 2 wickets adding 98 runs from the start of today's play for Essex. And the hero of the hour, Shane Snater, 79 not out, his first half century for Essex, 94 balls with a 6 and 10 fours, played really well, and has kept Essex in this match.
It certainly has, yes. It was most impressive, and if you'd come in today not having been here yesterday, which was my situation, or also not knowing what the situation was, of course, then you'd find it hard to believe the way those three batted this morning. So it's the first over from the river end, and that's nudged away into the mid-wicket area by Cook. It's Berg bowling after his successful morning.
Yes, it was interesting. I mean, Berg bowled beautifully yesterday, but the wicket that he took this morning, that of Mark Staggerty, was actually the first wicket he'd taken in the innings.
Right, yes.
But he was very impressive. He could easily have nipped a couple out yesterday.
He bowled from the other end this morning, from the Hayes close end. He moves in now, bowls, and that's nudged down to third man. It will run away down for 4. The shade of, or will it? Yes, it does. There are two fielders who might have pulled off a joint stop between them, where one stops it and flicks it back to the other, but no, the ball got the better of both of them. And Berg's changed ends, but then so has the umpire, of course. I wonder if that's significant. Perhaps he prefers having Tom Lungley to offer his appeals to than Nigel Long.
I'm sure that's done Ricardo Vasconcelos' shoulder a huge amount of good. He chased down for a first slip, and he's just flexing his shoulder a bit now.
Right. And that's outside the off stump. Goes through to the wicketkeeper.
I can think of one or two captains, Dick, who would not have chased that all the way down to the, the boundary from their position at first slip. I think it might have been yours. Pulled a little bit of rank, but he's still feeling his shoulder. Hopefully nothing too untoward.
As Berg moves in again. Bowls. Taken diving to his left by the wicketkeeper. Actually stopped it somewhere between first and second slip, nearer the first, sort of by first slip's left boot.
I can tell you, we were talking before lunch about Harry Brook and singing his praises, and rightly so. 194 not out at lunch for Yorkshire against Kent, but he didn't get any more. He was out immediately afterwards for 194.
As Berg moves in and bowls, allowed to go by outside the off stump again, and it's Yorkshire who are the next visitors here, starting on Thursday. And anybody who hasn't heard the rumours or read the papers, it's highly anticipated and expected that Joe Root will be in the Yorkshire side, so that should surely bring a few extra members of the public in to watch. There aren't.
Yorkshire tend to bring a few down anyway, don't they?
Well, they do, yes.
Certainly did at Northampton.
So, I think Cook probably played it deliberately inside the line. So yes, I would have thought that end of the over and the score 5 for no wicket. I'd have thought the presence of the former England captain here will definitely attract a few more. I think he's it's all been said about him really, Joe Root, but I mean he's not just a superb cricketer, but always comes across. I've never had the pleasure of talking to him. He always comes across as a superb man as well.
Yeah,
and very hard act to follow.
Well, I think all England supporters just be hoping now that free of the burden of captaincy, he'll score an awful lot of runs for an awful lot of seasons to come.
Well, yes.
Here's Sanderson running in again from the Hayes close end, bowling to Brown. There's a big appeal. It's gone through low. Not out, says umpire Nigel Long. Just might have thought it was a little feather, presumably, but no, not out. Yorkshire 486 for 6 at Headingley against Kent, so they're 190 odd runs ahead, so building a big lead there. Still looks a bit flat at Bristol. Surrey 603 all out. Gloucestershire 219 for no wicket, with Denton Harris still going. Here's Berg running in again, bowls to Brown, who's looking to leave that, and in the end it runs off the face of the bat into the ground and is fielded at third slip by Emilio Gay. No run. Hampshire are 182 for 4 in their second innings against Lancashire at Southampton, so that's bubbling up nicely. Hampshire leading by 188 runs. Could be a very interesting second half of today and all of tomorrow. Down at Taunton, where Warwickshire, the champions, are following on against Somerset. They're 49 for 3 in their second innings, still 200 behind. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Brown, who is pushing that up to Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. So that takes care of Division 1. In Division 2, Worcestershire 329 for 8 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire. Terrific fight back from Worcestershire. They're 222 ahead against Nottinghamshire, so that again could be a game that we thought was going to be over yesterday is beautifully poised now. Glamorgan 340 for 6 against Derbyshire at Derby, 28 behind. Sanderson in bowls to Brown, again pushes it up to extra cover. Keogh fields, and there's no run. At Lords, I think odds on a finish there today. Leicestershire 121 for 5 in their second innings, still 100 behind against Middlesex, and Sussex continuing to pile up the runs down at Hove against Durham. Durham 223 all out, and Sussex 490 for 5. So that's where we are around the country. A bit more cloud around this afternoon. It's high cloud, fluffy cloud. Sanderson in, bowls to Brown, he just rocks onto the back foot, pushes it up. The third delivery in a row goes up to Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run.
And well, I think it's true to say that most of the Essex batsmen could do with some runs. They've had a pretty lean time, as Paul pointed out this morning, saying that when it was said that Essex hadn't only got a bonus batting point on the first day of the season. That here we are, almost into May, and that's incredible. But Brown probably needs runs more than anybody.
Sanderson coming round the wicket to Brown, who again goes onto the back foot. This time it's Sanderson who fields off his own bowling as he plays that defensively down the pitch. Maiden over for Sanderson, 2 overs 1 maiden, 0 for 1, and Essex 5 for no wicket, following on in their second innings, 4 runs to Alistair Cook. Nick Brown yet to get off the mark, and wide.
Brown did get a century in that opening game against Kent here, but since then had a very lean patch, it has to be admitted, and I'm sure he'd be more aware of it than anyone. And of course there are plenty of second team players doing well, none more so than and that gets the better of the Knight of the Realm, beating him undoubtedly outside the off stump. And none more so than Josh Rymel, who impressed when he has been given his opportunities, and he made a double century for the second 11 during the week. I know it's a big step up between second and first 11s, but there's nothing in between. So how else can you stamp your credentials, or whatever the phrase is? And Berg again, and I think that was probably more likely to have been deliberately played inside the line.
Yes, 4-day second 11 matches. At least it does give, and I know some people have very different views about whether 4 days is too long for a second 11 championship match, but it does at least give young players a chance to bat long and to replicate what they need to do when they do step up into championship cricket.
Yes, quite. That's whipped away down to fine or long leg probably. Difficult to know where one ends and the other begins, but for a single by Cook.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have had a couple of big wins in the last 2 matches, second team against Kent and against Leicestershire, and it has been encouraging to see some of the younger players able to build an innings and get Gus Miller's made some runs, James Croney's made some runs, Charlie Thurston got a big 100 against Leicestershire at Kibworth last week, which will do his confidence a power of good.
As Berg moves in and bowls. And Cook, beg your pardon, Brown doesn't look happy. But of course it's only just occurring to me, as I say it more or less, but when you're in the second team cricket, there are far fewer limited over temptations, aren't there, really? So most of the cricket they play is going to be the longer version.
Yeah, they do have a T20 competition, don't they? But that's not yet. They're just playing championship at the moment, which again is mirroring what's happening in the first team, which sort of makes sense, really.
Yes. Well, that is played solidly out of the middle of the bat. No, it's not the end of the over. It picked the ball up as if it were the end. It's not. Still another delivery to go. Brown yet to open his account. Cook 5 not out. Essex 6 without loss.
They might need to get somebody with a shilling for the meter, because this. Oh, it's come back on again. The scoreboard had disappeared. It's gone off completely, but it's back on now.
Yes. So Berg moves in, bowls, and Brown lets that go by fairly harmlessly, so it appeared, but as we were alluding to this morning, all teams do it, great cries of exultation from the slips for no obvious reason, but anyway, the end of the over is reached, the end of the fourth over, and Essex are 6 without loss.
Yeah, Northamptonshire pressing for what would be their first championship victory here at Chelmsford since 1998, last match of the season. Northamptonshire's attack, who led on that occasion by Devon Malcolm, now one of the ECB match referees, and also Paul Taylor, left arm, of course, played for England, and a very young Graham Swan. Here's Sanderson starting a fresh over, round the wicket to Cook, who punches that away into the covers, and very well fielded by Saif Zaib in there at point. Looked to be runs written all over that. It was a well-timed stroke by Cook, but Zaib pounced on it with his left hand and prevents a run. Good backup for the bowlers, which they always appreciate. Sanderson at the end of his mark. The sun back out again. He's bowling round the wicket with 4 slips in place. And bowls to Cook outside the off stump, and Cook lets that go through. And just a little bit of bounce with the new ball. Sanderson, of course, not express pace.
Well, I was looking through the records last night, and you can tell the way my mind was going, which was quite understandable in the circumstances. And the last time Essex lost here to Northamptonshire by an innings was exactly 30 years ago, 1992. Not that they've done that in this game.
Well, in fact, that was the victory at Chelmsford before the 1998
Yes.
one, so they don't have a great record here.
No.
Here's Sanderson again, bowls to Cook, edged on the bounce to 4th slip, fielded by Tom Taylor. Goes down to his left, stops it with both hands. Yes, since that 1998 victory for Northamptonshire, they've lost 7 times here at Chelmsford, including, of course, last year when the game was all over in 4 sessions. It was pointed out, Dick, on that occasion on the second day yesterday, that Northamptonshire had actually, their innings had lasted longer than the whole match did last year. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's well played by Alistair Cook. It was bouncing, it was just angling in towards off stump, and he just got the bat out of the harm's way with a late adjustment. Clever bit of batting born of years of experience and a very good eye. It's indicative of the man's stature in the game that Ben Sanderson was hugely chuffed to have got him for his 300th first-class victim yesterday. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Cook. Cook pushing out into the offside, fielded by Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. I was talking to him later last night after he'd had his ice bath or whatever they have now to recover, and as he said, you get one of the all-time greats out. It's always nice, and when it's your 300th first-class wicket, then even better. A sort of fluffy cloud around this afternoon. There's barely a cloud in the sky this morning, but conditions still very pleasantly warm as well. Here's Sanderson, and again bowls to Cook, who's looking to drive through mid-off. Comes off a thick inside edge, out onto the onside, fielded there by Matt Kelly at mid-wicket. And that's another maiden for Sanderson, who, as usual, is plugging away on off-stump and giving the batsman very little to hit. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 1, and that was a wide. And Essex are 6 for no wicket, 5 of those to Alistair Cook. Nick Brown yet to get off the mark, still trailing by 191.
Yes, and I referred to that match 30 years ago when Northamptonshire won by an innings here. I'm just getting it up on a website. I might go through the Northamptonshire side of that time, because obviously there are lots of Northampton supporters listening and watching. And
it's a good year, 92. They won the year Northamptonshire won the NatWest Trophy, of course.
Yes. Many of our listeners and viewers will have probably been at that game. Outside the off stump goes through to the keeper.
Alan Lamb was captain. You'd have had, I suspect, the Fordham and Felton at the top of the order, unless One of them was injured, the F plan, Rob Bailey.
Berg in again to Brown. Outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. No addition to the score of 6 without loss.
I was looking at 9th wicket for Essex against Northamptonshire earlier on when Snater and Steckerty were playing so well, and see the record partnership for the 9th wicket for Essex against Northamptonshire was just over 100 back in 1914. So that would have been a good one to beat.
As Berg moves in bowls, and that's whipped away. Brown is underway with 2 runs down to deep backward square leg.
Is that ironic applause that
I think so,
I
yes.
can hear, yeah. It's a bit harsh.
Well, this is Chelmsford. They don't do subtlety.
Fair enough.
And Berg moves in again. If you've ever been played out into the onside, no addition to score. I don't know if you've ever had the, how shall I put it, the experience of being here on a Friday night for a T20 game, but...
No,
well...
No, I haven't.
No, I won't...
I've got that Northamptonshire side up, actually, Dick, save you a job. Northamptonshire, the side that won here by an innings in 13
oh, right,
in 1992, was, after this ball...
From Berg, which is all allowed to go by through to the keeper.
Alan Fordham and Nigel Felton opening, as you would imagine. Rob Bailey at 3, Alan Lamb at 4, David Capel 5, after whom one of the ends at Northampton is now named. Tony Pemberthy at 6, David Ripley keeping wicket 7, Andy Roberts the leg spinner 8, probably be umpiring in the Northamptonshire League this afternoon. Curtly Ambrose at 9, Paul Taylor at 10, and Nick Cook 11, so it's a decent side.
Yes, as Berg moves in again and bowls. And again, played out on the leg side. This time it will make the boundary, absolutely square on the onside. So those 2 shots, the latter one especially, will have done Brown's confidence a power of good. He moves on to 6, and at the end of that over, Essex are 12 without loss.
I know you've got to update BBC Radio Essex. I need to do the same for Northampton, so I shall leave you for now and leave you in the tender care of Paul and Dick, and I'll be back with you presently.
Thanks, Andrew, very much indeed. And just plugging Paul's mic in now. It's all very, very technical, this business. The last couple of years of operating under COVID restrictions, we've had to make so many sacrifices. It's been unbelievable. But they're not as great. I jest because I know some people have had to make serious sacrifices.
As we see the start of a new over from Sanderson, and just takes the batsman on the pad to go through for a leg bye, so just about to update BBC Essex, and 12 for no wicket on the board, 6. In fact, there wasn't a leg bye there, we decided not to go for it. Sanderson is into bowl up to Nick Brown. A little bit squared up here, but plays it safely enough back to the bowler. So Brown has 6, Cook 5, and as you were, it took a long time, but they have put up, there was a leg bye, I thought there was, 13 it is for no wicket. We had a wide leg bye, 6 to Brown, 5 to Cook. 13 for no wicket, and Sanderson's on his way from the Hayes close end in and bowls to Nick Brown. Brown defensively back to the bowler, and for all the fact that Brown got 100 in his first innings of the season here against Kent, he's got a rack of low scores in 5 innings since. This would be his 6th innings since, and very much in need of another good knock here. And and Sanderson. In again, bowls to Brown, and ball turned to square leg. There's no run, and here we go. Yes, very good afternoon, Glenn, and what a morning Essex had. It took until the very stroke of lunch before Northampton got the second of only 2 wickets they needed. Essex seemingly in a powerless position at 95 for 8, 295 behind, but with a wonderful partnership of 69 for the 9th wicket between Shane Snater and Mark Steckerty. Steckerty was eventually bowled for 18, having a huge heave, but that was the only over-extravagant shot all morning. Sam Cooke came in and helped the admirable Shane Snater at 41 for the last wicket before Cooke was caught at slip off the last ball before lunch. I can tell you that the follow-on has been enforced, and trailing by 197, Essex are 13 for no wicket in their second innings, 6 to Brown and 5 to Cooke. But the innings of the morning and the innings was Shane Snater, a magnificent 79 not out of 94 deliveries, 10 fours and 1 6. And he rather gave the lie to Essex's dismal batting yesterday, where all the batsmen seemed almost afraid to play a shot. Snater wasn't. From the word go, he played a range of superb drives, pulls and sweeps, and that is a career best for him by some way. Superb 79 not out. So at the moment, Essex trail by 184 with all 10 second innings wickets in hand.
So it's going to be Gareth Berg to bowl from this end, the river end, and moves in now, bowls outside the off stump, no addition to the score as Paul retreats. Having done his duty, if not for Queen and Country, at least for broadcasters. As Berg moves in again and bowls, and Cooke gets everything behind that and just squirts, if one may say, use such a verb in cricket commentary, squirts it back to the bowler. Had an email just before lunch, or quite a long way before lunch, sorry, from Ilicitano, who makes a very good point, really. I don't expect it was ever considered, though. That he said that if at that stage it wasn't sure, if Essex do follow on, and that's outside the off stump, goes through the keeper, it would have, there'd been worse options than letting Snater and Steckerty carry on where they were, since they were in such good form this morning, and let them open the batting. Once Paul's got his microphone plugged in, we'll see how he responds to that. I think it's quite a good shout, really. At least they got their eye in, the confidence was up, and as Berg moves in, bowls to Cooke. Cooke whips that away on the onside. They'll go through for one. They'll think about a second, and then they'll decide against it because it got to the fielder pretty quickly. I was just reading Ilicitano's email, Paul, who suggested that he didn't put it quite in these words, but Essex could have done worse and let Snater and Steckerty carry on where they left off by opening the batting.
Yes, it has been done in its time, actually, and it is a good thought.
And that's outside the off stump. And thank you for your other comment referring to the fact that Mrs. Paul and I seem to be on the verge of bickering like a long married couple on the final couple of days of a fortnight's trip away. Well, we're only sort of scratching the surface so far. It's our first morning together.
Oh, we didn't even really get our eye in.
No, didn't really at all, no, good lord. And that's worked away on the onside through mid-wicket for a couple of runs, maybe, but not anymore. So Brown, after a tentative start, looking a deal more confident, he moves on to 8, Cooke on 6, and Essex 160, still trailing by 181. 16 without loss, 16 without loss, trailing by 181.
Well, hopefully, if any of you did find that the sound quality wasn't as good as it might have been, I've engaged a new set of headphones here, and I must admit it sounds a lot clearer, so hopefully all's now well. 16 for no wicket then, trailing by 197 first dig, so 181 currently behind, and we're going to see Sanderson continue from the Hayes close end, and bowling initially to Alistair Cook, plays this ball defensively to mid-on, and there'll be no run. And while I was away during lunch, Dick, I did just begin to have the thought that all of a sudden, from a position at the start of play where there appeared to be only one likely result, there is no reason after the way Snater batted why Essex shouldn't push this a long way towards a draw, or even if they were still batting at lunchtime tomorrow, and assuming we didn't have interruptions, and if they were a bit more positive, they might even have 150 or so to play with. Here is Cook, who's squared up here, and it takes a leading edge, but all along the ground up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, yes, I not only agree with that, but I'd take it further, and in an unusually optimistic moment, and say that with that lead of 150, then Harmer really, I think, comes to the party, would be modern parlance, and makes the most of it.
Yes, unusually for him, I think he sent down 33 overs without getting a wicket in Northamptonshire's 390 as Sanderson bowls to Cook, who plays it back down the pitch.
But as they say, you don't suddenly become a bad player overnight.
No, well, that's very true, but I was asked by my good friend Neville Scott, one of the scribes in the press room writing for the Times, whether I thought Harmer was as good as he was, and obviously he probably is, but he's not at the moment proving as effective as he was, and he really didn't trouble the Warwickshire batsman too much at Edgbaston. And here's the next ball. It's driven to mid-off, a shade uppishly, but it's nicely prevented from going for four because Cook got hold of that on the off drive, and it's deflected away into the path of Luke Proctor, and they can get a single. 17 for no wicket.
And Essex now have, from the spin bowling point of view, they have a twin-pronged attack now that they've made what I think will prove to be a good signing of Matt Critchley, who's he's struggled in the last couple of games, but he got a century in that opening game as well, and
he's had a 50 since.
Yes.
Here's the next delivery, left alone by Brown, the bowler Sanderson, and McManus takes, and of course, he is useful with his leg spin. It's very useful to have the ball turning the other way.
Oh, yes.
He picked up 3 wickets in the Northamptonshire innings at a cost, but
leg spin is always going to be a bit.
And I think he will be an asset. Certainly hope so.
I had the pleasure of interviewing him at Press Day, and it was a pleasure. They're not always a pleasure by any means, but it was. He's a very personable young man, exceptionally personable.
And this ball is left outside off stump. In fact, it goes above stump high, and well judged by Nick Brown. Through to McManus. The over ends. Sanderson bowling from the Hayes close end. 4 for 32 in the first innings. Essex 17 for no wicket in 8 overs in the second. 8 to Brown and 7 to Cook. But I think if Essex aren't a fare very much better second time round, Dick, it's fair enough for the players to take their time. They don't want to be rash, but they don't want to let the bowling dictate to them to the extent that was true in the first innings.
No. But as I think I overheard you and Andrew saying this morning, it looks as if it's going to be a very interesting first division. Well, maybe a very interesting second division as well, but obviously our eyes are going to be on the first more, because there's nobody sort of getting thumped each week, and there's nobody running away with it each week.
It's true. It's fascinating.
So it's Taylor to continue. Well, not to continue. No, Berg was bowling, but it's Taylor taking over now then. And next ball is played out on the offside by Cook.
There's no clearer illustration, really. When I watched Warwickshire make short work of Essex last week, Warwickshire looked thoroughly good county champions with every chance of repeating the dose this season, and yet last we heard they were taking quite a thumping down at Somerset, who previously had had a wretched start to the season.
Yes, including losing to Essex, albeit by half a whisker. as next delivery. Short of a length, played away for 4 by Cook. Well, I say 4, maybe a little bit prematurely. No, it is just crossing the rope before the fielder in front of the second of the 2 scoreboards that we have here at this very pleasant ground, Chelmsford, right in the middle of the, I nearly said town, right in the middle of the city. One of 2 cities in the county now. I have to put out a little bit of a shout for my hometown Southend, who were awarded that status during the winter, albeit under tragic circumstances. So that moves the score to 21 without loss. And Cook has 11 of them as he faces up to Taylor. And more or less a repeat, except it's a little bit straighter, whereas that was more or less square on the offside. This is through extra cover, but again it was short of a length, thumped away towards the pavilion. And yeah, one of those shots where, even though we've been fooled once or twice on this outfield, nevertheless, I was pretty sure that was 4 the moment it left the bat.
Yeah, now that's looking far more like it from Cook. And of course he is normally, we've been saying how slowly Essex bat, but in recent seasons he's been just about the quickest of Essex batsmen.
Yes. Taylor again round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, well, left, and it's a no ball. So Taylor, yes, was on top of those. Now conceded 10 because of no balls for the last, well, quite a few seasons, counting against the bowler. Quite rightly so too. Didn't used to, but La Plus a change, although I suppose no, that doesn't remain the same, but no, forget that. Taylor moves in again, round the wicket. Again short of a length outside the off stump, again played sumptuously and regally, as you would expect by a knight of the realm for 4 more. Square on the offside, well, just in front of square, extra cover again. Captain comes across and has a word with Taylor. Might be to the effect of, you know, pitch it up a yard. You're bowling, if you bowl long hops to one of the finest executors of long hops, then it's not a good idea. Taylor, tall, fair-haired. Nearly all seem to be fair-haired in Northampton. Must be the weather. Bowling over the wicket now. I wonder if that's going to make a bit of difference. Certainly does. That wasn't short of a length, and nor was it misdirected. It was a good delivery. It's played defensively by Cook.
Yeah, echoes of Cook's wonderful 172 in the first Bob Willis Trophy success a couple of years ago in this over from Cook, because he's played 3 glorious shots through cover.
Yes. Taylor. Oh, and again reverted to short outside the off stump, and you could almost see Cook thinking, shall I have another go at it? No, it's not quite there. Discretion being the better part of valour. And let it go through to the keeper, which he duly did. And the over reaches its end, the 10th over. 31 without loss. So they're going at, well, 3.1 and over. Even my arithmetic can work that out.
And I think Essex would be well advised to say to all the players, you know, don't get carried away in an individual moment, but over a period of time, you should be scoring 3 and over.
Yes.
That shouldn't be, you know, that's not asking anybody to play recklessly. And I think they'd be the better for it as Sanderson's on his way now to bowl to Nick Brown. Leaves the ball outside off stump. But obviously 12 runs in that previous over from Taylor, all to Cook's account. He now has 19, and what was good about it, Cook has really looked rather out of touch, apart from the opening game of the season when he got 100, and even then he wasn't at his fluent best, but the way he played in that previous over suggests his confidence is returning.
Yes, it does indeed.
So, Sanderson, 4 slips, in from the Hayes close end. Nick Brown, the man on strike,
Brown leaves another one that pitches middle and off, but leaves him a long way off the pitch, and he can leave it in turn to go through to Lewis McManus.
We got any more emails? Or?
No, not that I could see, but I have to say, it is, as you know, Dick, terribly difficult in this light.
I do.
What doesn't help is that although I seem to get it back all right, but as fast as I reconnect to the appropriate Wi-Fi here, it cancels again. Makes it difficult as Sanderson switching to round the wicket now to bowl to the left-handers, and there's a bouncer which Brown quickly ducks beneath, and it remains 31 for no wicket. That would be 166 behind.
Did you hear me read out an email before lunch that probably your glasses were handed in by...
Yes. I'd already read it out actually, but it won't do any harm.
We both read it out.
Yeah,
then, yes.
Won't do any harm at all. I'm very grateful to Paul Smith for finding them, handing them in, and to the very good staff at the Essex reception. Always a great relief as Sanderson's in. Bowls to Brown, that goes through outside off stump.
Well, generally speaking, you'd like to think that people aren't going to walk off with another pair of glasses because they're usually a rather personal thing. They're not going to be worth much use to anybody else, are they, really?
No, that's true, but nevertheless, particularly as I'd left them for over an hour, you are very relieved because...
yes, I'm not suggesting otherwise.
If I'd found someone else's glasses, I wouldn't have quite realised where exactly to hand them in, which Paul did, and so I was very quickly reunited as Sanderson bowls. Good delivery, but well played by Brown up to mid-off, and there is no run. At the moment, I regret to say I just can't get this to reconnect again, so I'll have to leave it for a few minutes.
I'll see if I can have a go on my phone. Oh.
I was going to run through the latest scores elsewhere, but I know when Andrew comes back, he will be happy to do that, because he's now fortified himself away to our right with a sight screen or a sunscreen to protect him from the effect of the sun, and we don't want to grumble about the sun as the last ball of the over is left outside off stump. A testing over from Sanderson, but in the end, one that Nick Brown only had to play at a couple of the 6 deliveries. 31 for no wicket means that Essex are still 166 behind with 19 to Cook and 8 to Brown.
Yes, well, I'll go through the scores then if you like. Gloucestershire in reply to Surrey is 603, a 239 without loss. Hampshire made 246 and Lancashire 240, so a lead of 6, and second time round Hampshire 213 for 4. Somerset and Warwickshire was heading for a home win by the look of it, as Taylor moves in and Cook very obviously plays inside the line. It goes through to the keeper. Somerset are 180, well, put it another way, Warwickshire trailed Somerset by 180 runs with 7 wickets remaining at 69 for 3. Yorkshire, in their game against Kent, lead Kent by 225 runs with 3 wickets remaining. And in Division 2, come back to that after this delivery, which Cook just plays out quietly into the offside. Derbyshire made 368 and Glamorgan a 362 for 7. That's an interesting high scoring game. Glamorgan set the cat amongst the pigeons by beating Notts, of course, didn't they, when Notts had looked as if they were going to steamroller through second division. That was a bit of an eye-opener for them, I expect.
Yeah, and I think Notts are also having looked as if they were going to demolish Worcestershire. I think Worcestershire, last we heard, were rallying in that game.
Yeah, well, I'll come on to that. That's way outside the off-stump, so much so that the umpire considers it conforms with all the criteria that define a wide.
He's a very good wicket-keeper, Lewis McManus.
He is.
He isn't demonstrative, but what I like about him is that he stays on his feet for as long as he can, and he's very good at anticipating so that he can make what might have been a difficult one to take look a piece of cake. At
Middlesex, I was going to say at Lords, but we can't assume that Middlesex can always play at Lords, although I suppose this time of year they do. There are a few other matches going on. That's played back to them. Middlesex 370, Leicestershire 149 and 155 for 6. Yes, the game you alluded to, Nottinghamshire 266, Worcestershire 159 and 339, not second time round, 2 without loss, need 231 to win.
So they should still win that, but Worcester have, turned what looked like an embarrassing defeat into one where they themselves have a chance of winning.
Yes, and at Hove, Durham made 223, and tell you what Sussex are after this delivery, which is down the leg side, and but Cook takes the bat out of harm's way. Durham were bowled up 223, Sussex 504 for 6. Well, that's good to see Sussex getting a few runs. They're having a wretched time, both. Well, we don't know all the ins and outs any more than we do about Essex, but yeah.
Of course, Aaron Beard's on loan to them.
He is.
Picked up a couple of wickets, I noticed. Just going to go into the BBC Essex sports programme in a moment or two.
I'll stop at the appropriate moment so that Paul can do his update. Played out on the onside. We're just getting some updates about the World Snooker Championships, to which I'm invariably hooked, I must admit.
And actually, if he does come back from this, it will be the biggest comeback win out of Crucible. He will come back from 7 frames behind.
Taylor. Moves in, bowls to Cook. Cook plays that out into the covers, but there's no run as the man at cover point makes a little bit of ground to his left and effects a good piece of fielding. End of the over, 32 without loss.
Yeah, I've changed the mic. It should be okay now. So we wait for the next over to be bowled, and just wondering if Sanderson will continue or whether we might see a bowling change. Northamptonshire with 5 pace options here. Meanwhile, 32 for no wicket means that Essex are still 165 behind. And yeah, Gareth Berg, who opened from the river end, is being switched to replace Ben Sanderson at his close end. I think this is quite a shrewd move, because just didn't feel that Sanderson was quite as effective as in the first innings. And yeah, very good afternoon, and it's been a good day so far for Essex, resuming at 95 for 8, seemingly in a parlous position. Actually, they batted right up to lunch before the last 2 wickets went down. Shane Snater, a magnificent career best, 79 not out from only 94 deliveries with 10 fours and a 6, and he showed what could be achieved by going out with a positive attitude. And in the second innings, Essex following on, 197 behind, are 32 for no wicket. Alistair Cook with 3 handsome offside boundaries in a recent over from Taylor is 19 not out. Brown has 8 not out. We are in the 13th over, so Essex could yet make a real game of this if they keep their wickets in hand. And as I speak, there's a lovely shot from Brown through the covers for 4, so he moves along to 12. 36 for no wicket. Essex are now 161 behind. And fine shot there from Nick Brown, and that will do his confidence a little bit of good. He hadn't looked quite as much at home as Cook has in the recent couple of overs. Does need a score again, I think, Brown, Dick?
Oh yes, certainly. Probably more than most, and plenty of the others do as well.
Of course, it is tough going when you lose a bit of form and you're the opening batsman and you feel you keep getting the best ball early on. While the ball's fresh, it's always liable to do more. Here's Berg coming in. Bowls to him, and Brown guides this ball down, at least 1 run. They might even think of coming back for a second, and if they did think about it, they decided against it. Single to Brown will take him along to 13. 37 for no wicket, 160 behind.
Yep, lovely late, well, very late, April the 30th afternoon on a Saturday. Could be a good bank holiday weekend weather-wise.
Some real strength in the sun now as Berg's in bowls and Cook plays it back to the bowler. It's 37 for none. We have actually had remarkably fine weather recently. Fine in the sense that there's been no rain, but it has been quite chilly because the wind's been in the east.
Yes.
And that is a chilly direction, particularly when you're near the east coast.
Oh yes, there was a feature, not sure it was last night or the night before, on Look East about how the farmers in East Anglia are getting really worried. They've had a
Yeah, rightly so, I think.
tough enough time as it is.
Berg's in bowls, and that's going to come down, maybe leg byes here, and it's coming all the way down to the boundary. It may just be cut off out of our sight beneath us. Indeed it is, but they are indeed leg byes, and they take two of them. And I think had we had a partnership between, this would be about 15 years ago, between James Foster and Ryan Tenduscarter, rather than two, I'd have backed them to run four because they were so incredibly quick between the wickets. But it's 39 for none, and Berg's in, and bowls to Cook, who drives very pleasantly, but going to be cut off at mid-on, and there's no run. The score remaining 39 for no wicket. At the end of that Gareth Berg over, got a wicket as soon as he was brought into the attack this morning, removing Steckety, but no repeat there. 19 to Cook, 13 to Brown. There've also been 7 extras, and it's 39 for no wicket in 13 overs.
As Taylor continues from the from the river end, the River Can, not the River Chelmer as one might think, but it flows into the Chelmer.
And not to be confused with the River Cam.
Indeed not.
That gives Cambridge its name.
And so, starting from a cloud-covered area of the ground, shadow, that's the word I was looking for, goes bowls to Cook, or rather to Brown, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Yes, there is a little more cloud around than there was in the morning session, but even so...
None of it's threatening.
No, and still plenty of blue sky. Certainty that we'll get plenty of sunny periods. And after a couple of particularly grey days, and by all accounts everyone who was here yesterday was saying how cold it was. So
yes, I'm sure.
This is very nice. I've been able to discard the coat.
Well, I was thinking of taking my pullover off even, which would be a bold move. That's outside the off stump. It's not something I normally do before July, but you never know.
Yes, I was having a similar thought. Yours is a thicker pullover than mine.
But then it's a day for my creating personal records. I've had my first burger ever at lunchtime, so yeah, who knows what might happen.
Welcome to the real world, some would say.
Indeed, yes. Yes, I'll buy a pair of jeans next. I've never had one of those either.
Nor have I. No, I absolutely detest them.
As Taylor moves in and bowls. That's another wide. Yes, it is indeed. That's well, it's. I don't know if they're going to show it in a replay. They probably won't, just to save his blushes. But it almost pitched it outside the off stump, the cut strip. I mean, not quite. I might exaggerate, but well, I do exaggerate a little. But it was very, very wide.
It was, and not the first such.
No.
In this innings, we had a wide in the very first over, and Northampton don't think, by and large, they bowled as well as they can do in this opening partnership to date.
No. Taylor moves in again, a long, straight run with no particular idiosyncrasy, and that's down the leg side, and that's going to be a bye. Poor old keeper's having a bit of a torrid time, not of his own doing, I hasten to add. He's diving left, right, hither and yon.
Well, he saved 3 runs there.
Oh, yes.
Because it was way down leg side, over-corrected from the previous wide. And, yeah, a little bit untidy from Northampton. They wouldn't want to throw, you know, what looked like being a really good situation at the start of play away.
Gracious, no. Taylor looking to improve his act, which he does. That's a good delivery on the lengths, on the stumps, and just play defensively by Cook.
Well,
this is a constantly changing game, so it would only take a breakthrough and Northampton would be right back.
Oh yes, of course. There's
still a long way ahead. But the fact remains they could do with a wicket here, because they only got the second of the 2 wickets they needed to polish off the first innings on the stroke of lunch. And if this partnership were to go on for any length of time, I think they would sense that they weren't quite as much in control as they started the day.
No. And that squares up Cook a little bit, and he doesn't really play it where he wanted to. I think he was looking to push it back to mid-on perhaps, and it finished up going out on the offside. So we've had, 51 or 2 minutes since lunch, and 41 without loss, and we're coming up to the end of the 14th over, so it's still more or less 3 and over. If they get a single off this one, it will be 3 and over. Taylor. Moves in right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Cook. Oh, and that is a very good delivery. Very good delivery, which dismisses the former England captain and Knight of the Realm. And Cook is out for 13, and Essex are 41 for 1.
19, yeah. It's
yes, looking at the wrong one. 19.
Well, there we go. I was just saying that Northampton needed a wicket, and that will cheer them up considerably. Good low catch, and 41 for 1 feels a whole lot better from Northamptonshire's point of view than it had done the ball before, not least because Cook was beginning to find his touch there, and it was Taylor that Cook had savaged when he first came into the attack in the second innings with 3 offside boundaries in an over. But Cook departs disconsolately, and it's Vasconcelos with the catch there, low at first slip, and it was just a moment's thought about did it carry, but Cook, much closer to it than we are, was satisfied that he'd seen the catch cleanly taken and didn't wait for the umpire there. So 41 for 1, 197 behind on first innings, so the current deficit is 156, and Brown is now joined by his captain Tom Wesley.
And that was the end of the over as well, I think.
Yeah. So Berg will continue from the Hayes close end, and while ever the sun's shining, it's getting hot as distinct from merely warm if you're in the direct path of the sun, which is nice to say. And just when Essex possibly were daring to think maybe they were right, getting more back into the game, shall we say, they lose that wicket, prized wicket of Alistair Cook. Here's Berg. Hayes close end, 3 slips. Balls to Brown. Brown nudges it to mid-on. Luke Proctor, there'll be no run there. 41 for 1. Paul Walter is due in next, who I think played very well last season, and was probably a little unfortunate to lose his place for the first 3 games. Sadly, he was not able to make an impression in Essex's first innings, and of course it was his first knock of the season, so it wouldn't have been easy for him.
He came in ahead of Critchley, did he?
I don't know, because I wasn't here. He was down at number 4 on the scorecard that I looked up on the website as Proctor fields the ball at mid-on and hurls it in, but the batsmen weren't going to go for a run there. 41 for 1, Brown the man on strike.
Well, we'll find out ere long, or maybe not. Maybe Essex won't lose another wicket. Yes, the cars. Critchley's in next, then Walter, Wheater, Harmer, Snater, Steketty, Cook and Porter. No, not Porter. Porter's not playing.
Berg bowls a ball that Brown can leave to the good offices of Lewis McManus, whose keeping has been excellent today. And no change to the score. The wicket just gone down. If you've just rejoined us with Cook, very well caught low down from a good delivery from Tom Taylor, caught at first slip by Vasconcelos, and Berg is in, bowls to Brown. Another leave outside off stump. Brown has 13. We're in the 15th over. Essex trailing by 197 on first dig, 41 for 1. So many possibilities here. I was saying that if Essex continued the way the opening partnership had started, they could get back into this game. Equally, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that it could all be over tonight. You just can't tell with cricket, which is what makes it such a fascinating game. As Berg is in again, bowls, and Brown forces this nicely off the pads. 1 run a certainty, 2 a possibility, and indeed now a probability, as they can quite comfortably complete the second run. And score goes up to 43 for 1, and Brown takes his tally to 15. And Berg will continue. Matt Kelly has a very good arm on him, the Australian for Northamptonshire. Berg's in and bowls, and this ball is played a few yards into the offside. I was noticing in Essex's first innings this morning how he could effortlessly throw the ball right over the bails, and always nice. There aren't many people nowadays, you see, with what used to be quite common in cricket. I don't think the standard of throwing is as good as it used to be back in the day. But anyway, it's 43 for 1 in 15 overs, with Essex currently trailing by 154.
Yes, and coming up to 22, so I'll do one more over and then I'll have done my hour's stint, and Andrew can come and join Paul.
Here's a name for you from the past, Dick, illustrating a man with a fantastic throw, Mickey Baird.
Yes, I was thinking that when you said that, as Taylor moves in, bowls outside the off stump, goes through outside Wesley's off stump, goes through to the keeper. Yes, he was, from the fielding point of view, Mickey Baird was ahead of his time, really, wasn't he?
He was very good. And of course, the best I've ever seen, nothing to do with Essex bias, but Keith Boyce was just an incredible thrower of a cricket ball.
Yes.
Great West Indian. And I used to wince when Brian Taylor had to take his throws because it was going so fast.
Now then, Essex had somebody on their books briefly. I'm just trying to get the name right. That's just pushed away on the side for 2 runs. So Wesley is underway. 4 runs indeed. Paul indicates it's blocked off by the television screen, that boundary, from my vision.
Yes, umpire Newton stepping in there.
Essex for a short time had a fellow called Alistair Fraser, Angus Fraser's younger
indeed.
brother, and he had a heck of a throw on him, but sadly he had such a throw on him that one lunchtime he made an attempt on the world throwing a cricket ball record. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Taylor, and it says pushed out on the onside, in addition to the score. And so he came onto the, I don't think he was actually in the 11 at the time for this particular match, but he came on the field at lunchtime. I remember it so clearly, and he threw the ball from the southwest corner of the ground near the main entrance with a view to aiming at the scoreboard. Obviously, even he didn't expect to throw it 150 yards or whatever it was, but that was the direction he intended to, and he did get it a long way. But not only did he not break the world record for throwing a cricket ball, as Taylor moves in and bowls, that's outside the off stump, going to the, but sadly he put his arm out or shoulder so much that he never really played cricket again.
No, I remember that very clearly. Good memory of yours. And another one, of course, talking about people with a very long throw.
Pont.
One time, BBC Essex colleague Ian Pont.
Now a pop star.
Is he really?
Oh yes, you know how he flits from career to career. He's currently he's cut a disc, I think is the phrase, and now goes around performing gigs, as I believe they're known, on the Essex circuit.
Good heavens.
Yes. A man of many parts, some of them working. As that strays onto the leg side and well fielded in the mid-wicket area.
Yeah, safe save there, just stooping to his left and cutting off what would have been a boundary if he missed it. That was beautifully timed.
It was.
Of course, Wesley is so strong in that mid-wicket area, but it can also be his undoing.
Oh, good Lord, yes.
It's just a suspicion that started just off the ground, and I've seen him caught there a fair number of times.
Well, it brought his England career to a premature close, didn't it?
It did.
Because if you have a weakness, and it's soon found out, and your strengths can also be your weakness. As that's played solidly, defensively, and at the end of the over, 47 for 1, still exactly 150 behind, and I shall make way for Andrew.
Yes, well, I'm hoping, Dick, that the reverse also can be true, because, as you know, I'm a man of no strengths whatsoever, and I just hope that my various weaknesses have turned out to be strengths, rather over-optimistically, I'm sure. 47 for 1 means the deficit is down to exactly 150, as Andrew Radd rejoins me. Thank you very much to Dick Davis, who will be back on air at... well, where are we now? Yes, we're around about 3:10.
Yep, 49 overs remaining in the day, so we have, 17 overs to go till tea. Afternoon again, Paul. Afternoon, everybody. And Northamptonshire, as you say, needed that wicket. I was just watching it a couple of times on the replay to see if Alistair Cook had to play at it, and the answer is emphatically yes. He did have to play at it. It was a good ball. It was pitched around about off stump. He had to play at it and got the nick, and that's Luke Proctor back into the attack. In fact, starting his bowling for this innings, and he starts off with a ball outside the off stump, though not much outside the off stump, to Nick Brown, and it goes through to Lewis McManus. Proctor bowling round the wicket, picked up just the 1 wicket in the first innings last night, and he had Faraz Kushi caught behind by McManus for 9, finished with 1 for 15 from 12, but match memorable for him already. Went past 5,000 first class runs and made 113, his highest score for Northamptonshire. As Proctor comes round the wicket again, bowls to Brown, plays it up to mid-on, where it's fielded there by Gareth Berg, and there's no run. Hearing mention of Mickey Bear, you were talking about MJ Bear, late of Essex, and he was involved in an incident that helped to finish the old town ground at Peterborough as a first-class county championship venue. For reasons I'll explain in a second, as Proctor comes in round the wicket again, bowls to Brown, drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. He hit a ball, this was the old Crawthorne Road ground, the town ground in Peterborough, where Northamptonshire started playing in 1906, and it was becoming increasingly obvious, I think, to the club that it was not really suitable for county cricket. And Mickey Bear hit, I think, Malcolm Scott into one of the gardens around the ground, the houses around the ground there. And the lady wouldn't let them have the ball back. Here's Proctor bowling outside the off stump. Brown leaves it alone, goes through to McManus. The lady wouldn't have let them have the ball back until they'd paid a couple of quid to repair the window that it had broken. And there was the wonderful picture of Roger Prideaux, then Northamptonshire captain, was captain in that game, I think, because it was Keith Andrews' last season as captain, with like sort of hands over the wall, like the Chad, please can we have our ball back? And Proctor switches to over the wicket to Brown, just angles it across him. Good leave by Brown, mindful of where his off stump is, go through to McManus. And eventually, after some negotiation, I think they had to come to some sort of cash settlement. Then they did get the ball back, but I think it just convinced everybody that this was not really the ideal place to be playing cricket. And they still played in Peterborough for a few more years, but a different ground, at the Westwood Works ground. So all Mickey Bear's fault that they stopped playing at Peterborough. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Brown, who plays it up to mid-on. End of Proctor's first over. It's a maiden, and Essex 47 for 1, 15 to Nick Brown. Tom Wesley has made 4. To answer your question of earlier, Paul, Paul Walter batted at 4 yesterday ahead of Matt Critchley. And was out for 2, caught very well low down at third slip by Emilio Gay, off the bowling of Ben Sanderson.
Thank you. Yeah, well, Mickey Bear, for anyone there'll be plenty of listeners who will not have heard of him, and he would be playing sort of late 50s and through most of the 60s, and he was a very decent left-hand batsman, but if I remember rightly, threw right-handed, and had a terrific arm on him. That was the era in which I first saw Essex play. Trevor Bailey was still around. A great new talent who emerged at that time was Barry Knight, who went on to play for England, eventually left Essex in slightly controversial circumstances.
Went to Leicestershire,
Went to Leicestershire, indeed. I think he eventually settled in Australia,
yes,
if
he
I
did.
remember
He
rightly.
did. He went to Australia, yeah.
Great cricketer to watch. I remember my father bringing me a cup of tea. I always had him well trained for breakfast, and he came in and he said, Barry Knight played very well yesterday. He made 88 and 84 in boundaries. Now that takes quite a bit of beating.
Yes, don't believe in running. Matt Kelly into the attack.
So here comes the Australian up and bowls to Tom Wesley, who can leave a ball that was coming back in, but not in danger of knocking his castle over, and it goes through, having been left by the batsman, to the wicket-keeper. 150 behind at 47 for 1.
Do you think, Paul, that Essex might be regretting, and obviously we don't know how the game's going to pan out yet, but might be regretting only going in with the three front-line seamers, with Paul Walter to bowl a little bit of left-arm seam, and then obviously the two spinners, Harmer and Critchley, because it seemed to run out of ideas a little bit once the ball got soft in the Northamptonshire first innings.
Come back to that, but already we've got Kelly on his way in from the River End Bowls and played to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yes, it's a very good point you raised there. Now, I think they must have been hoping that the ball would turn more for Simon Harmer than I imagine can have been the case, from the fact he bowled 33 overs and didn't take a wicket. I think either they would have been better off if they had the extra seamer, or maybe they could have put a bit more faith in Paul Walter, who bowled 7 overs. I think his figures were 1 for 19. So, he's not that bad a bowling option, as this ball is played back into the offside and fielded by the bowler, Matthew Kelly. Just thinking of Essex in recent years, Andrew, I mean, they used to have two guys that you could turn to for 10 to a dozen overs if you needed to, in Ravi Bopara, who could be incredibly useful with the ball, and of course Ryan Tenduscarter.
Yes.
Ryan, as is so often the case with captains, once he became captain, he only occasionally gave himself a spell with the ball. As Kelly's on his way again, 2 slips, bowls to Wesley, a leave outside off stump, and score remaining 150 behind at 47 for 1.
Yes, they always say there's 2 types of bowling captains, aren't they? Those where you can't get them off and those you can't get them on.
Yes, better to be the ones where you can't get them on, I think.
I would think so, yes. Although I was sort of thinking of was it Ray Illingworth? I think was a captain. They always said didn't bowl himself enough. Obviously a fine off spinner.
Oh, he was. He was a terrific cricketing brain as well. Illingworth really would consider all his options endlessly throughout a day. He was a terrific captain England, of course. And here the next ball is flicked away towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it's just beaten the fieldsman or has it?
No, don't think so. Don't think it's
kept in by Sanderson. Yeah, I thought for a moment it had. So they get 3 runs to Wesley, and he moves on to 4, and Brown comes in to strike on 15. And belated applause, because the crowd now realise the 50 has gone up. 50 for 1 in the 18th over.
Yeah, Josh Cobb is on the field as 12th man in place of. I was going to see who's not out there, but Cobb is on at the second, and took the field. I think it was on the first day, wearing his blue Steelbacks cap rather than his red Northamptonshire sort of championship cap. Now he's resorted to the floppy sun hat. I was trying to see who's not actually out there at the moment.
Meanwhile, we see Kelly on his way again from the River End. Bowls to Brown, who can just lift the bat up behind him and watch it go through well outside off stump. And so Essex are 50 for 1 in 18 overs, with 15 to Brown, 7 to Wesley, and Cook very well caught low down by Vasconcelos at slip, and that was off the bowling of Taylor for 19.
Taylor off the field, I think it is. Paul just looking around the field, can't see him out there at the second, so Josh Cobb getting a little run out of a Saturday afternoon instead of playing for Kibworth in the Leicestershire League, which I think he would be doing otherwise. And it is going to be Luke Proctor to continue, just having a little council of war with Gareth Berg up there at the Hayes Close end. Some behind Cloud at the moment. 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Young at second, and Emilio Gay at third. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as Proctor comes in, bowls to Wesley. Pushes that resolutely up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Berg. And there's no run. That long opening partnership for Gloucestershire continues between Chris Dent and Marcus Harris, both past the 100 mark. Gloucestershire 281 for no wicket, replying to Surrey's 603 all out. Dent is on 136, Harris the Australian on 114. Proctor in again, bowls to Wesley, pushes that out into the covers. This time it's Rob Keogh who comes in and fields and prevents the possibility of a single. Elsewhere, Hampshire 233 for 4 against Lancashire at Southampton. That really is boiling up nicely, that one. Hampshire 239 ahead. Been pretty much parity so far, but Lancashire are going to have a pretty substantial chase, you would think, in the 4th innings, whenever that comes. At Taunton, bit of resistance from the champions. Warwickshire, who lost 3 wickets early on after being forced to follow on, at 89 for 3 now. Still trailing 100 by 160 against Somerset, who were bowled out for 458 in their first innings, but they've just stopped the bleeding a little bit there, the Bears. Here's Proctor bustling in again, bowls and beats Wesley outside the off stump. Goes low down through to McManus, ball of full length, and Wesley just going and have a little slightly suspicious prod of the pitch.
Yeah, I think on that one, Andrew, I don't know if you'd agree that I contrast basically a lack of foot movement there. He sort of lunged forward a little bit, but didn't really put the left foot down the track. Now, Snater was very good at his use of the feet batting out there this morning.
Here's Proctor bowling to Wesley, and again, it's this very quick arm action that Proctor has, and that bounced as it carried through nicely to the keeper, Lewis McManus. Wesley this time not playing at it, but Proctor's just one of those cricketers again that just makes things happen. Yorkshire have been bowled out, bit of a collapse there at Headingley. Yorkshire 571 all out against Kent, so they're 280 ahead. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Wesley outside the off stump. Once again, Wesley shoulders arms, lets it go through to McManus. Harry Brook out straight after lunch for 194. So career best score for Harry Brook, who must surely be, well, if not inked in yet, then certainly penciled in for the first test of the summer, surely.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, it's not just that innings. We were saying across the lunch hour, Andrew, that that's at least his 3rd big innings of the season. I think it's his 5th, actually, already.
He batted beautifully at Northampton in 2 contrasting innings as Proctor comes in, bowls to Wesley, who drives up to mid-on, but mid-on's fairly deep, as a result of which they're able to come through for a comfortable single. And he nicks the bowling as well, so Wesley goes to 8. And at the end of the over, Essex 51 for 1, he's 8, Brown is 15. Proctor's bowled 2 overs for 1. I mean, Ben Sanderson 6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 2. Miserly as ever, but without getting that early breakthrough. And we were talking earlier about this business of balancing the attack in this game, and the fact that Northamptonshire do have 5 seamers means at least they can just rotate them around a little bit, and they've got Keogh's off spin if they need it. So Yorkshire 571 all out. You're talking about Harry Brook's batting at Northampton in the previous match. He made 84 in the first innings when it was doing a bit and they were in trouble. They'd lost the first 3 wickets for 22, and he went in and played very watchfully for 84.
Kelly's in, bowls, and a leave outside off stump from Wesley.
And then in the second innings, when they got a substantial lead and they were looking to press on and build a lead and declare, he made 77 not out off 63 balls, including 4 fours in a row off Simon Kerrigan, all beautiful proper cricket shots.
He's a lovely stroke maker,
Yeah.
and if he does ever make it to international level and is a success, then we'll have a lot of fun watching him, because he can defend, as Andrew's just demonstrated in the first innings, but when he lets loose, you see some glorious cricket shots. One of the best youngsters I've seen in recent years. Here's a very wide delivery indeed from Kelly, which Wesley would have had quite a difficulty in reaching had he wanted to. Goes through to McManus, 51 for 1.
And technically he's good to watch. You talked about his defence. He's positive in defence, but he gets his head right over the ball. Was it George Hurst used to say about smeller, sir? Smeller.
Yes.
And he just gets his nose right over the ball. He's just a lovely player to watch. And well, if they're any better, you know, if there are sort of 4 better top order batsmen in the country, then I'm struggling a wee bit to think who they might be.
Absolutely, and his technique is pretty sound, which you can't say of all England batsmen, as this again is wide of off stump and no need for the batsman to play a shot. And Essex supporters will remember when Yorkshire came down here, I think it was in 2018, and Essex bowled Yorkshire out for 50 soon after midday on day 1 and went on to lose the match. And Harry Brook was instrumental in that with a brilliant attacking century in the second innings, as the Yorkshire players had a powwow at lunchtime and decided, come on, you know, we may be going to lose, but at least let's go down fighting. And that would not be the worst maxim for the Essex top order batsman to adopt here, come to that, as Kelly's in and bowls to Wesley, and Wesley drives a lovely looking shot, but it's parried, and they just managed to scoot through for a single as the ball deflects off into the offside. 52 for 1, and Wesley goes up to 9.
We were talking, I think it was the first or the second day, but I was on with Don Topley, and we were discussing a match in not dissimilar circumstances against Essex at Luton in 1995, when Northamptonshire were bowled out for 46.
Yes, I remember it well.
By Mark Ilott, 9 for 19, and went on to win by 2 wickets, 30 wickets on the first day. Extraordinary game of cricket.
It certainly was.
Mark Ilott, was it 14 wickets in the match and finished on the losing side? It's a bit unlucky.
Yeah, good fellow, Mark. This is a Yorkerish length delivery, but just straying onto leg stump and affords Brown an easy single to deep backward square leg. Josh Cobb, I think that is, who's out there, and 53 for 1 is the score now.
Yeah, 3 quality bowlers in terms of swinging the ball who've got wickets in that match, the bulk of the wickets. Mark Ilott for Essex, and then Paul Taylor and David Capel for Northamptonshire.
Well, sadly, the late David Capel, very sorry to hear of his demise, and I think Alan Lamb scored in the low-scoring match, got crucial
got
run.
50 not out in the second innings to win it.
And this next ball's just played by West. Again, it was Yorkerish length, out to backward point this time, and there is no run. The end of the over, 53 for 1, trailing by 197 on first innings. So Essex are a gross behind at the moment, 144 behind. But yes, what an extraordinary match that was. And it's great in county cricket, I think, Andrew. One of the great attractions is that people who follow the game remember things in minute detail very often from decades ago.
That was an extraordinary season for Northamptonshire. They had a whole string of extraordinary games and unlikely results, and a lot of Northamptonshire's success that season owing to Alan Lamb's belief and his inability to accept when his side were beaten and when he was beaten, which was one of his great.
He was
one of his many great qualities as a cricketer and as a player.
Wonderful player to watch.
And it was a good year, that one. Here's Luke Proctor starting over the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown, who plays that down to backward point.
Little story here, Andrew, about Alan Lamb. There used to be a betting tent on the ground here, and at the end of one game, and it was over, the game was finished, and half a dozen of the Northants boys gathered in the betting tent. And Alan Lamb backed this horse, which won, but his colleagues managed to persuade him it had lost. And in the end, one of the locals here said to him, I should go and pick your money up, Lammy, And he eventually did, and he stood there cursing at his teammates.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls outside the off stump to Brown, who leaves it alone, goes through to McManus. I'll ask him about that when I see him next, which will be fairly soon, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yes, it's... He certainly enjoyed his cricket, enjoyed life as well. He was great.
Is he still very much around in?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously got his own business, and but he still keeps a close eye on what's happening at Northamptonshire. He actually rang me on the day of media day to find out what was going on. Is Proctor in again, bowls to Nick Brown, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Proctor fields off his own bowling and there's no run. So I mean, he has no office as far as the county club's concerned, but he's takes a close interest in what's going on and likes to know what's happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, I must say, obviously I'm biased here as it's 3,500 and odd days since my last bet now, but I used to like a bet. I think it was quite good in one way. The bookie would put up special odds, regarding the match that you were watching, and you could back who would be top scorer or who would take the most wickets, and I think the crowd enjoyed it.
Here's Proctor round the wicket to Brown, who works that away nicely through mid-wicket, runs for him here. It's running out towards the sponsors area over past the mid-wicket boundary, and it's chased out there by Gareth Berg, and they come back for 3. So 3 good runs to Nick Brown. He goes up to 19 and Essex to 56 for 1. Long chase out there for 41-year-old Gareth Berg.
And I think it would have been rather pusillanimous if they hadn't got 3 there. They seemed to settle for 2.
They settled for 2, didn't they? And then eventually they thought, hang on a minute, there's a third here, and there definitely was a third there. This was proof of the fact they got back comfortably. I think of 1 or 2 pairs who might have run 4. Here's Proctor in again, bowls outside the off stump to Tom Westley, who leaves well alone. A sort of dappled light at the moment with clouds, fluffy clouds going across the sun and just obscuring it from time to time. But contrast from yesterday when, say, the spectators sitting down to our right in the Tom Pearce stand were muffled up in duffel coats, fleeces and heaven knows what else. Shirt sleeve order and sun hats today as Proctor comes in, bowls again to Wesley. Pushes that up towards mid-on and there's no run. End of the over. Essex 56 for 1. Nick Brown is 19. Tom Westley is 9. Proctor's bowled 3 overs for 4. And the deficit now 141. We have about a dozen overs to go till tea. So we should be just slightly over time, I think. But Northamptonshire would be hoping to try and break this partnership before tea. For their part, of course, Nick Brown and Tom Westley will be determined to hang in there. I wonder if they might just give another little twirl to Rob Keogh before tea, perhaps just see what's going to happen. The only other option really, I suppose, that Northamptonshire have got bowling-wise, Safe Zabe, who can bowl some left-arm spin. But they do have these 5-seamers, so they can keep rotating.
Matthew Kelly in from the river end, bowls, and Brown more or less plays it back to the bowler, who allows the ball to run down to mid-on, and no question of a run there.
We mentioned Northampton Saints winning in Rugby Union Premiership last night, 32-31 against Harlequins, much to the delight of our colleague Dick Davis. I think Alistair Cook's a Saints fan, isn't he? I believe he's often seen at
it would figure
Franklin's
because
Gardens.
He lives in Bedfordshire,
Yeah.
so they'd be the nearest team. And the Gallagher Premiership, as we were saying earlier, is a wonderful competition. Here's the next ball, long way outside off stump, and there's no run. It remains 56 for 1. But I always see a great contrast between the excitement and glorious handling rugby played in the Gallagher Premiership, whereas certainly England, in the reign of Eddie Jones, I'd hate to be in the 3/4 line. You'd probably see the ball about twice all game.
Let's bring a deck chair.
Yes. As Kelly just struggling a little bit to gain a consistent line and length here is in and bowls. Brown can watch a ball go well wide of off stump.
It was extraordinary last night. The 2 wickets he took in successive overs were, like I said on commentary at the time, they say lightning doesn't strike twice, and it just has, because he first of all, Adam Wheater just left a ball from Kelly that knocked his middle stump out, not off or leg, but middle stump out. And then in the next over, Simon Harmer padded up absolutely plumb LBW, not offering a shot. So Kelly hopefully will have learnt from Northampton's point of view that pitching up is the way to go.
Next ball, nice drive from Brown, but straight to Gareth Berg at mid-off, and there's no run.
But
yes,
the point that Chris Little made last night was the fact that he hadn't, until he bowled in the championship match against Yorkshire last week, he hadn't bowled in English conditions before.
Yeah, no, quite. Curiously, Simon Harmer, whose previous innings had been 75 not out at Edgbaston, but he does struggle at the very start of an innings, and he has a fair few ducks to his name. If he can ever get into double figures, then usually he'll go on and get a good score. Here's the next delivery, and Brown ducks under that one, goes through to McManus.
Well, it's unusual for Simon Harmer not to contribute in some way to a championship match, and as you say, he didn't pick up a wicket. He did drop Luke Proctor when he was on 27, caught and bowled, which obviously could potentially have made quite a big difference in the context of this match. And he made a duck first innings, but I'm sure he'll be looking to make amends with the bat in this innings, and possibly even with the ball tomorrow. Who knows?
Kelly, River End to Brown, just 2 slips. Brown, not quite out of the middle of the bat, but perfectly safely plays it to Emilio Gay at point, and there's no run. The over ends. 22 of them have now been bowled, trailing by 197. Essex are 56 for 1. Cook, the man out, very well caught low at first slip by Vasconcelos off the bowling of Taylor for 19. Brown has 19. Wesley is 9. And how difficult a return catch was it, Andrew?
It was one that you would normally expect Simon Harmer to take. I wouldn't say it was an easy chance, but it was one that you would expect usually Simon Harmer to take, and it probably sort of suffered a little bit in comparison because it came not long after Matt Critchley held an absolutely storming one-handed diving return catch to dismiss Rob Keogh. Here's Luke Proctor starting a fresh over to Tom Wesley, plays it out to the covers, fielded by Zabe, and there's no run. So yes, it's one that you would normally expect a bowler of Simon Harmer's calibre to take. I've just did a bit of a double take, looking at the spectators in the Tom Pearce stand down to our right. The gentleman just sat down with what looks to be one of David Murphy's old Northamptonshire shirts. He's got Murphy and 19 on the back. So I'm assuming it looks like an old Northamptonshire one-day shirt. As Kelly, big appeal for LBW, and he's out, and Proctor strikes. And Wesley playing back. Proctor with this quick arm, nipping it through. He's a skiddy bowler. He played back. Big appeal for LBW. Wesley goes. The Essex captain is removed by Luke Proctor. What a game he's having. Wesley goes for 9. Essex are 56 for 2, still trailing by 141.
Yeah, great breakthrough for Northamptonshire, who hadn't been having the better of the first session, obviously taking the whole session to remove Essex's last 2 wickets, and it was some while before they got the first breakthrough in Essex's second innings after lunch, but now they'll be on very good terms with themselves because Essex are still 141 runs behind, and they've got Brown on 19, who's just about to see how many deliveries he's actually faced for that 19. It's a fair old few, 66 I believe, and I think Northampton would be more concerned if runs were coming more quickly, but they're keeping a lid on Essex's progress. Paul Walter now makes his way out to the middle. He's 6'7", and playing his first game of the season. He proved himself very useful for Essex last season. So, end of this over, we'll bring Dick Davis back to the microphone.
That's a really important point you made there, Paul. I think Northamptonshire need, yes, obviously they've got to, goes without saying, they need to bowl Essex out, but what they also don't want is to be leaking runs unnecessarily, and there's always a danger in this sort of situation that you can over-attack, and Northamptonshire don't really need to do that in this set of circumstances, and particularly, and it's a point we keep coming back to, with the 5 seamers that they can just rotate, move them around, give them relatively short spells so nobody gets too many overs in the legs and gets too tired. But Proctor, well, David Ripley always used to say he doesn't get the credit that sometimes he deserves in terms of his all-round contribution. He's running in to bowl the first ball to Walter, big towering man, of course, 6'8" or thereabouts, runs that down through the gully, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs to get off the mark off his first ball. Perfectly well controlled stroke, and Walter is away with a couple. He's 2, and Essex up to 58 for 2, having lost Sir Alistair Cook for 19, Tom Westley for 9, wicket apiece for Tom Taylor and Luke Proctor, and 3 slips in place as Proctor comes in and bowls to Walter. Peel for LBW again, this time not out, says the apologies, just lost us there for a second. I was just saying it was I think it was a slightly half-hearted appeal from the bowler and the fielders behind the stumps, but umpire no hesitation but turning it down. Is Proctor in again, bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-off by Walter, but Keogh intercepts from extra cover. Gareth Berg limbering up now, so it may be we're going to have another touch of Gareth Berg before tea. We have 10 overs to go after this one in progress. 42 overs left in the day. Essex still 139 behind. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Walter. Walter pushes that up to mid-on where Berg fields, and there's no run, and Luke Proctor gets his Northamptonshire cap from the umpire, gets applause from his teammates for a successful over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6 now, Luke Proctor. And Essex are 58 for 2. Nick Brown has made 19 of those. Paul Walter is on 2. Essex 139 runs behind after being invited to follow on. I always wonder, Dick, who's rejoined me afternoon again, Dick, I often wonder what would happen if we always say in cricket invited to follow, and if they said, no,
Yes.
don't fancy it, shan't.
We really appreciate the thought,
Yes,
but I don't think so.
It's a lovely gesture, but no, actually, we'd rather not if it's all the same.
Yes. One of cricket's little eccentricities. Kelly, Matthew Kelly moving in, bowling from the river end. Tall Australian, right arm over the wicket. Just played back beyond him, fielded by mid-on. I always have trouble with the word fielded. I'm inclined to sort of do too many uds at the end, and it finishes up going fielded. I'll resort to stopped in future. As Kelly moves in again. Tool looks like a fast bowler, bowls like a fast bowler. Good delivery outside the off stump. Taken by the wicketkeeper. Only has 2 slips giving him immediate company. Then there's a backward point, a cover, a mid-off. There's probably another one on the offside. I can't see him offhand, but no, it's a split field, 5-4. So there are only those 5 on the offside. On the onside, there's a long leg, a deep backward square, a mid-wicket, a mid-on. Split field. So Brown not out 19. Really does need a really big innings. Oh, and doing things like that could well bring it to a close. It was short of a length outside the off stump, but he flashed and got away with it. But he so easily might not have done.
Yes, I was thinking the first innings he was caught by Young at second slip off Sanderson.
Doing that sort of thing.
Yeah, actually, it wasn't as forceful a stroke as that, but yeah, I think Northamptonshire briefly glimpsed a 3rd wicket there.
Well, yes, quite rightly so. It was a bit of a shocker, has to be said, and that's much better. As if playing a riposte to his own indiscretion, he just plays that diligently out on the onside.
Yes, I mentioned just before that last wicket, the gentleman sitting down in the crowd with an old David Murphy shirt on. It's a Northamptonshire one-day shirt, by the look of it.
Oh, right.
With David Murphy on the back. So the gentleman's also wearing an Essex cap. So whether he's been gifted it by David, which is possible, or whether he won it in a raffle or something, or bought it off eBay, I'm not sure. But memory of Northamptonshires former wicket-keeper batsman now pursuing a legal career. David Murphy, good man.
All right. Yes, they don't all go into coaching or media when they pack up. just played defensively. A chap who played here and then went and played for Northants for a number of years, who became a bit of a mate of mine, called Stephen Peters.
Oh yes, Pedro.
Pedro, yes. I think he's doing very well in the insurance game.
Yes, he is, and it's very, very conceivable he'd be listening this afternoon. He
right.
often does listen to us. We get the occasional tweet or whatever. So if you are listening, Pedro, I hope you're enjoying the commentary.
Yes, well, you should be. Well, it depends. You can't lose, can you? Having played for both counties. It's outside the off stump. And when you see your mum and dad, if you are listening, then send them my best wishes. I haven't seen them for a long time. They used to be regular supporters here, but then of course they went off to Northampton and supported them. But,
well, I think I'm right in saying that the match we were talking earlier on about the last time Northamptonshire won a county championship match here, which was back in 1998, last match of the season. I think I'm right in saying that Stephen was actually playing for Essex in that match, I believe, which should have been,
yes,
of course,
probably would have been,
which would have been, of course, the summer after he'd helped to win the Under-19s World Cup.
Yes,
with England, which was at the beginning of 1998, along with the likes of Graham Swan. Just trying to get that match up on my screen. For now, here's Luke Proctor bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter, who shoulders arms and watches that first delivery go into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Yeah, here we go. End of the season. Yes, Stephen Peters out for 19 in the first innings, caught by David Sales off Graham Swan. Stuart Law made 165 and finished on the losing end of things, and Stephen was absent hurt in the second innings, so he must have injured himself in the field, I assume. Here's Proctor round the wicket again to Walter, who uses his not inconsiderable height and reach to smother that one, play it back down the pitch. And Proctor fields, 3 slips in, Vasconcelos at first, Young at second, Gay at third. Then a backward point, and fairly tight in at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, safe save just in front of square, and then a long leg on the boundary, down to our right. As Proctor comes in again, bowls to Walter, and Walter lets it go through. It's a tight leave, not too far away from off stump, but good judgment. We're talking, I think, on the first day about left-handers knowing where their off stump is, which is always handy.
yes.
And Paul Walter doing so there. Vapour trails of the aeroplanes, loads of them around this afternoon, people heading off in different directions.
Well, Stansted's not far away
It's
from
not,
here.
No. Here's Proctor outside the off stump again, and Walter once again leaves it alone. Goes through to McManus. In fact, when I was stopped for to sort out my sat nav on the way down here, because I always tend to get lost coming into Chelmsford.
Oh, yes.
Right until I get to the outskirts of Chelmsford, and then for some reason I tend to get slightly confused. So I was just checking my sat nav and pulled off at a service area and saw it must have been very close to Stansted, because saw a plane just coming in almost over the top of the service station.
Oh, right.
Next ball to Walter, finds him playing slightly across that one. Goes off at the inner portion of the bat. It wasn't an inside edge as such, but it just runs out, didn't middle it, and it goes out to safe save just in front of square on the onside, and there's no run. Yes, it seemed to be sort of almost coming over the rooftops.
Well, yes, the airport is more or less next to the M25.
Yeah, so I'm sure that would have been...
But you'd come down the M25, had you?
No, I came a rather odd route, actually.
Oh, well, never mind.
He's Proctor hit on the pad again, Walter, and Walter immediately gesturing to the umpire that he'd hit it, and I think that fact was probably acknowledged by Luke Proctor, who didn't go through with the appeal. And that's the end of the over. Another maiden for Proctor, who's been pretty tidy. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Essex 58 for 2, with Nick Brown on 19. Paul Walter has made 2. There's still 139 runs behind, and at 20 past 3 we have 8 overs to go till tea.
Yes, indeed. So it'll be more... Well, no, it'll be a little bit late, but not too much. Yes, just thinking of players who played for both counties, I suppose the highest profile is obviously Monty Panesar.
Yeah, we were going through a few. One or two interesting names came up when we were discussing this earlier in the match,
right.
like the likes of Tim Walton.
Yes.
Who we were discussing with Malloy last week, one of those players born out of his time, because he would have been an absolute shoo-in for T20 franchise cricket around the world now. And Michael Davis, Dickie Davis, left-arm spinner,
Yes.
your near namesake,
Yes.
who did not too much for Essex, did he? But Ricky Anderson
No, he
was another.
didn't.
Ricky Anderson
Oh,
was
yes, I
another one
remember
that I didn't mention, and that probably should have done. Maurice Chambers. There's been a few.
Yes, Ricky Anderson came from Middlesex originally, I think.
Yeah.
But that's outside the off stump. Still Matthew Kelly bowling from this end. I noticed Monty Panesar's making a bit of a name for himself as a sort of general BBC personality now. He's often on sort of shows.
Yeah, I think he graduated recently with his journalism qualification, his degree, I think.
Oh,
Good
yes.
spot. So, doubtless we shall see him at Northampton this year. He's been involved with the Steelbacks Academy, which is a new initiative that Northamptonshire are doing down in Luton, his hometown.
Kelly to Brown. Brown plays solidly.
When you got Monty Panesar and David Ripley involved in it, I think you've got two good men who know a bit.
Well, yes.
Involved in that. It's an initiative that Northamptonshire just started up recently, involved with some schools in the Luton area. Part of the relationship between Northamptonshire and Bedfordshire and Hunts, the whole sort of Cricket East area. So, and Northamptonshire will play National County side Bedfordshire in the warm-up for the Royal London Cup later this year.
Outside the off stump.
And we did mention yesterday that Alex Wakely, former Northamptonshire captain, who will be hopefully joining us on commentary in some of the games later in the season.
Oh, right.
He's making his Bedfordshire comeback, I think, this weekend. He's in the squad for their T20 matches against Oxfordshire, I think, at Wormsley on Monday. The first time he's played for Beds, if he does get a game, for about 13 years, I think. So, announced his retirement from professional cricket last year, but still involved.
That's outside the off stump. Yes, I think it. I don't want to read too much into it. I don't want to play the amateur psychiatrist, but some players, having played at this level or even higher, when they have to pack up, then they go and play club cricket or minor counties cricket because they still love the game. Others, basically, if they can't get paid for it, they don't want to know.
No, but do you know, it's interesting you mention that, because we had this discussion with Malloy, who was joining us in the commentary box last Saturday during the Yorkshire game. I'll come back to that in a second.
Yes, after this delivery from Kelly, which again goes through to the keeper.
Because he was saying that when he'd finished, then he did play, think about going and playing a bit of club cricket, but he found the fact that he said he got far more abuse playing club cricket than he ever got playing first class or even playing one-day international cricket for England against Australia.
Really?
He said, that the abuse that he got at that level was nothing compared to what he got playing club cricket, and in the end he just thought,
it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. No point.
No, if you're only playing for fun and the fun goes out of it, then pack up. As Kelly moves in, bowls. Let's just play defensively. A dead bat just trickles out on the offside. No addition to the score. I mean, it says volumes for Alistair Cook. The fact that he's still playing at this level.
It's wonderful. He remains an adornment to the game generally, and to the county championship in Essex in particular, and it's just great to see him still out there and still doing his stuff.
Yes, it is.
Well, we're going to still see Proctor bowling, but I think we're going to see maybe a forward short leg coming in, because all the protective equipment has been trotted out from the pavilion. I'm just going to see who the Northamptonshire 12th is listed. I think it might be a young lad called Alex Russell, who we were talking about yesterday, who has recently been signed, leg spinner from Herefordshire. He's been recently signed on a 2-month rookie contract, and I think I saw him bowling in the nets this morning, so it may well be him out there. But Emilio Gay's got all the kit on, but for the moment at least, he is still going into his fielding position at third slip as Proctor comes round the wicket, bowls to Walter, and that's a good line. That is just the line that Proctor needs to be bowling. Round about 4.5 stump, angling into the left-hander, just doing enough off the seam and that's where he needs to be. It's been a good spell from Proctor. He's picked up the wicket of Tom Wesley to add to his Proctor's 113 in the first innings, his highest score for Northamptonshire, and the wicket of Cushy last night. Is Proctor again, that line, but to be fair to Paul Walter, he's not drawn into playing it. It's good judgment again, he's left that alone. Nick Brown's coming down and offering a word of advice. That long opening partnership down at Bristol has finally been broken, and as they say, one brings two, because Surrey 603 all out, Gloucestershire now 300 for two. So they're still 303 runs behind. Go through the rest of the scores in a minute, because Warwickshire have lost another couple of wickets. Here's Proctor again, bowls round leg stump, half volley really, and worked into the onside, but only as far as mid-on, where Gareth Berg does a good stop.
Paul Smith emailed us. We were talking about Stephen Peters. I remember watching Stephen Peters batting here, I suppose he means Chelmsford, years ago. Stuck on 99 for ages, then got out. Can't remember how long ago or who it was against, but just sticks in my mind. Well, if Stephen is listening, I expect it sticks in his mind as well.
Fortunately, he did get quite a few hundreds. Here's Proctor around the wicket again, and Walter, I think he left that alone, to be fair, but he had a little slightly nervy flick at it that made me wonder if he was actually trying to play a shot at that. I think in fact he was trying to get his bat out of the way, and he did so, and it went through to McManus, so no harm done. At Southampton, Hampshire 257 for 4 against Lancashire, so 263 ahead. But at Taunton, where Warwickshire are following on against Somerset, they're now 115 for 5, the champions. Proctor round the wicket edge, low to Vasconcelos, and it bounced just in front of him. But Proctor doing what he's trying to do, bowling that fourth stump line, find the edge, he did so. But to be fair to Walter, he just played it with soft hands, and it bounced just in front of Vasconcelos at slip. Not far in front of him. Yes, 115 for 5, Warwickshire, so they're still 134 behind. And, well, that could be over today. Kent batting again against Yorkshire at Headingley after Yorkshire bowled out for 571 for a first innings lead of 280. Kent 14 for no wicket. Proctor in again, bowls around about hip high, just on leg stump to Walter, who works it up to mid-on. It's fielded by Gareth Berg. End of the over, another maiden for Proctor. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6, and the Essex innings just getting a little bit becalmed here. 58 for 2, with Brown on 19, Walter on 2. At Trent Bridge, Division 2, Nottinghamshire left to score 233 to win against Worcestershire. They lost Ben Slater early, but they're now 79 for 1. At Derby, Derbyshire are batting again. Glamorgan finally all out for 387 for a slender first innings lead. Derbyshire 38 for no wicket, so they're 19 ahead. At Lords, Leicestershire 245 for 7 against Middlesex in their second innings. They're still 24 behind. Again, you probably think that ought to finish today. And at Hove, Sussex all out for 538 against Durham, who were batting again, 15 for no wicket in their second innings. Still 300 behind, and we're going to have some twirl, Dick.
We are indeed.
Rob Keogh.
Yep, Rob Keogh comes into the attack again. He bowled in Essex's first innings this morning. An email from Diana, one of our regular and very welcome emailers in Calgary in Canada. Like a lager advert, we reach all parts. As that's short of length outside the off stump. She says it. She alludes to it. Well, she does more than allude. She mentions that we were talking about enjoying the sunshine, and sort of mentions the fact that in the IPL they are. Oh dear, oh Lord. Nick Brown. It's these rash shots that he's out. That's the bottom line, as they say. Brown is out, caught in the slips.
Vasconcelos at first slip.
Well, Vasconcelos taking another catch, and we're going to have a replay, and it won't look pretty. It didn't look pretty the first time. It'll probably look even less pretty. It's a swish outside the off stump, a relatively straightforward catch. As slip catches go, none of them is easy, but yeah. And Brown is out for 19
of 80 balls.
A hard work 19, and he'd done the hard work, and then he just plays this. Oh, I don't like to be too critical, but what's a nice way of putting it? An imprudent, at very best, an imprudent shot.
Well, I think from Northampton's point of view, you'd put that down as a bonus wicket.
Well, yes,
it's
exactly.
A little bit of a Brucey bonus. You get Rob Keogh on just to see what he can do. I mean, and that's not in any way to talk down Rob Keogh as an off spinner, because he's a good wicket taking off spinner. The role they've been trying to get him to do a bit more this year is to bowl more of a holding operation. Bring him on for a little burst before tea, see what happens, just to mix it up a little bit, and immediately, say, Nick Brown rather obligingly plays a shot that he probably won't want to see the replay of, and gets a little edge, and he's caught by Vasconcelos at slip, and suddenly Essex at 58 for 3.
Yes, and
a spot of bother.
Like so many batsmen, he for a while, what seemed like an eternity, was probably only a few seconds. He just stayed in the crease, full of remorse and contrition. But it's a harsh world, professional cricket, and it's a bit late to show remorse and contrition. You shouldn't really be playing these shots in the first place. It's very disappointing. Anyway, it brings Matt Critchley in. Right-hander, haven't seen too many of those. Well, Tom Wesley was, but signing from Derbyshire, generally thought of as being rather a good signing, both with bat and ball, and I personally was surprised Derbyshire let him go, because he topped both their batting and their bowling averages last year, I believe. That's just played with some force to short leg, just in front of square. Keogh moves in, bowls to Critchley, who goes forward, plays it out into mid-off. No addition to the score of 58 for 3, still a deficit of 139. Could still be all over today. There's 37 and a bit overs remaining, with the option to take another 8. That's just played defensively out into the offside. No addition to the score. And that's it. Two is played defensively and diligently. Trickles out on the onside, flicked up in that old-fashioned way off the boot by Emilio Gay. No, it's not. It's number 18, not 19. Who was that? Don't know.
Sorry, number 18 is safe save.
Oh yes, so it is. Yes, thank you. And it's the end of the over, 58 for 3.
Yes, and Rob Keogh starting off with a wicket maiden, because he picked up the last wicket of the Essex first innings when he had Sam Cook caught at slip for 10. Did concede a few after Shane Snater got after him, and he finished up with figures of 6 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 32, but come into the attack this afternoon and immediately has had an impact. Wicket maiden and the wicket of Nick Brown, and here's Luke Proctor looking for another one and just probing away at that off stump line. That's a little bit wide, to be honest, coming round the wicket. The angle just took it well wide of off stump. Paul Walter had no need to play at it, and it goes through to Lewis McManus.
Yes, I don't think I gave. Sorry,
No,
Andrew. I don't think I gave full value to Diana's email, because the wicket rather, and understandably, took precedence. Yes, she was pointing out that they're trying to play the IPL in temperatures of 40 or even 50 degrees, which
It's a bit warm.
Can't be right, can it? Surely.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Walter, who covers up, plays it up to Berg at mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, if it's, I presume she means Celsius. If it was Fahrenheit, it'd be about right for England in
Yes.
April, but yeah, that is a bit warm.
I'm sure there was an instance in the relatively recent future when an Australian tennis match was postponed because of the high temperatures.
Here's Proctor around the wicket again, bowls, and that's Walter fishing at that one. He did play at that. His bat was
Certainly did.
drawn like a magnet to that ball. It beat the outside edge, mercifully for Paul Walter, and goes through to Lewis McManus. Proctor's putting in a really good spell here, I have to say. It was one of those. I mean, Tom Taylor, probably his first couple of overs were nothing special, but then he nipped out the wicket of Sir Alistair Cook, and it's all about bowling in as a unit, as Chris Liddle is fond of saying, the Hampshire bowling coach. That next ball played solidly by Walter back down the pitch, where it's stopped by Proctor off his own bowling. And yeah, Chris Liddle's a great one for the bowling unit and bowling in partnerships, and the importance of bowling partnerships as well as batting partnerships, and building pressure to help the guy who's bowling at the other end. And Proctor here is doing a really first-rate job for his side.
Yes.
Proctor again round the wicket, bowls to Walter, pushes out on the offside, where it's fielded there by Rob Keogh, and there's no run.
Thank you, Michael, for your email, which we greatly appreciate. Greatly.
So, where are we time-wise? It's just coming up to 20 to 4. We've still got 4 overs to go after this one, so slightly over for tea. Here's Proctor again, bowls, and that's run down wide of the slip cordon, and Walter's going to get a couple of runs here as it's chased down towards the main scoreboard by Tom Taylor. There's a little run out, and Walter goes up to 4, and at the end of the over, Essex 60 for 3, Walter is 4, Critchley yet to get off the mark. Proctor 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. I'm assuming Rob Keogh is going to get another over. Yes, he is, bowling from this river end. And well, Northamptonshire, with the 4 overs to go in this session, would dearly love to nip another one out.
Yes, they certainly would. Just see if we've had any more emails in. I don't think we have. No, but thank you for all those that we have had. That's outside the leg stump, and just well, ushered down on that leg side through to the keeper. Unsurprisingly, still Keogh bowling from this end. We've just taken a wicket, and Critchley gets to the pitch the ball, just plays it back to the bowler.
And yeah, a couple of wickets for Rob Keogh in his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire.
All right. Critchley plays it out onto the onside.
A presentation before the start of the match presented him with a very nice sort of embroidered shirt with the occasion on it. And
that's also played defensively.
And we were making the observation then, Dick, that makes you wonder, with the fewer and fewer first-class matches in the schedule, whether how many more players are going to be able to actually reach that milestone.
Oh yes. That's pushed down to the offside, no addition to the score.
He is the 92nd to do that for Northamptonshire, and I did suggest to Don and to Glenn that they, for their homework, they should come up with the other 91, but very sensibly they decided not to.
And well, a little bit of excitement, cries of catch it. End of the over for football followers. Colchester are winning by a goal to 0 in Division 2 against Walsall, and Southend, the only club I really actively follow. I'm more of a rugby man, but I remember my dad taking me to watch Southend United when I was about knee-high to a nut. They're no score in their game at Wrexham.
Does that make you a shrimper?
I think it does, yes.
Marvellous. Well, I can tell you by the same token that the Cobblers are ahead. Northampton Town 1, Exeter City 0. Huge game for the Cobblers this afternoon in League 2 in their bid to get promotion, and they're a goal to the good. And we have Ben Sanderson returning to the attack. So Proctor gets a break. Sanderson bowling the first ball of a new spell around the wicket, and that's just in Paul Taylor's arc, and he leans on that, drives it beautifully away through extra cover for 4. A little bit of a floaty one from Sanderson to start with, and punished by Walter, and he goes to 8. That'll make him, I'm sure, feel a lot better. And Essex up to 64 for 3, still 133 runs behind. And ruined Sanderson's figures, who bowled his first 6 overs for 2 runs. 6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 2. 4 wickets in the first innings. nothing in the second innings to show for his efforts so far. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls short, bouncer. But again, a bit of a loopy bouncer that Walter just washes sail over his shoulder blades into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
Well, if it goes well over the top of Walter, who's 6'8" or something like that, 6'9", then it shows.
Yes, it was a little bit of a "I'm still here" bouncer, I think, wasn't it? Really, just a reminder.
Bit of a tennis ball behaviour.
Yes, the sun again behind the clouds.
Tennis, apropos of which, not poor old, no, Boris Becker got his comeuppance, didn't he?
Here's Sanderson in bowls to Walter, plays that up to mid-on Berg Fields, and there's no run. Yes, so I wonder if our sports programme at Northampton will come across here at any stage. I suspect they probably will, but I imagine the excitement will be very much from Six Fields this afternoon after Saints winning last night.
Yes.
And now Cobblers will be hoping to follow suit. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and he's beaten Walter outside the off stump, and again it didn't bounce. It just scuttled through a little bit. It was a very good take by Lewis McManus, and I was interested to hear Paul, I think earlier, saying how highly he rates Lewis McManus. Obviously on loan for Northamptonshire, the loan period's been extended, we heard earlier on in this match, so he's certainly going to be with Northamptonshire right the way through this first series of championship matches, and I think Northamptonshire feel that they've got a good one from Hampshire there. He's kept pretty well, and he's made some useful runs as well, notably in the last match against Yorkshire. Sanderson in again, bowling outside the off stump. This one Walter leaves it alone, and we have 3 slips in, 2 of whom have now got helmets on because they've come up a little bit, and I think this was a discussion we were having on the first 2 days of the match about where the slips stand, and there was a feeling that probably the Essex slips were a little bit deep on the first day when Northamptonshire were batting, so we have now second and third slips both wearing helmets. Sanderson again outside the off stump, left alone by Walter, goes through to McManus. Will Young and Emilio Gay second and third slip respectively now with helmets on. End of the over, first one of a new spell for Sanderson, just that boundary to show for it as far as Essex are concerned. 7 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 6, and Northamptonshire have Essex 64 for 3 in their second innings. Matt Critchley yet to get off the mark. Paul Walters made 8. The deficit 133. 2 overs to go till tea, and Paul's back with me.
Yeah, just have to do an update into the BBC Sports programme in a minute or two. That ball's hit into the ground, then it goes wide of the bowler, and they get through for a single to get Critchley off the mark. But 65 for 3, still 132 behind, and for me, Andrew, Essex have fallen into the same trap really of becoming very, very becalmed, and this suits Northamptonshire's purpose very well indeed. After Essex had got away to a good start at 41 for none, here they are now 65 for 3, and not underestimating the Northamptonshire bowling, but I think Shane Snater showed this morning that if you use your feet a little bit more and try to attack the ball that does give you a chance, it would suit Essex's purpose to be a little bit more on the front foot here, as Keogh coming round the wicket from the river end. Bowls, and it's a long way down leg side, and in fact it's going to produce a bye or two here, and it may even, it's just about stopped from going for 4, is it? No, it's gone, and so 4 byes there. 69 for 3, and case for Essex of all contributions welcomed.
Nasty one for the keeper to take, just fired that down leg side.
And of course masked by the considerable presence of Paul Walter, who's a massive man. McManus, whose keeping's been excellent, would only have seen it at the very last moment. We've got a slip and a back pad. Vasconcelos just returning to slip, having chased the ball down to the boundary, couldn't quite reel it in. And here is Walter playing the next Keogh delivery. In fact, not more or less back to the bowler, but back to the bowler. 69 for 3, approaching tea.
Yes, I should be updating BBC Radio Northampton in about 10 minutes' time, but then of course we shall be at tea, so...
And this one is pushed into the offside by Walter from Keogh, and Score remaining at 69 for 3 in the 32nd over of the innings. But once again, Essex struggling to get their heads above 2 runs and over here. And Keogh bowls, and that's a leave outside off stump. Both Cook and Brown making 19 and Wesley 9.
I suppose the trouble is, Paul, that when Essex batsman, a top order batsman, does try and be a little bit more proactive, and as Nick Brown did, and then got an edge and gets out, then it's not a good look.
Yes, indeed. As this next one goes down leg side again, it's smartly taken by McManus, and the score at the end of that over, the penultimate before the break, Essex now trailing by 128 to 69 for 3 with Walter on 8 and Critchley on 1.
I suppose it's the old bit of just rotating the strike, isn't it, and just trying to keep the board moving at least.
Yes, exactly.
And we talked this afternoon about 2 players. Dick was talking earlier about Joe Root and what a great player he is, and we were talking also a few moments ago about Alan Lamb, and there were 2 players, one obviously still playing, one a great of past era, sort of the last 20-30 years ago, and we've said it so many times before, you would look up at the board and you see that they've got 30 and you think, where have they come from? And they're just nudging it, pushing it around, keep the ball moving, rotate the strike. And you don't need to do anything rash, but yeah, we were commenting actually just before Brown got out that the innings had got a bit becalmed. Here's Sanderson over the wicket bowl, the last over before tea, and that's driven nicely by Critchley, but well fielded at mid-off by Gareth Berg, and there's no run.
Even that shot there, at least, it was an attacking shot. OK, it's been nicely fielded, but it is important to convey to the fielding side, the bowling side, that you're not just there to block away all day, and that you can score runs.
It's not let them bowl at you all afternoon. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump. Critchley lets that go through, and obviously mindful of the fact that this is the last over before tea, so Essex desperately not wanting to lose another wicket before tea. They've lost in the innings so far. Sir Alistair Cook for 19, Tom Westley for 9, Nick Brown for 19, wicket apiece for Tom Taylor, Luke Proctor, and in his first over, Rob Keogh. Northamptonshire have used 6 bowlers, the 5 seamers plus Keogh. And the keeper McManus now standing up to Sanderson, which he does do on occasion, and that ball from Sanderson again just on the right line, just outside off stump, and a little bit of bounce. Still the ball's in its 33rd over, so getting a little bit softer, but Sanderson still getting a little bit of zip.
Just to point out the batting to come for Essex, Feroz Kuch in his first game of the season, due in at 6th, then Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, who batted so well this morning, Mark Steckety and Sam Cook.
Sanderson with the keeper standing up, 3 balls to go in the over, and he bowls, and Critchley's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for Sanderson to stop it but not field it cleanly. Just lobs the ball on to Luke Proctor, who appears to have inherited the role of polisher in chief.
Yes, I think Northants will be very pleased with their progress from the moment at which Alistair Cook was out. Essex had apparently been building a useful opening partnership, but now 3 wickets have gone down in the session.
Sanderson again, bowling outside the off stump. Critchley shoulders arms, lets it go through to McManus. Good take standing up. Yes, and it sort of, I suppose, feeds into the point you were making, Paul. If you look at what's happened since the demise of Sir Alistair Cook, Essex have lost 3 wickets for 17 in 15 overs, wicket to wicket.
Yeah.
So it just dried up, didn't it? The whole thing just ground to a halt a bit. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and Critchley plays that nicely out into the covers, where it's fielded there by Taylor, and that is the end of the over and the end of the afternoon session. Tea on the 3rd day here at Chelmsford. Maiden over for Sanderson as he finishes with 8 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 6. 69 for 3 Essex at the break, with Paul Walter on 8, Matt Critchley on 1. Essex still trailing by 128. I know Paul will be updating BBC Radio Essex in just a moment. I should be doing the same for BBC Radio Northampton. But for now, we'll leave you nip off and get a cup of tea. We'll do the same, and we'll be back on commentary in around about 15 minutes' time.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And just waiting, as Andrew was saying, to update BBC Essex with the not such good news as it was at lunchtime. And here we go. No, fair point, Glenn. Sadly for me, having done so well in the morning with that superb 79 not out from Shane Snater, off just 94 balls with 10 fours and a 6. The trouble is watching the second innings, and it's 69 for 3 at tea, trailing by 197 on first innings, so still 128 behind. We're watching the same syndrome from the top order batting, with at one point just before tea, 17 runs coming off 15 overs. You can see the point. Snater attacked the bowling and got on top of it, but the supposed top order batsmen, who are as follows: Cook and Brown were both out for 19, and Tom Wesley between the two was out for 9. He was the second man out, and gradually, after such a promising opening partnership, the wickets have gone down and the scoring rate has slowed right down, so that Northamptonshire are very much dictating. Paul Walter in his first match of the season is 8 not out and is usually good for hanging around for some time, and Essex's new signing Match Critchley is 1 not out, but still 128 behind. Essex at tea, 69 for 3.
Okay.
I think, Andrew,
Had a good session for Northamptonshire after a rather frustrating morning. They've hit back strongly this afternoon. Essex, who are following on 69 for 3 at tea, so they're still 128 runs behind. Matt Critchley is on 1, Paul Walter is on 8. Essex eventually all out this morning for 193, and the last 2 wickets had 95. Some discussion as to whether Northamptonshire would enforce the follow-on. They did. I saw the Essex openers, Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook, a decent start, showing an opening partnership of 41. Then Northamptonshire getting into the game with Cook caught low down by Vasconcelos, first slip off Taylor for 19. That was 41 for 2. The Essex captain Tom Wesley trapped LBW by Luke Proctor. What a game he's having. He went for 9. That was 56 for 2. And then not long before tea, Nick Brown just pushing at the ball.
and he'll have been enjoying the proceedings rather more than most of those in the ground who would be Essex supporters. There's no doubting that Northamptonshire have effected, particularly when you think that Essex won the toss, they've effected the most remarkable turnaround from the last game last season when Essex won in the shortest 4-day game in the county championship ever played. Here the boot has very much been on the other foot, and Essex resume 128 runs behind with 7 second innings wickets in hand. And as we've been saying, Dick, we saw Essex score incredibly slowly yesterday. Well, when I say we saw, we didn't actually.
We were aware of it.
We'll pass over that as we've just turned up today. But 51 runs were added yesterday afternoon in 2.5 hours. And Shane Snater showed what could be achieved if you not went mad and played daft shots. He played jolly good cricket shots and made 79 not out. And I rather hope, Dick, that the top order batsmen would watch him play and say, I think we've got to play a bit more like that. But sadly, as once Cook was out, that last hour before tea, about 20 runs were added, another 2 wickets down, and you just feel that they're sooner or later, if they carry on playing in this very defensive sort of way, they're going to lose.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. The longer term signs are not all that encouraging if you're an Essex supporter.
So it's
and I mean, as with all counties, totally understandably, it's the nature of the business. No doubt, all 18 press days were exactly the same. All full of optimism. It's going to be a great season. We're looking to be champions again. Well, they'll be looking at the other end of the table, probably more earnestly. So I think I've been doing this end, haven't I? Generally.
Yep.
Yes, it's more within my eyesight range as well. It's played out on the offside. No, it's not, of course, because I've had laser eye surgery during the winter, and very good it is too. Anybody thinking of having laser eye surgery, I thoroughly recommend it. That's just played out on the offside for a single by Walter, and Walter moves on to 9. Essex 70 for 3.
Yes, I'd like to think Walter, now he's got back in the side, would stay in it, because I think if you look at a lot of his scores, he's never got a really big score, but he's got a lot of very useful scores. Yes. And Essex, don't they just need someone who can stick around at least for a session and a half?
They do. Keogh to Critchley. Critchley just has the 1 run to his name, and that's just played back. Well, with considerable force, but the bowler stretches out the left hand and fields it. Moves in again and bowls. And that's just played out to a deepish set mid-off, so deep enough to accommodate the taking of a single quite easily. Well, very easily. Especially for Walter, it's only about 4.5 strides.
Yeah.
I exaggerate to make the point, of course.
Keogh bowling with both forward and backward short leg to the right-hander, but just a forward short leg to the left.
Yes. Moves in, bowls to Walter. Tall, left-handed batsman.
And although his bowling hasn't really come on, but he's still worth giving a few overs to. He got 1 wicket in the Northamptonshire innings.
Paul Walter,
yep.
Yes. That's played very pleasantly through straightish extra cover for 4 runs. An economy of effort, just pure timing, and the ball sped away.
Nice extra cover drive, and as I say, I do hope he does well here, because I think not only will this obviously do his cause a lot of good, but I think it'll be good news for Essex, because once he does make a score, he usually follows up with an element of consistency, not necessarily shared by everybody in that Essex top order. 75 for 3 then, and 122 is the current deficit, with Walter on 13 and Critchley on 2.
Yes.
So Critchley, bearing in mind this is the second over after tea, and the first time Critchley will have faced bowling from the Hayes close end, so he's just retaking his guard, and we see the start of this over. Sanderson recalled at the Hayes close end. Bowls and was steered out into the covers, and there is no run. Sanderson without a wicket in this second innings, 4 for 32 in the first, but good point that Andrew was making earlier, that the Northamptonshire attack are having a pretty good game as a unit, where everybody, all the 5 medium pacers and the spin of Keogh are sort of having their moments when they all chip in. Good teamwork as 3 slips crouch. Sanderson's in, bowls to Critchley. Critchley pleasantly into the covers, but no run, and score remaining at 75 for 3, as that is Taylor who fields that. Lovely afternoon here. Sun really got some warmth in it.
It has.
And yesterday a real shivery day, but today almost apologising on behalf of yesterday and giving us a very pleasant experience. As Sanderson off a not over long run up, good arm action bowls, and this ball's nicely played away, probably for 2 runs through mid wicket. It'll be pulled up about 10 yards short of the boundary. They may be able to get one for the throw, but I think legitimately decide against it. Ooh. As the ball comes right into the wicket-keeper's hands. And not sure if that was Kelly there in the deep, but he certainly does have a good... Keogh, in fact. And sent, albeit a sort of fairly high trajectory on the throw, so they probably would have got back for a third, but nevertheless an absolute delight to see the ball land into the wicket-keeper's gloves right over the top of the stump. So well done to Rob Keogh. 2 runs it was, 77 for 3, and Sanderson bowls again to Critchley, who plays it to backward point, and there is no run there with the score at 77 for 3.
You're listening to commentary on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Northampton with Paul Newton and Andrew Radd and I, Dick Davis, or me rather, not I.
As Sanderson makes his way in again, bowls and decent delivery, but well left by Matt Critchley, and he remains on 4. And Walter has 13. 77 for 3. We're in the 35th over of the innings, so Essex, all too typically, are only just beating 2 runs and over, which is fair enough when you set off, but I think you need to raise it a little bit, particularly actually in the first innings, because you're not going to get many batting bonus points at 2 runs and over. As here's the next delivery, which Critchley steers out into the offside. They think about a single, decide against it. Score remaining 77 for 3. And that is the end of the Sanderson over.
Yes, 77 for 3 off 35 overs, as you say, just 2 and a fifth, isn't it? 2.2. Oh, it says so. Up there I go carefully through trying to work out my O-level maths, and then it says at the bottom of the screen, 2.2 and over, yes.
But it's a nice testimony to you.
Well, it is actually.
You and I were both devout school children, and we owe it so much to our alma maters.
I certainly do, I must admit. As Sean Billings played to backward point, no run by Paul Walter.
Good bit of fielding there to cut off what might very well have been 4 if it gets past him.
And the next delivery finishes up also in backward point, but this time played off the front foot with an open bladed bat, just guides it down there.
Tom Taylor was the man he fielded that one, and the one before I was saying was a good bit of fielding.
Yes, indeed. That's met with stern defence by Walter. Keogh taken 1 for 7, and this is halfway through his 5th over. Moves in now, round the wicket to the left-handed Walter, who goes forward and then lifts the bat out of the way and lets it go through wicket-keeper McManus. Years ago, I used to watch a man called McManus on a Saturday afternoon, and
Me too.
and it wasn't really a sport; it was entertainment. Although it was called World of Sport, and that's outside the off stump.
Mick McManus, I think it was.
Mick McManus,
And he was a dirty fighter.
yes, his part to play was the evil man.
Yes.
They all had their different roles.
Exactly, and as you rightly say, it wasn't real. You know, they'd agreed
no.
what would happen beforehand.
Oh yes, they knew. Everybody knew it wasn't real, but it was quite good entertainment, really.
And I loved Kent Walton.
Yes, he always, at the end of the over, allowed to go through to the keeper. He always managed to treat it as if it was deadly serious, didn't he?
Yes, grappling fans he referred to us as.
He'd never question why it was, although it was the best of three, nobody ever won 2-0. They always won 2-1, didn't they?
That's
always.
Right. Yeah. And just when you thought that one wrestler had the fixture in the bag, the other one would suddenly get up
That's
off the
right.
floor and deliver the coup de grace.
Yes.
Those were the days, folks. Those were the
They
days.
were.
And of course, the counterpart to that, wrestling was very much an ITV sort of sport.
Oh, yes.
Was Eddie Waring on
Yes.
Rugby League on BBC.
Yes.
So Sanderson's in, beginning a new over from the Hayes close end. They go for a quick single here. Shy comes in. They were going to be home anyway, and well backed up, and it's 78 for 3.
And somewhat conversely, rugby league was and is a serious professional game, and by golly, up north they take it very seriously.
do.
And yet Eddie Waring didn't, did he?
No. No, that's right. He had a voice that sounded as though he was trying to be amusing.
Yes, in fact, he upset quite a few of the rugby league authorities, I think,
He did.
by taking it so light-heartedly.
He was tremendously popular everywhere but in rugby league land.
Yes, quite.
Anyone in the south would sort of say, "Oh, you must come and listen to this bloke." You know, he's entertainment from start to finish. But the serious rugby leagueites hated him. As here is the second ball of the over, left outside off stump by Paul Walter, 13 to him.
And yet he must have popularised the sport. He must have made people watch it who never otherwise have watched it.
Yes, wonderful Saturday afternoons with darkness falling at about 2 o'clock up Oot North and horrible muddy fields with not a blade of grass to be seen, and people, all the players, absolutely caked in mud from the 5th minute onwards. Yeah, great memories. And Sanderson round the wicket to the left-hander, 3 slips, bowls. And, fine leave here by Walter. Fine in the sense of if it had been sort of millimetres closer to the stumps, he'd have been out without playing a shot. And it remains 78 for 3, 119 behind.
Yes.
Essex struggling to take it into a 4th day, Dick, but it could be over tonight.
Well, yes, 28 and a half remaining, but then you could add 8 onto that.
Yes,
36.
yeah, good point.
36 and a half sounds quite a lot when you're still 119 behind with only 7 wickets in hand.
And Sanderson bowls, and this ball is turned to mid-on, and there's no run. And thinking back to the game here last year in September, had Essex claimed the extra 8 overs, it was already the shortest 4-day game in history, but it could have been all over in a day.
Yes.
Northants were 5 down at the point at which Essex could have theoretically claimed an extra half hour, and I think the rule is that you have to have at least 6 down, so they'd have needed 1 more, and they might well have taken it had they got an extra wicket. As Sanderson bowls, and this ball's pulled by Walter, and that's disappearing to the square leg fence. 4 runs, and he saw that good and early, and although he didn't totally roll the wrists over it, he dispatched it. There's nobody out in the deep there, so once he cleared the infield, there was no doubt about the ball's destination, and he has 17, and Essex moved to 82 for 3, and for me, that's precisely, it was a loose enough delivery for him to have a go at, precisely what I think the Essex batsmen need to do when the right ball comes along.
Yes.
But sadly, what by and large the top order have not been doing, and now we see Saif Zaib pushed out to deep mid-wicket. Should Walter choose to repeat that shot, Sanderson bowls to him. Again, it's dug in. This time Walter just prods it a yard or 2 down the pitch to be retrieved by the bowler. The Sanderson over is at an end. 37 have been bowled in Essex's second innings, and losing Cook,
for 19, Wesley for 9, and Brown for 19. If you look down the right-hand column, and 999 there, it's 17 to Walter and 5 to Critchley. 82 for 3, 115 behind.
Yes, that went for 4, that fifth delivery. I think the screen flashed up that it was 6, although it now agrees it's 4 in listing where each delivery went. And Keogh moves in bowls. Played out on the onside. No addition to the score by Critchley. It's a good opportunity for Matt Critchley really to stamp his authority in this innings and justify his... Well, he's justified anyway his place in the team, but anyway, they'd all like runs. All the top order would like runs, let's face it. Nobody... I haven't looked at the averages, or not recently, yeah, but...
An act of kindness, by the way.
Well, yes, nobody comes out of them particularly well, none of the batting averages. Although Snater will probably come out better than most with that 79 not out, helps enormously.
Yes, I should think he's zoomed up at least 5 places with that knock.
Yes.
Next delivery is played back to the bowler, and for me...
Thank you.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's quite all right.
For me, he was a key part of Essex winning the game down at Taunton.
Oh, yes, he was. Has just played solidly defensively. Yes, that was a very tense morning, believe me.
He only got 10, I think it was, but it's the way he came and actually went after the bowling, and Adam Rossington reciprocated at the other end.
Yes, you unfortunately can't play in this game, of course, because when you're on loan, you can't play for the county from whom you are on loan or by whom you've been loaned. But yes, Essex came within a whisker of losing that one. Somerset are becoming, or no, not are becoming, that suggests it's a work in progress. That's outside the off-stump, another wide. They have become the side, I think, that Essex supporters most want Essex to beat, really, Somerset.
Yes, there is a bit of needle there, isn't there? Without a doubt.
It's palpable down there, yes. It's made it all the more pleasurable, of course, to Essex supporters. The last ball of the over is just played calmly back to the bowler. No addition to the score of 84 for 3, still 113 in arrears.
And just going back to that hair's breadth win at Taunton, I was listening to and watching at the same time on the film of the proceedings, on the live coverage, Peter Trigo, formerly of Somerset, and he spent more or less the whole of Essex's decline saying, I just don't know why they don't play a few shots here, you know, they're going to lose if they don't.
Yes.
And of course Shane Snater came in and joined Adam Rossington, and the two of them showed how it's done. And he said, well, there you are, at last 2 Essex players have seen what they should be doing, as Sanderson comes in and bowls nicely, levered away for a single into the onside. They think about a second, but it's not there, and the score to 85 for 3, and that takes Critchley to 7.
Yes, it's this business of being terrified of failure, isn't it,
Yeah.
really?
So terrified of failure that you can't possibly succeed.
I've always been, unsurprisingly, you'll probably think, a little bit sceptical about the value of sports psychiatrists, but I can see in this sort of case where, you know, they might actually earn their crust. Just sort of tell these players. You know, they might not know that much necessarily about the technicalities of playing the game, but just get their mental approach to it a little bit different.
Yep, you know, encourage them to, as they go to bed at night, to imagine they're watching themselves in one of their career best innings and saying, come on, this is what you can do when you put your mind to it. As we're going to see Sanderson around the wicket, 3 slips, plus a shortish mid-wicket, bowls to Walter. This keeps a little bit low, but Walter's well over it from his great height and plays it to mid-on. There's no run, the score remaining at 85 for 3. The deficit is 112.
And of all the team games, I think in many respects, cricket was probably the most challenging mentally to the players, because although it's a team game, it's only a team game in as much as there are 11 individuals fighting for a common cause. Whether you're batting or bowling, it's an individual performance at that moment.
And Sanderson bowls, and there's going to be a 1 run from
variously a Staffordshire, Surrey or a Chinese cut where a batsman looks to work the ball into the offside and it takes a thick inside edge past leg stump, goes down to safe save, but fine leg, a single to Walter, a bit of a fluky one, but he won't mind that. He moves along to 18, 86 for 3.
So your performances are always very visible, aren't they, to
Yeah.
the supporters and media and everybody, as individual performances contributing towards the whole, unlike so much other team sports, football, rugby, where to an extent, okay, there are exceptions obviously, to an extent you're covered up with the others.
Sanderson bowls as balls played to mid-on. And just going back to your thoughts about Somerset when the games at Taunton, when we were both there for the finale to the 2019 season, and the great god Pluto, in charge of rainfall, sent about 2.5 days rain down to make sure that Somerset would be left so close to victory, but agonisingly not close enough. Here comes Sanderson again. We've now got a shortish extra in for Critchley, plus a short mid-wicket. Critchley, a lovely shot here, a straight drive, but there's a straightish mid-on who's sufficiently deep to run behind the bowler, cut it off and prevent any run at all. So the score remains 111 behind at 86 for 3.
And of course Essex also beat Somerset in that final of the Bob Willis Trophy at Lord's, which a day of which we both attended. It was a bit of a non-event, and it was a shame. I think I know the circumstances dictated, but it wasn't a great success, I don't think.
No, I agree with
competition.
you. This next one is played to backward point and safe save fields, and the over finishes with Essex still 111 behind at 86 for 3 with 18 to Walter and 7 to Critchley. For one thing, Dick, for me, late September is too late to be having an exhibition game.
Exhibition?
Well, exhibition in the sense of what I should have said is a highlight game, if you like, the climax to the season.
Oh, yes. And I mean, although they gave it 5 days, at that time of year, even if rain isn't going to come into play, bad light is highly likely to. You can't stop the earth revolving. There's super shots through extra cover for 4 runs. Umpire Lungley duly indicates to the scorers, Tony Choate and Quentin Jones. We're sorry to hear that Tony Kingston is not too good, and we send him our best wishes if he's listening.
Lovely man, always very encouraging.
And that's just played defensively. Yes, I mean that Bob Willis final, as soon as they decided that in the event of a drawn match, whoever has first innings lead will be considered the winners, it was doomed, wasn't it, as they would say on Dad's Army.
Well,
just pushed back to the bowler.
The only way Essex could have won was a big 100 from Alistair Cook. He got the big 100, and they still needed quite a few on the second day. But the delight was, with I think 34 needed for a first innings lead, Somerset bowled 18 extras in the first 5 overs.
Yes. That's a very pleasant shot. It's only going to produce a run, but it was a good flick of the wrist, so sends the ball out on the onside. Was it 20 minutes after tea? So I've got another 10 or so, but something like that.
I like watching Walter bat, actually. I like the way he goes about it, and lovely extra cover drive, and as you say, that graceful little flick off the pads.
Keogh again played back to the bowler and dives acrobatically to his left and fields it.
Sorry, I was just going to say, the good thing here is that both batsmen are not afraid to play their shots here.
No. And that's nudged around the corner for 1. They'll think about a second, but, well, Walter was keener than Critchley, but Walter's not running to the danger end, and Critchley said no thanks.
Yes, well, in Walter's case, he only needs 3 strides to get from one end to the other. So it's easier for him. And after a very slow start, and remember it's his first match of the season, he's moved along to 23. And so far, he's played extremely well with... so's Critchley, actually. Made 8. They've both had more of a sense of taking the runs that are there without taking undue risks. And if you do that on this pitch in these very, very good conditions to bat in, then you're more likely to succeed than if you nibble around and leave as many balls as you can. Still 105 behind. Sanderson with the 2 slips now. Bowles, wicketkeeper standing up, and that wasn't that far off being a caught and bowled. It was returned and bounced about a yard in front of Ben Sanderson, batsman being Critchley, and 92 for 3.
Yes, and I'm just looking at the screen. It seems to me that the online coverage, the pictures, the general coverage has improved vastly over the last few seasons.
Indeed, as Sanderson's in. Critchley very correctly gets right behind this one, plays it up to mid-on. Again, there will be no run. 92 for 3 with 23 to Walter and 8 to Critchley, and we have around about the mid-20s number of overs left in the day. 24.4 to be precise. Thank you, Dick.
Plus 8, possibly.
Yes, and it's worth adding that. Here's the next delivery. This ball is played out into the offside. There's no run. And I think if Essex were at least 6 down by the time the day's usual 96 overs had been bowled, I think it would be permissible if they wished, particularly with a slightly iffy forecast for tomorrow, if Northamptonshire exercised the right to an extra half hour.
Yes.
And I think the light would still be perfectly good. Lovely day and light till about 8:30 now. And this ball's flicked off the pads by Critchley. Goes down to long leg, coming back for a second. And he had to hurry, but he's got there. Critchley moves into double figures on 10. 94 for 3, deficit 103.
Yes. So once the deficit is lower than 100, there's something psychological about that. But you know, I was probably making a statement of the obvious, but that's only to sort of get into the black rather than the red. It's, somehow I've got to set Northamptonshire a target.
Sanderson bowls, and this will be a dot ball down to mid-off. 94 for 3.
When sometime before lunch, sometime before tea in the afternoon session, I'll be going through who's still to come. I'd overlooked that Feroz Kyoshi is also in the side, and so that strengthens the middle order considerably. I thought it looked a bit light on cardboard. I couldn't work out who was missing. But I now know.
Sanderson is in again. As ball's flicked away off the pads and goes out to deep square leg. They've taken one, and you may have picked up Critchley, who played the shot, shouting "stay there" to Walter, as Walter was waiting for the call to see if Critchley wanted to come back for a second. On this occasion the answer was no, but at 95 for 3, the deficit down to 102. Critchley has 11.
And twice he's taken a single off the last ball of the over. I'm sure that's purely coincidence, but I don't think they have time to worry about such things at the moment.
No, and he did what he should have done, because the ball was slanted onto leg stump. It was very much a case of a free run.
Yes.
Don't turn them down, that's for sure.
No, as Keogh moves in, bowls, and that's played out into the covers, and he goes through for a single. I'll just see if we've had any more emails at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. I still have to think about the
so do I.
Email address. I was tempted to use the old one. Steve, is this his 10 ball, Steve? Oh, it certainly is. Not sure if I've got time to get through this one while I'm still on air. Well, Paul can, if he can get his screen working. If not, it'll have to wait half an hour. It's just played out into the covers. Yes, because I'm off after this over. I'll give it more attention in half an hour's time, Steve. But thank you very much indeed. Steve in Istanbul. Just played out on the onside. Halfway through the 42nd over. Keogh to Walter. Walter pushes his front pad, his right pad forward, and then lets it go by. Yeah, I was mentioning the picture, how it's improved. The online coverage generally, it's so good nowadays that we're almost inclined to take it for granted. That's just played defensively. I think we ought to give a shout out to people operating the cameras today. It's Hayley who's doing a splendid job, and yeah, she's following the ball. I don't know if you need to be a cricket fan to be a camera operator, or if it's just part of the job, but she's doing a splendid job, so thank you very much. End of the over, end of my stint for half an hour or so, and Essex still just over 100, they're 101 behind on 96 for 3, and Andrew Rad will be joining Paul as soon as I can sort out these microphones.
Thank you very much, Dick Davis. And still we have this lovely warm sunshine. Even now a long way past the sun being at its zenith. 3 hours and 40 minutes to be precise, past that. And getting a bowling change at the Hayes close end. Gareth Berg is going to return to the attack with Essex on 96 for 3. Welcome back to Andrew.
Thanks, Paul. Evening, Paul. Evening, everyone. I had a very fine slice of lemon drizzle for tea from downstairs.
And that's the closest to rain we've come all day.
Well, hopefully we don't get any sort of drizzle tomorrow. There is a bit in the forecast tomorrow afternoon. Just a quick look at the weather app. Here's Gareth Berg back into the attack. Start his 7th over. Keeper standing up, and 2 slips in place and a bottom edge by Matt Critchley that eludes the keeper, eludes first slip, nearly hit the helmet, and in the end runs away for 4, and that's the 100 up for Essex. 100 for 3, which means the deficit goes down into 2 figures rather than 3. They're now 97 behind, but that was a slightly fortuitous boundary for Matt Critchley. First ball of a new spell for Gareth Berg. The biggest threat for Northamptonshire there was that it was going to hit the helmet, which is stationed immediately behind the keeper. 2 slips in. Here's Berg. In again, bowls to Critchley, and Critchley's just dropping that down on the offside, fielded by Zabe at point. I must mention also Tony, who I think is somewhere on the ground, and has very kindly invested in a copy of the book that came out of mine earlier in the year on George Thompson, which I signed during the tea interval. And obviously, if he's having trouble sleeping, he will have trouble sleeping no longer. Here's Berg from the Hayes close end. Bowls to Critchley, who stands up tall, punches that up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Ben Sanderson under the floppy hat, and there's no run. Critchley on 16, Walter 23, 100 for 3. Essex having lost Sir Alistair Cook for 19, Tom Westley for 9, Nick Brown for 19, wicket apiece for Rob Keogh, Tom Taylor and Luke Proctor.
This is now the highest partnership of the innings.
Played well, done the job. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Critchley again, is on the back foot, punching up to short extra this time, where it's fielded by Tom Taylor. Ben Sanderson was going round to his left to cover if need be, but he didn't need to do so. Plenty of encouragement for the bowlers out there at the moment. Berg wicketless in this innings so far, picked up just the 1 in the first innings. That was Mark Steckerty this morning that broke that. From Northamptonshire's point of view, intensely frustrating 9th wicket partnership. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Critchley, this time on the front foot, pushing up to Berg at mid-off, and there's no run. 1 or 2 of the games elsewhere in the country that I think will probably finish today, others that definitely won't, and one of the ones that definitely won't is at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are now 357 for 2, replying to Surrey's 603 all out, and I'd be very surprised if they start doing any funny declarations or anything at this stage of the season. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Critchley. Critchley pushing that out to short extra, fielded by Taylor. End of the over. Tidy one from Berg, who's now bowled 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 25. Critchley is 16, Walter is 23, And Essex 100 for 3, still 97 behind. At Southampton, Hampshire 291 for 6 in their second innings against Lancashire. That means they lead by 297, so that being set up nicely for, could be an interesting finish tomorrow. At Taunton, where I suspect they will not be playing tomorrow, Warwickshire 160 for 8 following on against Somerset. Champions still 89 runs behind and just 2 wickets standing, so you would think that's likely to finish today.
Keogh around the wicket with his off breaks is in the bowls, or off breaks to right-handers. This is a left-hander. Walter slashes it to backward point. Well stopped, a couple of yards either side, would have been a boundary. 100 for 3 up on the board. And Keogh bowls again to Walter, through to McManus. And what a turnaround in recent form there, Andrew, because I mean Somerset rock bottom of the table seemingly without a prayer, taking on the might of Warwickshire, who just thrashed Essex. And what happens, Somerset are all over Warwickshire as this next ball is turned into the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The table could look very interesting after this round of matches, depending on how things pan out at different grounds, including here. But yeah, it's just fascinating championship so far, isn't it?
Certainly is. Next ball is left by Walter, and it wasn't missing the stumps by more than millimetres. And certainly a dangerous leave, 100 for 3.
Yeah, Rob Keogh is better known, it's probably fair to say. I mean, he has a 9-for in the county championship, worth remembering, against Glamorgan a few years ago. Better known as an attacking spinner rather than a containing one.
Next ball is played back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Likes to flight it up there, likes to give it a bit of a chance, and sometimes will get hit around. As I say, Northamptonshire are keen for him to be able to play the other role as well, and he's actually done that a couple of times this season in other matches.
Bowls again, it's a good delivery, well negotiated by Paul Walter. Maiden over, well bowled, 23 to Walter, 16 to Critchley. It was 58 for 3, it's now 100 for 3. First wicket put on 41, and this one, so far unbroken, is put on 42.
At Headingley, Kent are 40 for 2 in their second innings against Yorkshire, so they're still 240 runs behind there. They're boiling up very nicely at Trent Bridge, Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire in Division 2. Nottinghamshire needing 233 to win are 145 for 3, so you would think Notts are favourites there, but Ben Duckett just gone for 78. You would think also that could well finish another one of those that finishes today. At Derby, Derbyshire 94 for 2 in their second innings against Glamorgan, leading by 75. At Lords, they're very nearly finished. I suspect it'll be the first one to finish today. Here's Berg starting another over with 2 slips in place, bowling to Critchley, who plays it solidly up to mid-off, fielded by Sanderson, and there's no run. Middlesex needing 52 to win, a 39 for no wicket, so they need another 13 to win there and inflict another defeat on Leicestershire.
Is this going to be the season where Middlesex finally get back up to Division 1?
Certainly making a good start on that particular road. Here's Berg in again, bowling to Critchley, drives up to extra cover, fielded by Taylor, and there's no run. At Hove, Durham are 72 for no wicket, so they made a good start to their second innings after spending a very long time in the field. Sussex eventually are bowled out for 538, but Essex are still 239 runs behind, so I think it's probably a toss-up between Lords and Taunton as to which of those matches finishes first. Here's Berg loping in again, bowls outside the off stump. Critchley shouldering arms, letting it go through to Lewis McManus, who knocks the bails off. Just the off chance that the batsman might have lifted his heel, but he didn't. So we have Vasconcelos at first slip, Will Young in the helmet at second slip, backward point, short extra fairly tight in there, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, almost a mirror image of the extra cover in tight, and a mid wicket rather wider, saving one as Critchley plays that to the man at short extra, Tom Taylor, and there's no run. Gorgeous evening here at Chelmsford now, lovely sunshine, and reward for the spectators who've perhaps been here for a couple of days and have been freezing their proverbials off with umpteen layers of fleeces, coats, jumpers and heaven knows what else. So today are actually able to take a few layers off. Here's Berg in again, bowls, and that's steered down to backward point by Critchley, fielded by Safe Zabe. And there's no run, so these two have put on 42 for the 4th wicket for Essex. They've been in 17 overs, so scoring rate with this partnership again just under, well, about 2.5, 2.6 an over, which is okay. Main priority for Essex, I suppose, it's really to get through the day and wipe off the arrears, see where they are then. Here's Bergen again, bowls a slightly slower ball to Critchley, who drives it up to mid-on, fielded by Proctor. That's the end of another maiden for Gareth Berg. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 25, and 100 for 3. Essex, 23 of those to Paul Walter, 16 to Matt Critchley. Pleased to get a little message at tea time to say that my son's team had won in the Northamptonshire League this afternoon. He got some runs as well, so he'll doubtless have a little chat and talk me through those later, I hope. But well played. Oundle thirds, good stuff.
So Keogh to continue. He's bowling well, and we've had at least 3 maidens on the bounce now, and Northants will be hoping that if they can continue to keep a peg on the scoring rate, that maybe a couple of wickets will come their way. As Keogh bowls to Walter, Walter drives, and that ball ends up back in the bowler's hands, and it's 100 for 3 with Walter on 23. As Andrew was saying, Keogh tosses the ball up and does so again here, and it's another tight leave from Walter, and Keogh can't believe his bad luck there as it narrowly passes the off stump to be taken by Lewis McManus. Critchley has 16, Walter 23. Keogh bowls again, and this is a legitimate leave outside off stump, nowhere near the stumps on that occasion. But Essex in danger of just getting bogged down again, which we've been saying is part of their problem. And Keogh's in, bowls to Walter. Walter drives, but he won't get a run because it's played straight to mid-off. 100 for 3 remains a score. Josh Cobb under the sun hat, still there subbing. And another leave from the next delivery. So 1 ball left of this over, 100 for 3. And minimum number of overs remaining, 19 after this one. Keogh to Walter, and the appeal for LBW. I think it possibly just pitched outside leg stump there.
I would say so, definitely.
And so Walter at first I thought was going to hit it into the onside, but then seemed to decide to play no stroke. He survives on 23, but it's around about a 4th maiden on the bounce. 16 to Critchley, 100 for 3 and 47 overs now bowled.
Yeah, I think you're right with that one, Paul. It did. I think it did pitch outside leg step. It turned, and it probably would have hit the stumps, but obviously immaterial because it had pitched outside leg stump. So I think that was what the umpire immediately decided, and rightly so. 100 for 3. Yes, they've just got a wee bit becalmed, haven't they, in the last 3 or 4 overs. Game's just slightly gone to sleep.
I think Keogh's bowling well, actually.
He is. To me, it's funny. We were just saying about the different styles. To me, he looks a more authentic off spinner when he is flighting it up and trying to get wickets.
Yes.
He can do the other job, but to me, this is Rob Keogh at his best as a spinner when he's getting it up there and trying to tease the batsman out. Here's Berg starting another over, and that's Critchley in behind it, playing it back down the pitch. Berg fields, and there's no run. And this is all about building pressure as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, and just keep squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. Bowl dry, as they say.
Yeah, I think he's bowling much better in this spell than in the morning one.
Yes.
And I think it's a lot to do with Snater, who used his feet to him.
Yeah.
Hit one lovely 6, whereas these 2 batsmen are strictly playing him from the crease and have become rather becalmed.
Yeah, there is come back to that in a second as Berg comes in and bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-off by Critchley, and there's no run. Yeah, there is a sense that spinner sometimes will bowl as well as the batsman allows him to, and this morning Snater straight away came down the pitch to Keogh when he came on, thumped him for a couple of, well, one big 6, wasn't it, down in the at the balcony in front of us here in the Riverside stand, and Snater hitting a 6 and 10 fours in his 79 not out of 94 balls. Terrific not to keep Essex in the game. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Critchley, again solidly forward but pushing it out into the covers, fielded by Taylor, and there's no run. 18 overs to go. We're just coming up to 5 minutes to 5, so we're going to be not far off, are we, with close of play at 6 o'clock. It's not going to be an awful lot of difference, and I think we're a little way away. I know Dick was mentioning, and rightly, that there's the possibility of extra overs being claimed, but I think we're a long way away from that yet.
Yes, I think what would make Northamptonshire, if they did have an opportunity and they'd already taken enough wickets, would just be the threat of the forecast tomorrow.
Absolutely, I think that's got to be in their minds. Berg again, drawing a defensive stroke from Critchley, playing up to Tom Taylor at short extra, who's very busy in there. Probably fair to say. Still the 2 slips in place, of which the second, Will Young, is fielding in a helmet because he's well in front of Vasconcelos. He's probably a yard or so in front of him, and reaction time would be very, very small if he gets a full-blooded slash that catches the edge, but not to that ball because Critchley again is playing it solidly up to Taylor at short extra, and soon there'll be somebody else will be saying, can we have a game? Because at the moment it's Berg, Critchley and Taylor who are the only 3 players involved. 1 or 2 spectators maybe just drifting off. Supper time, dinner time, tea time, whatever you call it in your household. 1 ball to go in the over. Berg from the Hayes close end is into Critchley, who drives pleasantly but without any timing. Berg thinking about just deflecting it onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Paul Walter was in his crease, and so he thought better of it. Just deflected it wide up to mid-off, where it was fielded by Luke Proctor, and that's the end of another maiden. Berg 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 25, and Essex are 100 for 3. 23 of those to Paul Walter, 16 of those to Critchley. It's been a while since we had a run, Paul.
I think it's 5 maidens on the bounce. So you're quite right. It's probably certainly about 20 minutes since the last run, and very definitely a fielding side always likes it when it can get a row of maidens. The Australians have an expression that 3 maiden overs and the wicket is just around the corner. Well, I don't know quite how soon you expect a wicket if you've bowled 5 maiden overs on the bounce, but even so, it does suggest that Northamptonshire at the moment are holding the call here.
And talking of Australians, Matt Kelly's coming back into the attack to replace Rob Keogh.
Yeah, I must admit, just personally, I would have persevered with Keogh for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think I might have done actually. He's his last couple of overs. Yes, we were saying he hasn't conceded any runs, but he's looked. The longer the opportunity to fret against Keogh, the more chance he's probably got of getting a wicket.
Well, that's right. When you think of the 2 leaves by Walter that missed the off stump by millimetres, I mean, he was very close to bowling him. As Kelly comes in, bowls, and this is immediately flicked away for the first run for 20 minutes, and Walter just clips it away down to Cobb at long leg and scores 101 for 3, and Walter moves on to 24, and Kelly did just struggle a little bit with his direction in his earlier spell in this innings, and I just think that Keogh had got a very good rhythm going and had Walter in particular in a fair amount of trouble. We'll be going into the BBC Essex sports programme in a minute or two. Just watching Kelly asking for an adjustment to his field, and things hotting up in the Premier League football. Just hearing Burnley came from behind to beat Watford 2-1. Everton supporters, take a deep breath and go to sleep. I think would have to be the right advice. As here comes Kelly. 2 slips and 2 short mid-wickets here. In and bowls to Critchley. Ooh, that's a good delivery. And that goes through to McManus, and Critchley was playing at that, and the ball also was coming back sharply from outside off stump, and won't have missed the stump. So just having a look at the replay here now, and yeah, that did a lot actually. Good delivery from Matt Kelly. And he's tall, strong, very nicely built. Plenty of muscle on him, so he looks a good requisition for Northamptonshire, the Australian, as he comes in from the River End. Bowls to Critchley, who's very studied in defence here. Plays the ball out to shortish extra. And the score remaining 101 for 3. Critchley, who's been on 16 for quite a while. And Walter has 24, the partnership worth 43. And we have, after this over, just looking to see, 17.3. So mid this over, 17.5 overs remain.
We have 2 results in the championship, which I'll bring you after this ball.
Bowled by Kelly to Critchley, and Critchley nudges this one away into the offside and gets his first run for quite a while, and should be able to come back for a second, as the fieldsman Cobb just couldn't quite cut that one off at backward point, and scored 103 for 3. Critchley at last off 16 moves up to 18, and the partnership to 45.
Cidermen around the world rejoice because Somerset have beaten Warwickshire by an innings and 82 runs at Taunton. Warwickshire all out for 167 in their second innings, and in Division 2 at Lords, Middlesex have beaten Leicestershire by 10 wickets, chasing down the 52 they needed to win.
Well, fair play to Somerset. That's a terrific win for them. As here is the next ball from Kelly, and thick inside edge. The attempted shot from Critchley was an off drive, but in fact it just comes back fairly straight, just favouring the onside, and there's no run. It was all along the ground, so there was no hint of a wicket going down, but a slightly false shot, 103 for 3.
So those are the 2 games that have finished. There's possibly 1 or 2 others that may finish today. Obviously we'll keep an eye on all of them, but those were the 2 I think where a result was imminent. And Nottinghamshire chasing 233 to beat Worcestershire, now 154 for 3.
And Kelly bowls, and that's a leave outside off stump from Critchley. It's also the end of Matt Kelly's over, and that broke the spell of no runs from 5 maidens previously, but now there were 3 off the over. 1 to Walter, who moves up to 24, 2 to Critchley, who moves up to 18.
Yeah, Northamptonshire are going to be reasonably happy with the way things are going. Yes, they haven't taken a wicket for a while now. The last wicket went in the 28th over, and it's now we had a 48, so 20 overs without a wicket. But in that time, they've only conceded 45 runs, so it's going at around about 2 and over. So Essex are not yet gaining that sort of momentum to where you think, they're going to knock off the runs and then be looking to, set Northamptonshire something maybe awkward in the second half of tomorrow, if the weather plays ball, of course, which we don't really know about yet. But
where Northampton will be pleased is that these are good conditions for scoring runs. You would think they're unlikely to be replicated tomorrow.
No, absolutely right. That is true. Paul, will need to update BBC Radio Northampton in about 10 minutes, so just so you're aware of that. Here's Berg starting a fresh over round the wicket, bowling to Paul Walter, who just gets a little bit caught on the crease there and stabs it out on the onside, fielded by Taylor.
Yes, I think that kept low, actually.
It is the odd one. In fact, throughout the whole match, the odd one has just kept a little bit.
Typical Chelmsford pitch from that respect. It does keep low here. It very seldom bounces very much. And well done to Walter for watching it carefully, because if he hadn't, I think he was gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, keeper still standing up to Gareth Berg. And here's Berg in again, bowling to Walter, who's pushing forward at that, plays it back down the pitch. Berg fields and there's no run. Yes, it's the comment that's always made, isn't it, when you see one of those go through, and well, why couldn't it have been straight from the bowler's point of view?
Yeah.
And the batsman thinking, thank goodness it wasn't straight. So, but in the end, as I say, it was you rightly say, Paul, it was well played by Walter. He was just hurried into it, and he just got a little bit caught on the crease, didn't he, and just went nowhere. Here's Berg in again, balls to Walter. Half appeal for LBW as it hits him high up on the thigh pad, and if it's hitting Paul Walter high up on the thigh pad, the chances are it's sailing well over the top of the stump. So, certain amount of brief excitement from the slip cord and from Lewis McManus, not really from Gareth Berg. And they don't go through with the appeal. Shadows now starting to lengthen as we come past 5 o'clock. Here's Berg from the Hayes close end, so running towards us. Bowls, and there's a peel. This again, half an appeal behind the stumps. Once again, Walter looking to work it into the onside. Maybe hit him a little bit high up, possibly hit him outside the line, so we're not...
Or possibly he got an inside edge,
yeah,
because the way the appeal started but then was aborted.
Yes, maybe.
I think he probably was gone for all money but for an inside edge. We haven't actually seen the replay, but that was the impression I got from the way the appeal was almost removed.
Yes.
By the bowler there. He could see that there'd been a nick.
Nevertheless, Berg is testing Walter here. What happens this time? That's again full length, and this time Berg drawing a defensive stroke from Walter, who pushes up to Keogh with extra cover, and there's no run. And I know you have to update Radio Essex in just a second, so I'll keep an ear across that, because they won't want to hear from me. And Gareth Berg at the end of his mark. Round the wicket again to Walter, who's playing solidly forward, back down the pitch. End of the over, another maiden for Gareth Berg. 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 25.
Yes, indeed, and it's 103 for 3, Essex. Now, they were 58 for 3, so the not-out batsman Paul Walter on 24 and Matt Critchley on 18 are doing a good job. They're struggling to get many runs, and we had 5 consecutive maidens a few minutes ago, but with 16 overs left of the day's play, Essex currently are trailing by 94 runs. This morning, there was some wonderful batting from Shane Snater after Essex resumed at a seemingly hopeless 95 for 8. But Snater made a brilliant 79 not out off 94 deliveries, 10 fours and a 6. And you could have thought he was a major frontline batsman. It wasn't a hullabaloo innings. He just treated the ball on its merits. Sadly, too few of his colleagues have done so. So Essex eventually followed on 197 behind. They lost both openers, Cook and Brown, for 19, Wesley for 9, but hope springs eternal, and this 4th wicket pair so far are keeping Essex going. 103 for 3 means Essex are still 94 runs short of requiring Northamptonshire to bat again. So it was just a dot ball while I was doing that update. The score remaining at 103 for 3. The bowler is Matthew Kelly, and for the moment it is Matt Critchley on strike. Matthew to Matthew, and perhaps even Matthew and Son, as someone once sang. And here comes Kelly now up from the river end with 2 slips. Bowl strays onto the leg stump, but there won't be a run because that was not timed by Critchley. Probably missed out a little bit there, could only pick out Berg at mid-on, whereas the gap he was looking for, if he'd timed it properly, would have seen the ball bisect the short mid-wicket and the deep mid-on, and potentially could have gone to the boundary.
Oh, they'll be singing and dancing, as the late great Bill McLaren would say, they'll be singing and dancing in the streets of Oundle tonight. This is the first team of 1 as well, just picked up their score, so first of 1, thirds of 1. Don't know how the seconds are getting on, but it's a good day for the Badgers.
And Kelly comes in again to bowl to Critchley. Critchley has pulled this ball away, goes straight to Cobb on the long leg boundary, but it was nicely played, rolled the wrist, kept it down and single. 104 for 3 and Critchley to 19.
Yes, that's Kelly again. You just get the idea that he's, say, experimenting isn't perhaps quite the right word. He hasn't entirely settled on what his preferred length on this sort of surface is. We say he's very new to English conditions, and to me he looks better when he pitches the ball up, as Adam Wheater and Simon Harmer last night will testify. That said, it's fair enough, the odd short ball, use it as a surprise weapon, but I do think he looks better just pitching it up a touch.
Bowls again.
Better.
And Walter solidly in behind this one. Plays it down to Berg at mid-off to the left-hander. 104 for 3. And yes, earlier in proceedings, Kelly bowled a couple of pretty decent Yorkers, which the batsman only just kept out. And obviously very difficult to hit the Yorker length regularly. But it's certainly a bowler who, on the evidence of what we've seen, is better generally speaking, to pitch it up than drop it in short. Here he is again, running up this very slight slope here at the county ground. Bowls, and that one goes a long way down offside, having pitched Midland off. McManus was taking that in front of first slip, if not edging towards second. And wasn't a wide, but nevertheless no danger to the batsman. Walter remaining on 24, the score 104 for 3.
Just update BBC Radio Northampton. I shall be back with you in a minute or two.
Thank you very much to Andrew Radd for the moment. And going to be Kelly to bowl the next ball here in the lovely sunlit summery evening. And Kelly bowls, and that ball is flicked away off the pads and well stopped at short mid-wicket. There is no run, and it was a little bit in the air for a while there. I don't think it quite carried. 104 for 3 means that the deficit 93 for Essex to make Northamptonshire bat again, and Critchley has 19 and Walter 24, and just waiting to see him. Due on again at 5:30, but Dick would like to come in now and take a turn, join Andrew Radd. Now then, just try and get this right. If I disconnect Andrew's microphone, Dick can go in that one and I'll take mine out. So hopefully I can do this without creating complete chaos, which I did earlier in proceedings, but Dick knows me too well to have been in the least bit surprised. Dismayed, yes. Surprised, no. And next ball is just played a few yards out into the offside. So the next voice you'll hear will be Dick Davis, and the one after that will be Andrew Radd, and I shall have to nip back in for a final update into the sports programme around about 5:30.
Right, thank you, Paul. It's all so complicated, and you cope manfully. As the next livery played solidly defensively, trickles out on the onside, and right, there it is. Sorry. Oh dear. Right, now we have all systems go, as the next livery just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. Halfway through the 51st over, so just to show how adaptable I am, I'll commentate from the overs from the far end, the Hayes close end, at which end the shadow of the tree is now beginning to encroach. It's about halfway towards the middle, but the fact that we have shadow is welcome and indicates that we've also got sunshine. They're short of a length outside the off stump, clubbed away square on the offside, or no, just in front of square, towards sort of went over the boundary at, for those who know the ground, sort of opposite the left hand end of the pavilion for 4. Brings up Walter's 50 of 140 balls in 80 minutes, and as Paul was saying earlier on, that Paul Walter, we don't think he's got 100 for the first 11, but he's often made useful contributions, and this can certainly be counted amongst those useful contributions. That's a 50 partnership, I beg your pardon, and it was Critchley. Apart from that, I had it absolutely spot on. And that's played out back to the bowler.
Sunshine here at Chelmsford, on the Essex fourth wicket pair of Matt Critchley and Paul Walter. Essex are 108 for 3, which means they still trailed Northamptonshire by 89 runs after being forced to follow on earlier today. Critchley's made 23 of those, Walter 24. County's bowlers keeping it very tight. So
and it's Gareth Berg from the far end. Hayes close end, moves in now and bowls. Ooh, and well taken by the keeper, standing up to Critchley.
Still 89 runs behind.
And it's the end of the over.
Cheers.
And Essex are...
Sorry, Dick, I'm positively ubiquitous at the moment, all over the place, doing inserts into
You're doing a brilliant job.
programmes here, there and everywhere, but I'm back with you now. You now have my undivided attention. And I was just saying to our Radio Northampton listeners, it's just a bit of a war of attrition here, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Just Northamptonshire striving to break this partnership, but these two, to their credit, have really dug in and done a good job for the side.
Yes, they have. Put on 50 now. Do you want to do this?
I will. Here's Kelly, bowls to Walter, who turns that away through mid-wicket. They're going to get a couple of runs. It's chased by Rob Keogh back towards the boundary, and they're through for an easy 2. Takes Walter up to 24 and Essex to 110 for 3. Kelly in his 8th over. 3 maidens, no wicket for 11 so far. Just recap briefly what's been happening today in a second, because obviously I'm sure there's a lot of people that have been perhaps out at their club matches and starting to head home and just want to catch up with what's happening here at Chelmsford. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Walter, plays that out into the covers, fielded by Taylor at extra, and there's no run. Essex resuming this morning on 95 for 8, were eventually bowled out for 193 on the stroke of lunch. Shane Snater 79 not out off 94 balls, 1-6, 10 fours. Mark Steckerty made 18, Sam Cook 10. Wickets today taken by Gareth Berg and Rob Keogh. Northamptonshire have forced the follow on. Essex started their second innings just after lunch. They lost Sir Alistair Cook for 19, Tom Westley for 9 and Nick Brown for 19. Wicket apiece for Taylor, Proctor and Keogh. Here's Kelly round the wicket and just tucks Walter up a little bit. Plays it out into the covers off the back foot, fielded by Taylor, and there's no run. But since then, Walter and Critchley have shared an unbroken stand of 52 for the 4th wicket. Walter is 26, Critchley is 23. We have 13 overs to go, minimum of 13 overs to go after the one in progress, 45 minutes play, whichever takes the longer. And Northamptonshire would dearly love to break this partnership tonight. Here's Kelly, round the wicket, bowls to Walter, down the leg side, aims a little flick at it, and there's a certain amount of rather optimistic excitement from second slip, I think. It didn't hit anything dangerous on the way through. It was a good take by Lewis McManus, diving away down the leg side, but certainly Matt Kelly not interested. Just a few high clouds around. It's been a very pleasant day for playing and for watching. Forecast not quite as good for tomorrow. Cloudier day, possibility of some drizzly rain, perhaps in the second half of the day. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Walter, who guides that away through the covers. That's a pleasant stroke, and it's running out towards the boundary at extra cover, and it's going to cross the rope now. And that's 4 more to Paul Walter. He goes to 30. Brought the crowd to life a little bit. They haven't had a huge amount to cheer in the last hour or so. I say it's been fairly attritional stuff, but that's a boundary for Walter, and it takes Essex up to 114 for 3, 83 runs behind. Walter's 30 runs coming off 90 balls. Critchley 73 balls for his 23, so they've been careful as the match situation would dictate. Here's Kelly once again, round the wicket, bowls to Walter, very full, and Walter digs that out up to extra cover where it's fielded by Taylor. End of the over, 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 15 for Matt Kelly, 6 runs off that over. Essex 114 for 3, Walter is 30, Critchley is 23, and the deficit 83.
I said I'd read Steve's email. As he points out, he's not from Istanbul at the moment. He says, but listening from the headwaters of the river Euphrates, won't trouble you with the names of the local towns, etc. Can't tune in tomorrow, is heading towards the source of the Tigris River. Tigris and Euphrates bring back memories of religious education at school. Unfortunately, all this travelling isn't improving our batting woes. Any suggestions for the batsmen to turn these low scores around? No, I wish there were. Thanks again for the commentary. Here's hoping for a major comeback, perhaps Snater and Wheater getting hundreds. Well, yes.
All things are possible.
All things are possible. We've been watching or playing this game long enough of cricket to know that you never really totally rule out any situation. That's just played out into the offside for one. They come back for a second. And we're also alluding to Mick McManus, the wrestler. And Steve obviously remembers those days as well. Also Giant Haystacks, who apparently he said was a very gentle man despite his evil stage persona. Well, yes, I'm sure we know it was all just a big act, really. But, it was great fun. And that's just pushed out in the offside, no addition to the score.
Was Mick McManus, and I had this in mind, we were talking about it during the previous match, was he the one who couldn't stand his ears being touched? Was that because they all had little,
I think
little
it
sort of
was,
things,
yes.
and I think he was always saying, no, not me ears, not me ears. I seem
Yes,
to
I
remember.
think you're right there.
We didn't watch it very much in our house because I think watching ITV on a Saturday afternoon in Northampton in those days was almost a sort of capital offence.
It's funny you should say that, because my wife, apparently, when she was sort of before I met her, they weren't allowed to have ITV on in the
Oh no!
because it was common.
Well, it was like the kids of my generation. You were either Blue Peter or Magpie, weren't
Yes.
you? And if you were Magpie, you were just a little bit edgy, a little bit rebellious. Needless to say, I was in the Blue Peter camp very firmly. Made me what I am today.
So it's Proctor, moves in, bowls, pushed out just backward of square on the offside, no addition to the score. You didn't get the cherished badge, did you?
No, I didn't. No, I was. I'd have been too shy to send anything in.
Yes.
I think.
I would have been the same.
I think it's interesting. That it was good to see which of the coaches are doing a little lap around the boundary, and I think that's Ben Smith, Northampton's batting coach, is having a little chat with Matt Kelly down there on the boundary in front of the main scoreboard.
Oops, full start from.
So perhaps some thoughts from the dressing room being passed on via Matt Kelly.
Yes. And that's just played out square on the offside. They go through for one, they'll think about the second. If it's a good throw, he's in trouble. Well, I underrated the speed of Critchley because it was a good throw, and in the end it wasn't in that much trouble. So no, pretty quick, over 20 yards is Matt Critchley. Still, he should be, he's only 27 or so. And yes, I went to watch wrestling live, all the big stars down at Cliffs Pavilion in Southend. It was quite bizarre because Cliffs Pavilion, a bit like the Derngate in Northampton.
Sharp.
Splendid straight drive there for 4 runs. Goes zooming away to the boundary. It was slightly over pitch, but that on drive is, or slightly to the onside, it's more or less a straight drive. It isn't an easy shot to play. So 4 runs come up, bringing the Essex score to 122 for 3. Still a deficit of 75. Yes, the Cliffs Pavilion in Southend, as I say, is much like the Derngate in Northampton, as much as they have a whole variety of shows on to cover all tastes. I remember one night I went to see wrestling, and the following night I went back there because I have various interests in my life, and I went back the following night to see the Russian State Ballet dancing Giselle.
Well, there's, all human life is there.
Yes, exactly.
Dick Davis, the well-known polymath. Actually, talking of sort of Saturday afternoon ITV and World of Sport, which was obviously what the programme that the wrestling used to be in, I see your namesake Dickie Davis is 89 today.
Is he really?
So, well-known host of World of Sport.
I still very occasionally get his post asking for an autograph.
No, I'm sure they were asking for yours.
No, I don't think
Here's
so.
Kelly starting a fresh over, bowls to Walter, plays it up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded there by Rob Keogh, and there's no. And I just wonder, Dick, in this sort of circumstance, game's just slightly, I say drifting, and that's no disrespect to either side, because
No.
Essex are doing what they need to do. They're hanging in there. Northamptonshire are plugging away. Is it a time just to try something a bit different, maybe a bit of safe save or something like that, just to
break the batsman's concentration.
yeah, just to give them something different to think about? Here's Kelly from this river end outside the off stump. Walter lets it go through to, I will not say Mick McManus, Lewis McManus behind the stumps.
And I'm not asking for you to make excuses for Essex, but there's no need for you to. But you were here yesterday. I, in a way, thankfully, from all sorts of reasons, was not. Would you say the pitch is definitely easier to bat on today?
I would say so, yeah. It's well, I think the other thing is it's certainly doing less through the air, much less. It did swing around a bit. I know Don was saying about the impact of the lights, because Essex did have to bat under the lights for the closing stages of the day. We said early on, first thing, it's felt like a batting day, driven nicely by Walter out into the covers, but only as far as Tom Taylor, just on the edge of the square there, and there's no run. So yes, there's no question that it's been an easier batting day, and the bowlers have had to work harder, and that in a sense is what you would want to be the case.
Well, yes.
But
and
tomorrow, as you say, is a different day. Conditions might be very different, and challenges may be very different. Conscious of the fact we haven't brought you up to date with what's happening elsewhere for a while, but so we do have the two results, with Somerset beating Warwickshire and Middlesex beating Leicestershire, as Kelly comes in again, bowls to Walter, plays it up to Proctor mid-on, and there's no run. It's I just think ourselves thankful that we're not at Bristol at the moment. Gloucestershire 394 for 2, replying to the Surrey innings of 603 all out, and with no disrespect to either of those two sides, I would imagine that's slightly hard work for our colleagues down there. At Southampton, Hampshire 324 for 7 against Lancashire, so the lead now is 330. The question how much longer. Well, Hampshire will bat on if they have the choice, of course. In fact, they've just lost another wicket, so they're 324 for 8 now, so that may be taken out of their hands. Kelly switches to round the wicket to Walter, plays it up to Taylor at extra cover. Tom Taylor's been just about the busiest fielder out there today. He seems to have more balls to field than anybody else. No run. Taunton we know, where Somerset have beaten Warwickshire at Headingley. Kent 67 for 2 in their second innings against Yorkshire. They're still 213 runs behind. At Nottinghamshire, at Trent Bridge rather, Nottinghamshire looking odds on at the moment, 164 for 3, needing 233 in total to beat Worcestershire, so they need another 69 to win. 7 wickets in hand there. Here's Kelly round the wicket, bowls, well, I was going to say bowls short of the length. It was short of the length, but it just died in the pitch really and looped to McManus rather than slapping in his gloves. Walter had nothing to do with it. It's a maiden over for Matt Kelly, 9 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 15, and Essex won 22 for 3, with the deficit now standing at 75. Critchley's made 31, Walter has made 30. At Derby, where Derbyshire are playing Glamorgan, Derbyshire in their second innings 130 for 2, so they're 111 runs ahead. As we know, Middlesex have beaten Leicestershire by 10 wickets at Lords. At Hove, Durham putting up good resistance against Sussex. They're 105 for no wicket in their second innings, but they're still 210 behind, Sussex having been bowled out earlier for 538. Well, I know Paul's got to update Radio Essex in a moment or two. And it's going to be Luke Proctor. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16 so far. Picked up the wicket of Tom Wesley, LBW. And he's going to be bowling with 2 slips. Oh, Dick and Paul perform technical. And that's on driven for a single off the first ball of the over by Critchley. Up to mid-on, fielded by Ben Sanderson. And Critchley goes to 32 and Essex to 123 for 3. 74 behind. 10 overs to go after this one. There's not going to be any problems with the light today, that is for sure. Rob Keogh is limbering up at mid-wicket, or extra cover rather, for the left-handed Walter, so one suspects, as we were saying yesterday, Rob Keogh's warming up routine Does take a while, get himself loose, but I imagine he'll be back into the attack in a moment or two. Here's Proctor again, round the wicket, bowls to Walter, works that, I would suggest, off about middle and leg, out to mid-wicket where, you've guessed it, Tom Taylor fields.
Yeah, we're entering sort of danger period for poor Walter in that for a lot of his previous career he'd be out in the 30s or 40s, but to be fair to him, he was getting half centuries more in the closing stages of last season, and he's lasted a good 2 and a bit hours out there.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Walter in drives, a flowing drive, and it should have been not a run, and it was a run because it wasn't stopped cleanly by Rob Keogh at extra cover. He hit it hard. Keogh, usually a very good fielder, didn't stop it cleanly for once, and they're able to come through for a single. Takes Walter to 31 and Essex to 124 for 3. The deficit is 73. Field changing over for the right-handed Critchley. 2 slips still in place. Vasconcelos at first, Young at second. Backward point, 2 men on the drive at extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and that's driven beautifully down the ground by Critchley, but he's only going to get a single. The stroke, to be honest, deserved more. It was almost a double play there because it missed the stumps at the non-striker's end, hit the stumps at the striker's end, but both batsmen were safe in their grounds respective ends. And the upshot of all that activity is a single to Matt Critchley from a pleasant looking stroke, 33 to him, and Essex to 125 for 3. Needing another 72 to make Northamptonshire bat again. The Rob Keogh warm-up continues at extra cover. He's had a few back problems, Rob Keogh, down the years, so he has to make sure he just gets himself fully loose before he starts to bowl. Here's Proctor in again. That's down the leg side, and I'm not sure if anything's gone on that. It's nothing at all. It's 4 byes. It beat everybody. It beat the batsman, didn't get anything on it, and it beat the dive of Lewis McManus.
Kept very low.
It did again. It was a nasty one for the keeper to take, and with Proctor being so skiddy, if there's any bowler in the Northamptonshire side that's going to get it to just maybe scuttle through a little bit, it's going to be Proctor. But anyway, 4 runs on the total, 129 for 3. Our colleague and friend William Seed, who always is a regular correspondent, who tweets us at 4th slip, suggests a bit of Emilio Gay. Here's Proctor in, turned away by Walter down towards long leg. They've come through for 1. They'll come back for 2 as Safe Sabe has to make a lot of ground to pick up and sends in a good return to McManus, but 2 more onto the total. Takes Walter up to 33, level with Matt Critchley, and Essex 131 for 3, 66 runs behind. Proctor 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21. It goes back to what we were saying about trying something different. And Emilio Gay has this season already broke a really threatening partnership for Gloucestershire by removing Tom Lace with the aid of an excellent caught and bowled, and last season in very similar circumstances when Northamptonshire were playing Kent, he nipped out Jack Leaning, and I think he's second in the bowling averages at the moment, Emilio Gay, so he would dearly love to have a bowl, but I don't think he's going to get on just yet. And guess what, we're going to have a look at the ball.
Yes, I think it's a good move to bring Keogh back. I'm bound to say that because I didn't think it was a good move to take him off in the first place.
Yeah, you said, I know, and I think I think you were right. He was just starting to. You just sensed that something might happen, and they might just lose a bit of patience. But
yes, Walter in particular was struggling to play him, and twice he left deliveries that missed the off stump by a mere fraction. So. And of course he was involved in that period where we had the 5 consecutive maidens, and since then the pressure's been taken off effectively here by Northamptonshire. The tactic of removing Keogh hasn't worked, and now he's back on. Be interesting to see if he can further prove his point by getting the breakthrough here. 131 for 3. Keogh in from the river end. Bowles driven down to mid-arm. Good call from Critchley because he knew he hadn't hit it particularly hard, and therefore they could easily go through for the single to you-know-who again, Tom Taylor. 132 for 3, 65 behind, and now we've got a score draw on the board. Each batsman has made 33. And the partnership is worth 73.
Had you got that on your pools coupon, Paul?
Yes, I have, Oh, wait a minute. No, I've lost. Suddenly Critchley has been credited with 34. As it must have been a score draw before, as this ball goes through outside off stump, left alone by the left-handed Walter. He's the one who's still on 33, and Critchley is just edging it at the moment on 34.
Perhaps the Pools panel have intervened.
Yes, I think you're probably right there. This ball goes through outside off stump, and there's no run. Yes, a sort of earlier version of VAR. Not as controversial,
no,
the original. And Keogh bowls, and that goes through to the keeper. Always nice to see a bit of spin in the attack in a long day's cricket. Helps with the over rate as well. We'll be going through a final update of the day for BBC Essex sports programmes listeners. And this next one is handsomely flayed in the offside. Yes, Essex fighting well here. We're watching so far an unbroken partnership of 74 for the fourth wicket. Essex trailed by 197 on first innings after their last 2 wickets today, added 95 in the morning session. Brilliant 79 not out from Shane Snater, chiefly responsible. Now Essex were 58 for 3 as they lost to both openers, Cook and Brown for 19 and Wesley for 9. But since then, Paul Walter in his first match of the season has proved that he needs to be in this side with an Obja at 33 not out, and with him a stylish 34 not out from Matt Critchley. They've put on 74 and 132 for 3. Essex are now just 65 behind. And there was just a dot ball to end the over there, so 132 for 3. And as Andrew Radd commentates on the next over, I will restore Dick Davis to the microphone.
Yes, it's going to be Luke Proctor to have another go at breaking this partnership. Proctor has bowled 9 overs so far, 3 maidens, 1 for 21. And shadow is getting longer and longer. Shadow of the pylon in the far corner of the ground, now stretching right across the square. But as I say, the contrasting conditions to yesterday could hardly be more striking. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Critchley. Comes across his stumps, plays it up to Keogh at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, I like the idea of bringing Rob Keogh back into the attack. Dick, albeit with 8 overs to go, he can get through a few and maybe just break this partnership, which Northamptonshire will be very keen to do before the close of play. Here's Proctor in again. That's a pleasant looking stroke by Critchley, just rocking onto the back foot, punching it out to extra cover, but Tom Taylor, the busy Tom Taylor, fields, and there's no run. Yes, I think of the bowlers that Northamptonshire haven't used, you're really talking about Safe Save, who can bowl a bit of left arm spin, or Emilio Gay's medium pace. Here's Proctor bowling again to Critchley, pushes it out into the covers once again. It's that man, Tom Taylor, who fields, and there's no run. Who were I was thinking about partnership breakers, Dicko. When I was growing up, it was Basil D'Oliveira for England would always be the chap that Ray Illingworth would tend to throw the ball to when you needed a wicket. And Australia, Doug Walters.
Oh, yes.
Dougie Walters used to bowl those little insidious seamers, and I remember him getting David Steele out in a test match at Lords in 75. Here's Proctor. It's another lovely looking shot by Critchley, but he can't pierce the field. It goes to Emilio Gay in the covers, and there's no run. Gay's moved out of the slip cord and just 2 slips in. Vasconcelos at first, Young at second. You think of any other noted partnership breakers?
Well, from the Essex point of view, the great Graham Gooch could pick up the odd wicket or two, and he could be quite effective. He also did splendid impersonations when in later mood. One of the great late Bob Willis, I remember.
Here's Proctor in again. That's a lovely straight drive by Critchley. Is he going to get a run? He's just going to get a single. No, in fact, he's going to get more than a single, because Ben Sanderson dived across and sort of tipped it round the post.
Yes.
Which I don't think Gareth Berger's appreciated over much, because it meant more of a run for him. The upshot of it was the lovely looking shot on drive. Matt Critchley picks up 2 runs, 36 to him, and Essex to 134 for 3, which means the deficit is now 63. Proctor and Berg having a bit of a conversation out there. Tom Taylor is swinging his arms, so maybe he's going to have another bowl before the close of play. He's done enough work in the field. Here's Proctor bowling again to Critchley, and again that didn't quite bounce as much as he thought it was going to, and it came off the bottom portion of the bat and it rolls up to mid-off where Berg fields. End of the over, 134 for 3. Critchley 36, Walter is 33. Essex still 63 runs away from making Northamptonshire bat again, and we have 8 overs to go.
Yes, although very obviously Graham Gooch is remembered as being one of England's all-time greatest batsmen and therefore falls in that same category for Essex, he could also be quite a useful bowler when the conditions were in his favour, and yeah, it took many a useful wicket from time to time. So we're going to see Rob Keogh. From this, the river end moves in, bowls, and Walter goes on the back foot, plays it out on the onside, no addition to the score. In an earlier era, Keith Fletcher could pick up the odd wicket or two with his...
bowled a few leggies, didn't he?
The leggies, yes.
Yeah.
He did once get a 5-wicket haul at Colchester, I believe. Against Middlesex, Paul says, and therefore it was against Middlesex. As Keogh moves in, bowls, and again, Walter's content just to play very defensively, playing for tomorrow now, playing for the Sunday morning. 7.5 overs minimum remaining. Well, yeah, they probably won't get through more than that by 6 o'clock. So yes, as much as Essex would dearly love these two to still be there at 6 o'clock, by the same token, Northamptonshire would love to see at least one of them back in the pavilion. So it could be an interesting last 20 minutes. Also, that's outside the off stump and allowed to go through the keeper. The sun now got in, and well, it is 20 to 6 or 20 to 5 by the sun, and yeah, there's no sun shining on the sky on the pitch now. That's outside the off stump, and again, Walter is just content to usher it and watch it go through to the keeper. End of the over. 1 or 2 people leaving, get their trains or buses or get home for their evening meal by one means or another, and the score is 134 for 3. Yeah, very. For those who don't know this ground, and I think most, well, can't assume you don't, but or you do, but it's very, very central. There aren't many grounds more well, it couldn't be more central really. It's walking distance from the bus station and the railway station, and very, very handy.
I'm just beginning to work out that probably I would be just as quick walking back to my hotel in the town rather than getting in the car, because it just take a wee bit of time to get out of the ground and drive around the sort of bit of a one-way system, and it's not as bad as Northampton's one-way system, of course, but yes, I've just about worked. I mean, it potentially is a lovely walk to the ground as well along the River Cam.
Oh yes,
and could rival the walk to Cardiff, isn't it? Which is always one of the loveliest ones.
Yes,
along the River Taff to
always, yeah. Through Butte Park, I think it's called.
Yeah, that's right, and up to Sophia Gardens.
Over the bridge.
Yeah, that is just a lovely way to start your morning if you're covering cricket at.
Couldn't agree more. And if you've got time, stop at that little cafe for a cup of tea and a bacon sandwich or something.
Yes, it's very No, it's. I have to say, Cardiff is one of my favourite grounds. It's of course, we'd need to say we're not there this year. Here's Taylor coming into the attack, as we did think he might do with his warming up routine. The first ball, again, it just dies in the pitch a little bit, and Critchley was looking to force away off the back foot. Just clothed it a little bit up to extra cover. It was fielded by Gareth Berg, and there's no run. Will Young looked to be practising his lob wedge there in the gully. It's one of those situations now where you just feel that both sides will almost have what they hold. And that next ball from Taylor, honed in on off stump, and again, and we keep saying it, it didn't bounce a great deal.
No, it did not.
It just, I mean, I know the ball is, what is it, 50, his 59th over now, but it's just the odd one, and well, it'll be cheering up the Northamptonshire attack, I'm sure. The odd one is just keeping a little bit low. We're not talking about grubbers or pea rollers, but it's just enough to mean that if a batsman plays back, there's danger. Slip and a gully, and a forward short leg as Taylor comes in and bowls short to Critchley, and Emilio Gay at forward short leg wisely takes what's known as evasive action, got out of the way, and it's a very good job he did, because that was closing in on his head at rapid speed, and he managed to just bob out of the way. He's a great boxing fan, Emilio Gay. It was like Muhammad Ali avoiding a jab. The upshot of it was they went out to deep mid wicket, and they come through for a single. So Critchley goes to 37, and Essex to 135 for 3. Little conflab down there at the Hayes Close between end of the ground between Ben Sanderson, who's in there at mid off, Gareth Berg at mid on, and Tom Taylor the bowler. And Taylor runs in again, bowls to the left-handed Walter short, and Walter ducks underneath it. Doesn't need to do anything else, and it goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus.
It seems incredible that there was a time, and we're not talking about the 19th century, 20th maybe, but when before helmets were worn, when people would field in those positions with not much more than a box to protect them from injury. It's
some great fielders in there. Jeff Cook, certainly in his younger days before he was captain of Northamptonshire, was very, very good in there. Brian Hardy, I seem to remember,
yes,
was another one. Here's Taylor in again, and that clipped in the air, but well wide of the man at forward short leg. It goes down to long leg, where it's fielded by Saif Zabe, and another run to Paul Walter. 34 to him, 136 for 3.
And I suppose neither Northamptonshire nor Essex, but Brian Close almost turned it into an art form, didn't he? In fact, he used to wear the bruises as a badge of honour.
Absolutely.
On his head.
Yes. Yeah, I
do remember. And every so often the cricket magazines would show a picture of somebody that had got hit in there. It wasn't a pretty sight. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Critchley, who again is looking to force a little bit firm-footed off the back foot. He doesn't time it at all. Rolls out to extra cover, fielded by Berg. End of the over. Critchley 37, Walter 34, and Essex won 36 for 3. They are still 61 runs adrift, and we have half a dozen overs to go before the close of the third day's play. Looking at where we are in terms of the overs, 59 gone, so 65 at the close of play, which means that the second new ball, assuming we start on time tomorrow, will be due after about an hour's play,
yes,
you would think. And that could be a bit crucial.
Could indeed. So Keogh round the wicket to the left-handed Walter. Oh, and well, it wasn't as indiscreet a shot as Brown got out to, but it was a little bit imprudent. Got away with it outside the off stump. Keogh again moves in and bowls, and this time it goes through outside the off stump, just not exactly ignored or ushered.
When that ball went into the hands of Vasconcelos, it slipped the gentleman down below us who've got hands in the air. I don't think he's a Northamptonshire supporter, but
yes, I suppose there are a few. It's not too bad a journey, as that's whipped away very pleasantly by Paul Walter. An economy of effort really, but then he is a big man, and if he times it properly then it will speed away, and that sped away rapidly to the square leg boundary, bringing the score on to 140, 57 in arrears. I've had an email from Mike about, we were talking about my namesake Dickie Davis. I'll come back to that at the end of the over. Not really much opportunity when there's a slow bowler bowling. They don't take too much time. That's outside the off stump, and well, the keeper McManus got a little bit excited. Maybe it didn't miss the off stump by as much as Walter had hoped or anticipated or predicted. Keogh in again. Again, it's outside the off stump and just allowed to carry on its way. Keogh turning it away from the left hand, bowling what would normally be conventional. Oh, well, no, That looked a bit different to my mind, but still. That's the end of the over. Yes, it's only a brief email, so it won't take up too much time. Although, even if it does, fair enough, it's good to hear from you people, from your listeners, I mean. Mike emails us saying, talking about Dickie Davies, he said, in the 90s I regularly used to serve him at Marks and Spencer's in Marble Arch when he used to come into the food section. Thank you.
Well, that's a claim to fame.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, 89 today.
Oh well, happy birthday to him. Talking of birthdays, it's Robin Hobbs, former Middlesex. No, what's about Middlesex? Come back to that after this delivery.
Essex, here's Taylor starting his 6th over to Critchley, pushes it out into the covers. Fielded by Berg, and there's no run.
Former Essex, England, and then finally, as in those days often happened,
Glamorgan.
final county Glamorgan player. Yes, he went there for captain over a season or two as captain. By all accounts, it wasn't a particularly happy period in his life. But anyway, a splendid fellow. He's here very regularly. He has been in the press box next door most of the day. He was earlier on. He will be 80 tomorrow week. Robin Hobbs, so we wish him a very happy birthday.
Absolutely, we were talking about him yesterday briefly on commentary. As Taylor in again bowls to Critchley, who's in behind that, pushing it up to mid-on, where Ben Sanderson takes about 4 steps in and fields. Ben's a little wearily, picks it up, and there's no run. Yes, I do remember him, though I didn't see it, but I remember reading about it, obviously, when he got his 100 against the Australians in, 44 minutes in 1975, and I was saying to Toppers yesterday that when my first season watching England on the telly, 1971, of course he was playing Test cricket.
Yes.
And it took a very long time for England to pick another specialist leg spinner, Ian Salisbury, indeed. I suppose. Here's Taylor in again, and that's pulled away nicely by Critchley, again past Emilio Gay. Spectators down in front of us, I think, are feeling his discomfiture as that ball sailed past him. Wasn't quite as close, I think, as the previous one, and they come through for a single. One more to Critchley, 38 to him. It is 141 for 3, 56 runs the deficit now. And yes, Ian Salisbury, of course, Northampton born.
Oh yes.
Came through the youth setup at Northants, but wasn't taken on the staff. Went to MCC, young cricketers, and then Sussex, and now was back at Sussex as coach. Went on to Surrey eventually. Here's, oh my goodness, that ball spat up off a length from Taylor, and it was very well played by Walter, who used his great height to advantage there and just managed to get on top of it. I think if it had been almost anybody else on either side, they'd have found that an extremely difficult ball to play.
Getting back to what you were saying about it keeping low, and now this one's spitting, most of the problems posed to the batsmen, such as they've been, have been when bowling from the far end to this end.
Hayes close end, absolutely.
I don't think much has misbehaved at the far end, but bowling from it is often enough to sow seeds of doubt in the batsman's mind.
Taylor in again from that Hayes close end, bowls short, and that's paddled round the corner by Paul Walter, but there is a man down below us in front of the Tom Pearce stand at long leg, and they send in a return. So one more run to Walter, 39 to him, 142 for 3. And this is the risk, I mean, from looking at it from Northamptonshire's point of view, this is the risk when you enforce the follow on. When you've got bowlers with, they've had, even though they've got 5 seamers and they're able to rotate, and they've got Rob Keogh, they're still having to put in a fairly hard shift, and they've been in the field now for a long time.
Yes, on a warm day.
140 overs they've been in the field now over the 2 innings, and that's pushed into the covers by Critchley. And that's the end of Taylor's over. 6 overs, no maidens. 1 for 24, 142 for 3. Essex 55 runs behind. We have 4 overs remaining, and that's the gamble, isn't it? If you like, that's the risk that you take. But
oh yes.
But I think maybe with the thought that there was a little bit of rain around, I don't think it was a huge surprise that Northamptonshire decided to enforce the follow on. What you don't,
no, I don't think so.
And what you don't want is, having got a lead of 200 odd, you then finish up, a bit of a batting collapse. You finish 140 for 7, and you think, have we got enough? Do we need to block up? Do we need to keep? It's an easier option, I think, in some respects, tactically, if not physically, to enforce.
Keogh moves in again, bowls, and Walter uses his height there to get to the pitch of the ball and just plays it totally defensively back to the bowler. Only another 3.5, well, 3 23 deliveries, assuming they're all valid. And that's outside the off stump, and they won't get in any more than that. I make it about 8 minutes to 6. So
I think that'll be about right, won't it?
yes, it will be. And Keogh moves in again, bowls, and again, batsman stretches forward, goes off the thick outside half of the bat, backward point. Keogh in again, and just plays solidly, defensively. No intention to score a run. Doesn't need to. 3 sixes is 18 plus 3, 21 deliveries. And that's worked way around the corner to can't identify the fielder.
That's
but
Spence Anderson.
thank you.
Under the floppy.
Yes, there was been times of day when that floppy hat has been very useful, but not now as the sun has gone. Oh, and that was a good delivery. A very, very good delivery to finish the over, with Walter pushing forward and it turning away and not finding the edge, but for all he knew it could have done. Yes, just getting back to Robin Hobbs, and 80 a week tomorrow. And I saw him on Thursday. Well, he saw me first. I went into the city at lunchtime and patronised a very well-known chain of bakers, which will remain nameless. And he was sitting in there with another former Essex player, who is 7 years his senior, called Jeff Smith, who used to open the batting for Essex. And Robin saw me, and he's the most charming of men you could ever wish to meet. And shook me warmly by the hand. Some would shake me by the throat, but not Robin Hobbs.
Oh, I shall tell David Steele that I've seen Robin, and he's you said he's in good form, because I know David always speaks highly of him as a leg spinner. Here's Tom Taylor to bowl his 7th over with Hayes close end, and that's a half volley, a bit of a tired delivery, and
it was
latched onto by Matt Critchley. That's a lovely shot, square drive off the front foot, and it flashed away to the boundary, just behind square for 4. Critchley to 42 and Essex to 146 for 3, so 51 runs behind. That was a lovely shot, but as I say, the delivery just had a little hint of fatigue about it, maybe, although Tom Taylor hasn't bowled that many overs. He's bowled 7. Well, this is his 7th over. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Critchley, plays that up to extra cover, fielded by Berg, and there's no run. The fielder's just trying to encourage the bowler at this tail end of the day. 4 minutes to 6. Northampton Town drew with Exeter City 1-1, so the League 2 promotion places, it's just ridiculously tight between the top sort of 9 teams, really. So it's all going to go to the last round of matches. Here's Taylor in again outside the off stump, and Critchley lets that go through into the gloves of Matt Manus. And there's no run. Who are you going down to see tonight, Dick? Any idea who the interviewee is going to be?
Well, the obvious man is Shane Snater.
Yes,
I
would have thought so, yeah. Now, Safe Zabe is limbering up, so we did mention earlier that he might be an option. Whether he's doing so having got the nod from Ricardo Vasconcelos, or whether he's doing so in an attempt to influence Ricardo Vasconcelos, we shall see shortly. I'd have thought it's worth a little try. Fielder coming over from the offside to square leg. Luke Proctor just going in front of square next to the umpire. Big gap through mid-off now as Taylor bowls short to Critchley, ducks underneath it, goes through to McManus. Yes, it's a funny one with Northamptonshire today. I'm not quite. I've just said to the head coach, it may be one for the coach just to have a little up some of the situation, or there's nobody. Maybe Tom Taylor as vice captain, sort of save Ricardo Vasconcelos for tomorrow, but whatever happens. But we always have to sort of ration these interviews a little bit, don't we? So it's not going to the same players day after day. Here's Taylor. running in towards us, straight approach, bowls, and Critchley plays that well, gets on top of the bounce, pushes it up towards mid-on, where Sanderson fields, and there's no run.
Over the many years I've been doing this job, I've often spoken about sort of the body language and the mental approach, especially when you're fielding, and understandably Northamptonshire look a little bit flat in the field.
Yeah.
But if they were to get one wicket in the next few deliveries, then suddenly everything would change. Everything would change.
They'd be running around like 2-year-olds, wouldn't they, if
that's
they
right.
could hit one of these out. But yeah, first Essex innings lasting 80 overs, and this is now into the 63rd. Here's Taylor again, putting a good effort in. It's short of a length, and Critchley plays it well. Again, back foot, playing it out to the offside. Fielded by Gareth Berg in the covers. End of the over, 146 for 3, Critchley 42, Walter 39, and we've got 2 overs to go.
Yep. And it's I don't know which clock they go by, but whichever clock they go by, that it will go past 6 o'clock.
Yeah, it's about a minute to 6, isn't
Yeah.
it? So I think we're going to be safe on that score.
So the penultimate over is going to be bowled by Keogh still, by Rob Keogh. And admittedly, if a wicket did fall now, then a night watchman would go in, but nonetheless, they'll still be very, very keen to get even further into the Essex attack. From the Essex point of view, exact opposite way of looking at the situation. We're not going to get out tonight. Walter plays out. Oh, and that didn't miss the off. Even I can tell that didn't miss the off stump by too much. It's a good delivery. Well, obviously it's a good delivery. They wouldn't be playing at this level of the game if they didn't bowl good deliveries. Rob Keogh moves in and bowls, and that's smothered the spin by Walter. So thank you very much for your emails. We did get one towards the end of the day which I haven't addressed yet or responded to, but that's just play defence. So Paul and I, you've got to put up with the same duet from Essex tomorrow, so I will get round to it first thing in the morning. Can't even remember who it was from. I'll just have a quick look, so at least to acknowledge the fact that you sent us an email, and then we'll talk about it tomorrow. As Rob Keogh moves in and bowls, and that's again played defensively. Yes, it was Brian from Sudbury, nay Essex. Yes, also near Essex, just over the border.
That's Suffolk, isn't it?
Yes, it is just South Suffolk. Yeah. Had a brief break not so long ago near there, Long Welford. Oh, it was during that little break they had during COVID. There was a couple of months we got off in one autumn, and we had a quick break in Long Welford. That's just played out on the offside, which, as its name suggests, consists of one long street, and not a lot else really, from what we could see. That's not to criticise it; it's just a geographical fact. So 7 deliveries of the day remaining. Keogh moves in and bowls, and that is played out. So if you want to look at it from a really negative point of view, from the Essex point of view, they can only lose 1 wicket today, because then then they all troop off.
There's optimistic, and it is going to be safe save. So we're going to get another over of spin. Rob Keogh finishing the day with figures of 15 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 21. So he's put in a good shift there. But we are going to see a little bit of left arm spin from Saif Zaib, better known probably as a white ball bowler, but has picked up handy wickets in red ball cricket. Not going to get a lot of time because again Zaib nips through his overs, but I'll just run through the latest scores in the matches that are still in progress. At Bristol, Surrey 603 all out, Gloucestershire 430 for 2. Hampshire bowled out for 344. That means Lancashire need 351 to win in the 4th innings at Southampton. They are 4 for no wicket, so that could be an interesting one tomorrow. As we know, they're over at Taunton. At Headingley, Kent 110 for 2 in their 2nd innings against Yorkshire, still 170 behind with 8 wickets standing. Saif is just setting his field, so we're not missing any deliveries. He's going to bowl now to Critchley with a slip and a forward short leg, bowling round the wicket, fires that ball in. Ooh. And he punched Critchley, looking to punch it off the back foot. It was in the air a long time.
It was.
It just sort of surprised him a little bit because he dug the ball into the pitch. He punched it up to mid-off, and Gareth Berg, I think he's all right. I thought it had hit him because it seemed to take him by surprise as well.
It did.
And I think it hit him in the chest. But he's back up again. And a single to Critchley takes him to 43, and Essex to 147 for 3. Safe save now, tweaking his field for the left-handed Walter, but still a slip and a forward short leg. And again, it's short, and it's worked into the leg side. Out to Ben Sanderson, coming in from deep mid-wicket. And Ben always gives us the impression of being slightly hangdog, and he just didn't look very happy to have to come in and field that one. Never mind, one more to Walter, 40 to him, 148 for 3. Next ball from Zabe, that's better. Much fuller length and stroked up to extra cover by Critchley, where it's fielded by Tom Taylor, appropriately as we're in the last over. The sun has disappeared altogether. Here's Zabe in again, and Critchley giving himself a little bit of room, playing it out to Ben Sanderson, coming in from deep backward point, who underarms the ball into Tom Taylor in the style of Peter Willey, but not quite as successfully. One more to Critchley, 44 to him, 149 for 3. There's Zabe over the wicket to the left-handed Walter, strokes it up off the back foot into the covers, fielded by Matt Kelly, and there is no run, and this will be the last ball of the day. And it's safe Zabe, bowling it to Walter. And that grubbed along the floor. Walter played back. He did really well to get anything on it. And a bit of encouragement there for Northamptonshire off the last ball of the day. Nevertheless, they have survived. And a grand job done for their side by the fourth wicket pair of Matt Critchley and Paul Walter. Critchley is 44 not out. Walter 40 not out. Essex finish on 149 for 3. It means they still trail Northamptonshire by 48 runs, but they have 7 wickets in hand. And, well, Dick, I think Essex are going to be reasonably happy with that. Well, certainly with the final session, really, with that it's been a much better day compared to yesterday.
Well, yes, it's a much better day than I anticipated as well. I mean, and I think the crowd probably they've had a good day's entertainment, and yes. The morning session when Essex took their overnight 95 for 8, adding almost 100 to it to be all out for 193, and now at 149 for 3 second time round. They're still in arrears to the tune of 48, but well, one would hope or even expect Essex to get a lead, and it all depends on how big. Well, it depends on how big that lead is and what the weather does tomorrow, which are just something over which we have no control, and one of the things which makes this game of cricket so fascinating to watch.
Absolutely right, Dick. Well, that's all from Chelmsford then for today, with Essex 149 for 3, 48 behind from me, Andrew Radd, from Dick Davis and our colleague Paul Newton. Hope very much you've enjoyed the commentary today, and that you'll join us when we're back on parade just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. From Chelmsford, from us all, very good evening to you.